this a funny thing we're opening with?
I mean,
This is
not
Greg, isn't it?
necessarily. It's yes.
Hello, and welcome to the DSM 6.0 patch update notes. The DSM 5 has been out for over a decade now, and players are eager for an update. We're going to keep the foundations of what worked with DSM 5.0 while adding new strategies we think you're going to find very interesting. First of all, we're going to buff BPD people and those in relationships with them.
Because he was part of Progressive Victory, and I know his politics now, it kills a lot of it for me.
I don't know what that means. Don't tell me.
Well, it's in there. I put it. Him and Vosh talking at Progressive Victory.
Okay.
He came to this country to fucking campaign for Jamal Bowman.
That's hilarious.
So he was part of that canvassing event. So the fact that I know that he's a progressive now ruins my enjoyment.
No, not really,
because
it's irony. I
just don't want to know his politics. He needs to shut the fuck up.
Sure.
Only in character politics.
Obviously wanted borderline personality disorder to be an interesting class to play, but we found that the risk reward is kind of off. BPD people require too much resource management from their teammates. We've made BPD people hotter to address this, but it's hard to strike the right balance between crazy and hot. The BPD class is going to remain equally crazy, but we're going to make them 25% hotter to accentuate both their strengths and weaknesses. We've kept autism relatively the same, but we've decided to give it to everybody in this next patch. That's right. You get autism, and you get autism, and you get autism. We've made a lot of changes to the eating disorder subclass. In general, we've decreased stigma by about 25% and really encouraged male players to get in on this. Bulimics have been given a projectile attack that does toxic damage over time to their target. Pika has a new ability that allows you to treat crafting items as consumables, eat plastic and nails in order to regain health. Projectile attacks have a percentage chance of bouncing off the fat of the binge eater. And anorexics have been given a new skeleton skin, although we're currently working on a bug where the skin doesn't quite fit on them right. We've heard complaints that the new Ozempic meta has been too effective in managing eating disorder downside. But don't worry, we've actually balanced this very well. You'll find out why in about 10 years. We've also added gender dysphoria, which is when you see yourself as having gender dysphoria. Find out why in about 10 years. We've downside. But don't worry, we've actually balanced this very well. You'll find
what?
This list. Oh boy.
Find out why in about 10 years.
That's a list of very bad things.
We've also added gender dysphoria, which is when you see yourself as having gender dysphoria when you don't actually have gender dysphoria. We've also added more kinds of dysphoria to keep the class more varied.
As well as added that? Wild.
Crossing the gender divide, you can also accentuate the gender divide by going from male to hypermale or female to hyperfemale. We've added a new adult expansion pack to ADHD.
Oh my god,
and we've also
added super straight.
massively increased the rate of ADHD across the board. We've also added an extremely powerful attack to ADHD players that they can use if they channel it for only 2 hours. However, in playtesting, for some reason, they weren't able to get this move off. We haven't made any changes to schizoid personality disorder because we haven't heard anything from their player base. We really would like some feedback from the schizoid personality players, but we're just not hearing anything. We've increased the positive symptoms for schizophrenics, so the render distance of their hallucinations has increased. Speaking of which, we've buffed addictive personality disorder by giving them an increased variety of consumables and more options to acquire their consumables. Before, addictive personality disorder players would have to acquire their consumables in dangerous dungeons and back alleys. But now, they will be able to purchase more of these substances at the local shopkeep. With enough of these, we hope that they'll be able to rank up towards schizophrenia. We've increased the number of personalities that dissociative identity disorder players can have equipped at one time. This should help the class have more combat and charisma check for
maybe.
Enough of these.
Yes, Syracuse. Opioid 100 times stronger than
just a fucking. It's not a real drug. It's just a fucking scare article.
Yeah, it probably is. Yeah.
We hope that they'll be able to rank up towards schizophrenia. We've increased the number of personalities that dissociative identity disorder players can have equipped at one time. This should help the class have more combat and charisma check variety. This does, however, increase the skill ceiling of having multiple personalities active at the same time, so we're on the lookout for new players to make sure it's still accessible. We've also added the ability to have animals as alters. Anxiety has never been quite as debilitating as we would have liked, so to put them more in line with other classes, we've added more quick time events and reduced their predictability. Just kidding. That wasn't one of them, but who knows when it's going to come. The first boss that defeats a PTSD player will be the same boss they have to fight over and over again, except it gets stronger and stronger every time. Even when the PTSD player will defeat it, it still comes back stronger. This is going to force PTSD players to have to rely on their allies in order to overcome the boss. We've increased the recovery time for Bipolar's Manic episode.
These fucking
Bipolar's
images are wild.
ability was just too strong. So the depressive recovery phase is now going to be about 25% longer. Tourette's players now have a buff that can spread Tourette's to other players. OCD players are no longer allowed to wash their hands. Antisocial personality disorder and narcissistic personality disorder have been too annoying to their enemies. So we've made both of them do increased damage to their teammates. Moving on to consumable items. The antidepressant consumable item has been deemed too effective, so we're going to be reducing its efficacy from 20% to 10. We're going to buff some classic 1.0 consumables though, like nicotine and alcohol, in order to balance this out for depression players. Antipsychotics have also been deemed too effective, so we're going to increase side effects across the board. Hopefully this should just be a full lobotomy. And we've decided to not tell you about post-SSRI erectile dysfunction. That's something that we hope the player base finds out for themselves. In terms of environmental hazards, we're going to reduce the incidences of PFAs causing autism, add leaded gasoline back into cars to hopefully increase violent behavior, and start scaling back on TikTok. TikTok has obviously increased our player base tremendously, but our servers just cannot handle all the new players right now. We hope you're as excited as we are for the 6.0 update. Our players are our #1 priority, and we couldn't have done this without you. We hope
a very funny way to get this information across.
Patch update creates metas we've never even dreamed of. Double depression, OCD with narcissism sprinkles, schizo-autism, post-traumatic Tourette's disorder, borderline anorexia, schizoid anxiety, accelerationism, dysphoria, anorexia, eats everybody. Internet addiction disorder, and then we remove it because everyone has it now. Dissociative identity disorder, and all of your alters have different mental illnesses. Autism. Fuck it, double autism.
To switch to another important press issue, media freedom issue, and certainly from the point of view of many issues around the world,
that was
interlocking with those two concerns, the freedom that was finally granted to Julian Assange after many, many years of persecution. And we are very honored to be joined here once again on the show to discuss everything coming now in the aftermath by Kevin Gostela, who is the curator of thedissenter.org and also the author of Guilty of Journalism, the political case against Julian Assange. Kevin, thanks so much for being with us.
Hey, Eugene, it's good to be with you. Although I must say, I'm a little disappointed.
Don't you guys feel fucking stupid now? The political case, he went to court. They said, you're fine, you can leave.
That Rania can't be here with us to chat because I so wanted to share this moment of celebration with her.
Yes, no, I agree. I mean, she's having a great time without us for sure. I won't say where she is for the audience.
She needs the vacation. I want her to enjoy herself. I know she's one of the hardest working journalists out there, as you do too.
Indeed. And as are you. And I hope that you're feeling great. I mean, you have done so much to help illuminate everything that has happened over the years vis-a-vis this persecution.
Person hanging out with PSL types? No, that wouldn't happen.
All that work.
Of Assange in so many different ways. And I guess maybe that's my first question for you here in this moment is how big is this moment really that Julian Assange has been freed?
Not really massive. That big. It really,
this is
everyone
a
forgot
testament to the movement that was organized by grassroots
what are you doing?
organizations, by campaigners and the Assange defense committees all over the world, journalist unions in Europe, press freedom organizations, civil liberties and human rights organizations that raise their voice. And then all of that.
Snowden, right?
What?
When you poll people, people don't know the difference between him and Snowden.
That is hilarious. I did not know that. That is honestly very funny.
Bubbled up. And we discussed this before. During the last year, we had the Australian government, a close ally of the US, demanding that Julian Assange be set free, that this case be brought to an end. And the former Prime Minister of Australia traveled to Washington, D.C. and lobbied directly Biden administration officials. There were meetings between Biden and Prime Minister Anthony Albanese where this was brought up consistently. The Australian High Commissioner, the most senior diplomat was on the charter flight when Julian Assange left from London to travel to Saipan. And I'm just, I couldn't even believe that this saga would come to an end in one of the U.S. territories or colonies that we have, that it was in this courtroom in Saipan that Julian Assange was declared a free man by a judge. And I'm not entirely sure, but I believe she's an indigenous person. It was quite an incredible moment to hear her oversee these proceedings, because you just wouldn't have had this kind of attitude from a judge if this had taken place in the Eastern District of Virginia outside of Washington, D.C. She said, "I hope that peace is restored for you, Julian Assange." And she also wished him a happy birthday because he turns 53 on July 3rd. And she said, this must be the first birthday in a long time that you won't be celebrating inside of a prison or some kind of limitation. He spent 14 years in some form of arbitrary detention, prison in Wandsworth, London, house arrest, Ecuador's London embassy for 7 years, and then 5 years in Belmarsh prison, known as Britain's Guantanamo.
I mean, really, it was an amazing saga. There were so many different elements. The CIA, I think, at one point plotting to kill him. I mean,
have you got a book you're trying to sell as well? Is that what's going on here?
No, he wrote.
He
wrote a book. He said he's the author of an Assange book.
Okay. I feel like there's so many fucking Assange books from Assange activists.
Sure.
Byzantine process.
Huh?
He's the best,
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's important to remind people again, and I think it's such a great opportunity that this is the ending of the case, but why he was targeted to such a degree, because they really, truly, literally went to the ends of the earth to try to silence Julian Assange and WikiLeaks.
Not really.
Okay, so shameless plug, but I'm going to shameless plug here. I'm very pleased that this is now a history book, but this was written by me. I worked on this. My publisher at Censored Press, which is part of Project Censored.
Did he just slurp the drink?
Made it possible. So my publisher at Censored Press, which is part of Project Censored, made it possible for me to do this book, Guilty of Journalism, the political case against Julian Assange, that lays out how this all started. And I'm sorry, I'm going to go off on a little tangent. He actually did plead guilty to journalism when he was in court. I had no idea that this was going to happen, but he was asked by the judge to articulate what he did. And he said, working with my source, I published information that the U.S. government claims was classified, that I understand the U.S. government says is a violation of the Espionage Act. I don't believe it was. I think it was protected by the First Amendment.
Doesn't matter.
But I see that the First Amendment is in contradiction with the Espionage Act. And so basically, he said in court that he committed journalism and he's guilty of journalism.
We still have more freedoms than any other country.
Absolutely true.
When it comes
happening.
to
Yep. And this is the reason that I wanted to set this up in the United States. There's a reason that I'm not setting it up in Australia or the UK or Europe.
In these proceedings that normally that's not what would have been said in court, but I think it also has something to do with the judge who was very lenient about how things were handled in these proceedings. So Julian Assange was able to express his discontent about facing this charge. How this all began? This all began in 2010 and 2011 when Julian Assange and WikiLeaks published Iraq and Afghanistan war logs, U.S. State Department cables, Guantanamo prisoner files, the collateral murder video that showed an Apache helicopter.
We know this. What's the actual point here? What are they talking about? This is what I'm confused about. What is the discussion here?
Oh, just to remind you that
hacking
did these bad things.
Reuters journalists in Baghdad gunning down innocent Iraqi civilians, one of them in a van trying to rescue the wounded Reuters employees.
Uh-huh.
And there were rules of engagement files as well that went along with this. So you could tell clearly that it was a war crime in Baghdad that was committed. Chelsea Manning provided the material to WikiLeaks, endured great suffering. She ended up having her sentence commuted by Barack Obama. Julian Assange was not charged initially, but again, he went through this lawfare. He went through this targeting by the US government. People who were associates of WikiLeaks were targeted regularly. And then he entered the Ecuador embassy in London in 2012. Rafael Correa granted asylum. Rafael Correa, a great anti-imperialist opponent of the United States.
Okay.
And then
we know exactly where
you had him in this embassy. And by 2017, with Donald Trump in office, the Justice Department was ready to go after and prosecute. Mike Pompeo at the CIA was out for vengeance because they published CIA hacking materials, and they were putting the entire embassy under total surveillance. They had sketched war plans, reportedly, according to a Yahoo News article that had more than 30 different sources from the Trump administration and U.S. intelligence agencies. They were plotting to kidnap or rendition Julian Assange to the United States, poison him, go so far as to assassinate him. And he ended up then through a pressure campaign being forced out of the embassy. He was arrested on April 11th, 2019. I believe what you're showing there on the screen. He was put into a...
He got to live in prison through all of COVID? Crazy.
Police van by British authorities, and then he was brought to Belmarsh, where he lived in conditions 23 hours a day.
Belmarsh?
22 to 23 hours a day. He was very, very isolated. And I mean, this was harsh. And also, there's a story that a lot of people don't really know, but there was a person there, an LGBTQ person who was there who I understand he was gay and did not want to be deported back to Jair Bolsonaro's Brazil. He was a tenor. Julian Assange enjoyed listening to him sing. In fact, the UK government refused to give him protection and asylum. So he took his life. He committed suicide not far from where Julian Assange was being held. And this was a tragedy that Julian Assange had to endure. Julian Assange survived the COVID-19 pandemic in prison, deadly for so many prisoners around the world. Okay, but now he's free. And we can talk about what the precedent is for press freedom, but by and large, this is a major defeat for the CIA, the FBI, the National Security Division of the Justice Department, because I think through punishment by process, they would have been happy if Julian Assange had died in prison, and they would have been happy if they never had to deal with Julian Assange again. The last thing they ever wanted after putting so much energy and time into this was to see Julian Assange walk onto a plane and fly to freedom.
Yeah, well, I think that's a very good point, and I think we should talk about the precedent that's set. I mean, I know that there's some saying, well, he did plead guilty, but, I thought Stella Assange also spoke to this, saying that in many ways, one of the factors she thinks contributed to him being released is that the government was afraid to test the First Amendment defense that could, if he won, then sort of obliterate the Espionage Act's ability to intimidate journalists. It's almost like he
could have went to court to begin with under the First Amendment and been fine.
Oh shit. Okay, this is an actual thing that happened.
Oh yeah, they're going to kill himself, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Oh, we can't say that word on YouTube.
Brazil 97, released from jail October 27th. Home Office ordered the prison to keep him in custody while they decided whether to deport him. Inquest heard Santos, who said he was gay and had been disavowed by his family because of his sexuality. Is that in Brazil?
Sure. There's a lot of Catholic stuff.
Isn't Brazil... Don't they do, like, the biggest gay thing?
That doesn't mean that there's not conservatives there.
Sure, but it's like... I mean... disavowed by his family doesn't seem like a. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't seem like that's an immediate risk to his life. Like the cops aren't going to go out and, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's because that when I'm thinking, if I'm thinking in the mindset of the nation state, why would I consider family disavowing him as a threat to his life? He can just not see his family, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we're thinking from the nation state, so I don't see, unless there's state persecution, which in Brazil especially, well, maybe under Bolsonaro, maybe. What would I imagine Bolsonaro's gay policies were probably pretty shit, right? Let's look that up. Bolsonaro.
Well, maybe I'm just retweeting all the tweeties.
Removing LGBT concerns from the responsibilities of human rights ministries. Bolsonaro did not name any agency to consider such things. He strongly criticized what he called gender-based ideology. Okay. Yeah, okay, maybe there might have been an issue there. But maybe I still don't think it would have been enough for the British government to consider it a reason to keep the guy. I don't know. The story,
There's, I guess, two sides to that coin.
Seems like there's more to this story.
How do you see it?
Whoa.
Something happened. The High Court of Justice actually
More to the
did
story from PSL
something
guys.
good for Julian Assange back in May. They granted an appeal hearing, and it was going to be on a narrow issue, but it was going to be about the First Amendment. And the fact that the U.S. government was saying so clearly that because he's an Australian citizen with no ties to the United States, he has no First Amendment rights. And because the High Court of Justice believed
like they can
he should
say
be
that,
able
but like
to
seriously,
make-
imagine getting to court and arresting people in other countries for their speech and being American.
Yeah. There's no fucking way that
There's
would
no
hold.
fucking way this guy would have went down for like any longer than Chelsea Manning did.
Yeah.
some kind of claim that he had First Amendment rights to protect him from this Espionage Act prosecution. They said, well, he's prejudiced due to his nationality. He would be, because any U.S. citizen would have much more ability to challenge, at least in my position. I'm going to take the position of Julian Assange because I could be. The journalist who is an American would have more ability.
That's a hysterical.
It could be any of us, bro. You speak out against the U.S. government, and you could be next, bro.
The imperial cause strong.
Invoke the First Amendment than somebody who is a foreigner. For I know that's kind of crude to say, but someone who is not from the United States would have a difficult time, a much more difficult time. And under extradition law, you are supposed to have equal access to any defenses that are typically available to citizens of that state. And you're not to extradite somebody if they will be prejudiced. That made the U.S. government reconsider how aggressively they were pursuing Julian Assange. I think they were afraid of what would happen with this proceeding because his own attorney.
The aggression. I guess under Trump that was accelerated because Trump's a fucking whack job, of course.
Yes.
Barry Pollock, as well as an Australian attorney, Jen Robinson, they both said that was when the Justice Department returned to the negotiating table and was more serious about a plea deal. And they offered so many incredible things. I never would have imagined they would have offered Julian Assange, Eugene. They said that we will not prosecute you. They put this in writing, by the way, for people who are like, how are they going to enforce this? They put this in a court document that has a force that he cannot be prosecuted for anything he did prior to this plea deal. Nothing. There can be no criminal charges brought further. I know there are people who say he's now in Australia. What if they tried to indict?
Yeah, that's like a basic thing in the U.S., isn't it?
Yes. Why are we selling this like it's like they can't get him any more than anything that he's done? He has complete immunity for his crimes.
him and go through Australia to try to extradite him to the United States. They can't, and unless he engages in more journalism after this, which he might choose to do. There are no criminal cases to be pursued.
The absolute shitstorm that's going to happen if this cunt starts fucking shilling disinformation. Oh my God. Like on the regular,
That might
on
be
Twitter.
all part of the plan.
Jesus fucking Christ. The shitstorm of people who are going to be like, Julian Assange said it. I don't give a shit.
Also, there's no gag order. He can talk about anything that happened with this case. There's no prison time. There's no supervised release or probation. Australia is not imposing any restrictions on Julian Assange. And then, beyond that, the U.S. government, basically decided that they were not going to get him for publishing information. They weren't going to get him for the password cracking.
Get it?
That they're
not
alleged with Chelsea Manning. They just got him on a conspiracy
charge. You
charge.
already said it. No double jeopardy. We fucking get it. I thought the hair was just for the debate. No, it's going to be a thing now because it's just like the cat ears. It's just something that for them to try to insult, and then we laugh at them for trying. Like I did this
that means
to antagonize you, bro, and you walked into it.
Gene, as you know about the justice system in the U.S., is that he was coerced into accepting a plea deal so he could walk free. Do we know how many people in this country every day by the thousands accept plea deals because they just want their freedom? They're going to confess to something they never did just so they can walk out of prison.
Yeah, no, I think it's an incredibly, incredibly important point, and I think the work you've done on this has been incredibly important, and we'll still keep pushing forward around everything that has been revealed about the potential attacks on press freedom. But Kevin Gostela, curator of thedissenter.org and author of Guilty of Journalism, The Political Case Against Julian Assange, thank you so much.
Did it die? What is happening? Nothing is working? Hello?
Oh no. Oh no. It don't work. It was broken. It broken.
What is going on? Okay.
You have no internet as you're streaming.
What? StreamYard is saying that I can't. Can you create a marker?
Hang on. Marker created.
Weird. What the fuck is going on?
Send to me. I play it for now. Well, like I was just saying, Trump was the one going after him. It was like all the examples he was giving was Trump's admin. And like the people are talking about poisoning him. I guarantee you that it was discussed because it's the CIA. They would discuss it. And then normally a rational president would be like, no, we can't do something like that. But Trump was like, that's great.
I sent it to you.
Yeah. Trump is like a sock puppet human. What are we on? What are we doing now? What do you want me to do
Third
now?
video. We're onto the cope.
I do it.
Did you see Trump last night? My guess, he said, I mean it sincerely, a new record for the most lies told in a single debate.
Uh-huh.
He lied about the great economy he created.
I can't hear a thing. I don't know about other people.
Millions of people. He closed businesses. He closed
What?
It's playing very slowly. I don't know if it's just me.
schools, losing their
I'm gonna
homes,
restart my
people all over
computer.
this country.
Okay.
America's flat on its back. So I told Trump that he was just one of two presidents in American history who left office with fewer jobs than he started.
Where was this guy during the
Herbert Hoover was
debate?
the other
That's what
one.
everyone's saying.
That's why I call him Donald Herbert Hoover Trump.
Like, did he not have his nap beforehand? Like, I don't get it. And the fact that they
then he
drilled
lied about
so
how
much
great
for
he
the
was
debate,
for veterans.
like they drilled nonstop for days to prep for that debate. Like, and Biden is like actually like a really good, like he's really good at debates. I don't understand what happened. I really don't. And honestly, maybe he was on drugs. That might have been the problem. He had some NyQuil beforehand or something.
But then I told him how he had called a veteran and had given their lives in the country in World War I and refused to go to the grave sites. He called them suckers and losers. He tried to deny it. But let me ask you, are you going to believe a 4-star Marine general, his own former chief of staff, John Kelly, who said he said that? Or the disgraced, defeated and lying Donald Trump? My son was one of those people. Not a World War, but in the folks, look, how about the fact that 44 how about the fact that's okay. How about the fact that 40 out of his 44 top advisors, including the vice president, aren't supporting him this time around? The people who know him best, 40 of them said, I will not support the man I work for this time around. It tells you a lot about the person who knows him. Look, he lied about how great he was on crime. I had to remind him that he oversaw a record increase in murder rates in 2020. On my watch, violent crime has hit a 50-year low. There's more to do with a 50-year low. And then I pointed out that the only convicted criminal on the stage last night was Donald Trump. When I thought about his 34 felony convictions, his sexual assault on a woman in a public place, his being fined $400 million for business fraud, I thought to myself, Donald Trump isn't just a convicted felon. Donald Trump is a one-man crime wave.
Well, I'm the crime family.
And he's got more trials. He's got more trials coming up. Well, time for that. Look, the thing that bothers me maybe most about him, he has no respect for women or the law. He doesn't. And then his biggest lie, he lied about how he had nothing to do with the insurrection of January 6th. We all saw with our own eyes. We watched it on television. We saw thousands in his direction attack the Capitol. We saw police being attacked, the Capitol being ransacked, the mob hunting for Speaker Pelosi, gallows literally set up for Mike Pence. And then he told them as he sat in the dining room, the private dining room, one door off my Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching the TV. He did not a single thing to stop it. Nothing. Nothing at all. And now he wants to pardon all those convicted and criminals. But folks, for all his lies, we learned some important truths about Donald Trump last night. We learned he's still proud of being the person who killed Roe v. Wade. We learned he's still proud about the pain and cruelties inflicted on America's women. We learned he still believes that politicians, not doctors and women, should make decisions about a woman's health. We learned that if he's elected again and the MAGA Republicans pass a national ban on abortion, he will sign it. Donald Trump says he thinks overturning Roe v. Wade was a beautiful thing. I think it was a nightmare. No, I really mean it, a nightmare. And I made it clear again last night that if you elect me and Kamala, you give us a Democratic Congress, we will make Roe v. Wade the law of the land again.
I think this is the issue. This is the one. This is what they should hit this hard. This is the issue that they need to really go hard on.
Yeah, I mean that's why they're trying to roll Kamala out to really go hard on it too. So that way they're trying to rebuild the K-hive.
Yes, yeah. Like they really need to drive focus here. It's a really smart decision by them.
He continued to lie. He said, I quadruple taxes. Where the hell has he been? Which is a simple lie. I didn't raise a tax on anyone in America if they made less than $400,000 a year. And I won't in my second term either. We learned that Trump, who had the largest deficit of any president in 4 years because of a $2 trillion tax cut to the super wealthy, we learned that Trump wants to give another giant tax cut for the very wealthy and the biggest corporations. This time, $5 trillion, not a joke, $5 trillion. To pay for it, he's going to cut Medicare and Social Security. He'll cut health care. He'll do it all with millions of working middle-class Americans all pay for another tax cut for the very wealthy. Then, to add insult to injury, he wants to raise taxes on the average family $2,500 a year. What amounts to a new 10% sales tax on all products imported in America. That's his new plan for food, coffee, candy bars, and so much more. It's going to raise the taxes on the average family $2,500 a year. And most dangerously, though, we learned that Donald Trump will not respect this year's election outcome. He's still not respecting the last time out. Well, think about it. Every court in Newnan ruled that it was a fair election. He's still denying it, still telling lies. 3 times, Trump was asked last night by the moderators, would he respect the election results if he lost this time? 3 times he refused to answer. 3 times. Folks, Donald Trump refused to accept the results in 2020. We all saw what happened on January the 6th. It's a direct consequence of that. It was an international embarrassment. By the way, as I go to these international meetings, I know every major world leader. And I literally, because I've been around, as you might have noticed. But they asked me, did he really mean this? Was this real? It caused a constitutional crisis and international embarrassment. Now, Trump is making it clear that if he doesn't win this time, there will be, in his words, bloodshed. No president has ever said anything like that. No president. His words, not mine.
I think they might have said it.
We're going to let Donald Trump attack our democracy again. I don't think so. Folks.
This is cringe.
Folks.
It's Biden, of course it is.
We've come a long way. We've come a long way from the mess that Donald Trump left us. We came out of the pandemic. We're a long way from where Donald Trump telling us to inject bleach in our skin, that COVID is not that dangerous. Today, we have the strongest economy in the world without exception. 15 million new jobs. 800,000 manufacturing jobs. Unemployment under 4% for a record 2 years in a row. Historic Black and Hispanic unemployment down. Historic creation of small businesses in Black and all communities across the nation, particularly in rural areas. Historic economic growth. Inflation has dropped from 9% to 3% and is still going down. I know we have more to do to get prices down. We have to take on corporate greed. They're making twice the profit they were before the pandemic. We got to make housing more affordable, provide child care, make the tax code fair. 16 Nobel winners of the economic Nobel Prize have looked at my economic plan this week. They've issued a report. And Trump's plan. Here's what they concluded. They said that my plan would continue to grow the economy and bring down inflation. 16 Nobel laureates. And that Trump's plan would send the nation into recession and inflation soaring through the roof. But don't take my word for it. Folks, let me close with this. I know I'm not a young man.
Please clap.
Thank you. Well, I know.
5 more minutes of this. You ready to think it works for you?
They're like fucking seals. Crazy. Cheer on command. Fucking hell.
It's just like I've heard it all, you know? Like can we go back to that fucking speech under the bridge? That was a good one. Like fuck the State of the Union. That under the bridge speech might have been one of his better ones.
Yeah.
At the White House. Peter, any initial reaction? Obviously, the White House is going to say he did fine, but any thoughts of people you've talked to?
I heard them all screaming back there.
Well, a lot of the talk ahead of this debate
whore.
was Donald Trump accusing Joe Biden of taking Adderall to be topped up. It didn't sound like Adderall. It sounded like he needed Benadryl, because now the initial reaction from Democrats, Jackie Heinrich just sent a group of us on a Fox internal email chain. She talked to a well-connected Democratic source who said the House.
Yeah, that's because people are stupid. Because people were listening. They weren't listening. They wanted to. They wanted their emotions.
I really think that's the analysis. Is like people like even Pod Save America. It was in shambles because of the debate. It's one debate, y'all. It's like
calling you out.
There's no evidence that any presidential debate has ever fucking done anything.
Yeah.
Like Trump was Trump was able to keep staying on point. He kept bringing it back to migrants. Yeah, that means he's a fucking idiot, though.
Yeah, he was dodging questions. He was not doing anything. He was just doing what he does at normal speeches. He wasn't debating. He was reciting lines.
And the Senate are going to be the Republicans for now. Everyone is freaking out. He, the president, needs to go, but there's no way to replace him unless he agrees. And we got a couple more quotes from Pat Ward, who is our senior editorial producer here at the White House. He says one Democratic source tells Fox, not good, and another Democratic source tells Fox, I am in shock. Two people who work with the campaign in Wilmington told me during the debate when I asked, what's wrong with the president's voice tonight? They said he has a cold. But at no point in the run-up to this did they say he had a cold. In fact, they were posting videos of him drinking water, like a dark Brandon water, in the elevator at the venue to say that was his performance enhancer. Nothing about a cold. And we understand that his schedule the next couple days is going to be packed. He's going directly from the...
You mean they didn't outwardly tell the other person that he was going to come out sounding sick? Crazy. Who'd have thunk it?
Debate to North Carolina for some campaign events, and then to New York for some fundraisers. If he is actually sick, you would think that they would take him down because he is having a hard time speaking and it's possibly contagious. We have not heard about any scheduled changes yet.
Peter, we're being told that the vice president is going to be out.
He doesn't have a cold.
Media.
This guy is like two people who I just
here.
spoke to told
She's welcome
me that.
Anytime.
Yes.
Okay, not a source. Not even a good source or a bad source. It's just not a source. Second, all right, he was not sick because later that night he was speaking fine. Like, I don't know what exactly happened. I'm sure it has a lot to do with his age. Maybe he just woke up from a nap because it's definitely like the first 10 to 20 minutes where it's really bad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But then like everything that I think, maybe it just takes a little time to wake up because he's a grandpa, He's a grandpa's grandpa. I don't know.
Madam Vice President.
Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all
Yeah, so the commies were freaking out because they were like, he answered every question. Like they were like acting like, did you all not see? Like
The Trump didn't. That's the point.
so like as cringe and as dumb as this is, it's his fucking wife. Like, what do we expect?
Yeah.
Where's Donald's wife? As Erdogan would say, where's your wife? No, he said it to Elon Musk. Because Elon Musk doesn't like have a wife, right?
No,
and Erdogan
not
is
really.
like, "Where's your wife?"
Mm.
Like Erdogan was like problematic with him, being like, "Are you a homo here? Where's the woman that you're supposed to be with?"
You're a billionaire. Where is your haggle of women?
Yeah, no. I'm dead serious.
Yeah, that's totally an attitude I'd expect from him.
And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do? Why?
Oh my
Cringe.
god,
Yes.
bro!
Cringe.
Is this it?
I swear this.
Can we get to some more? Come on! No, we're not going to Twitter right now.
Is reacting to tonight's debate performance.
The real
should look
Don
up-
Keith, okay, whoever that is.
No, epic.
Wow, would you believe it? That guy was actually Sebastian Gorka. See, he's verified.
Hold on. No, that actually is Gorka's account.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, that actually was.
I was gonna say that's fucking hysterical.
This guy.
Why am I getting Warhammer recommendations right now?
I don't know. So this guy is an American patriot, host of Real Beef with Don Keith.
That's
Pretty
a good name, though.
It is.
It should be a cooking show.
Vision is going to have major implications for
Yeah,
other.
no. See, here's what he's fucking up. Okay, he needs to turn this into a political cooking show. You know what I'm saying? Like he needs to cook a recipe. Well, like
Talking
there's this guy. He does like movie like reviews, right? But he's just knitting the whole time.
That's hysterical.
Well, he talks about it. And like all his Patreons that pay, there's like a quilt behind him. They each get a patch, so he's making their
That's
as
awesome
he's the video, right?
That's awesome. Okay, that's really cool. I'm more curious about who this person is.
They're all verified.
Christian, Reformed, 1689, conservative. Sola Gratia, Sola Christus, Sola Scriptura, Sol Deo Gloria, Sola Fide. Sounds fascist. Let's see what he posts. The whole point of Hebrew 5 is that we don't have priests like that anymore.
What?
Okay. No, I'm just having a look at this weird.
I'm just posting this chinchilla video. I forgot to
Christian person. Okay. Yeah, they not the best source. Where's here? Yeah,
Not the best source.
Yeah. Really digging deep on those Twitter replies. By the way, this is Murdoch.
This was already a talking point before the debate. It was amplified as
I
well,
know.
Not just in a cognitive sense. Plenty of discussion online about this footage of the First Lady, Jill Biden, helping her 81-year-old husband.
People who sit on their phone who
offstage.
weren't
You can
actually
see
listening.
Yeah.
Pretty small steps there, but having to be helped off. He clearly needed assistance to descend those steps. To
Oh, yeah,
keep
but
the
he...
two
Yeah,
going up is
he has a
fine.
fucking
After
shit
that,
hip.
I'm sure that'll be...
Oh, does he actually?
Biden, yeah, his hip is fucked up. The dude is like 100 years old.
Images played as well. Let's get more reaction.
I swear to God, Biden should be like, where was the moderation, fuckhead?
CNN reporter Julia Benbrook has been good enough to join us live. Julia, thank you very much for your time. I know it's late over there. First of all, how are people, the voters, reacting to tonight's debate performance?
Well, it'll be interesting to see what the reaction is like tomorrow. These two candidates came into this debate essentially tied in nationwide polls, but we are hearing some.
Apparently the moderators don't moderate either. Because moderating would be making sure they stay on topic and on question, which Trump literally never did. I maybe once? Maybe there might have been one point that he stayed on topic.
I'm kind of mad they didn't give him an Israel question.
Yes, because he dodged the question and they just moved on because there was no moderation.
Reaction. There are some Democratic Party officials who have privately expressed concern.
It's just like the policy thing. Like Biden is able to cite policy, but like it's weird because it's somebody who was already president before, right? But like you're supposed to, when you're challenging the incumbent, you're supposed to go into debate with all the policies you're going to do.
Yes.
Yeah, but like what does that mean? How is that different than Biden's policy, honestly, at this point? Yeah, that was funny. I think we missed that one when he calls him a Palestinian.
Mm-hmm.
He says Biden is a Palestinian.
Yeah, I don't remember that at all.
That's one we missed, I think.
About Biden's performance in this debate, citing some of those.
I think we were more concerned with the fact that Trump dodged the question.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't go back to it.
Key moments that he had. There was an interview with Vice President Kamala Harris on CNN shortly after the debate, where she said it's not about these 90 minutes. It's about the last 3.5 years of work that their
it's
administration
almost like
has
that's
done
on our list to talk about. Crazy.
Oh no, he called him Brandon.
Oh
wow.
no.
Oh no, that's crazy.
He also, the fact that Trump, I also expected more insults from Trump. I'm disappointed that Biden was the only one actually throwing insults.
I'm actually glad that it was that way, to be completely honest, because they were also used sparingly.
I know, but I want to hear the Trump insults and the zingers.
Yeah, especially it was a weak one too. Like just calling him Brandon, so boring.
I think he tried to do it again too. I think
he did.
Twice.
He did it twice. You know who else calls Biden Brandon? Biden.
Yeah.
Like, what is this?
I think you were right about having that he could have pulled out the glasses and put them on, and that would have been.
It would have been
also
hysterical.
I was watching Pod Save America cope about it, right? Because they were like in shambles, and they were talking about how like they should have made Biden aware that his face was on screen the whole time. I don't remember like talking about him like looking lost. We were just nonstop laughing at Biden's facial reactions because
we were laughing at it.
They're like he looks old and confused. Yeah, he's listening to Donald Trump talk about nothing, guys.
Like this is more to our point that nobody was actually listening to the debate. Because if they were listening, they would realize while Trump was speaking is when he was making these faces. He was either looking down, writing notes, or listening and being like, what is this idiot talking about? It was very, very transparent what was going on there.
Bro, we watched it. We watched the debate. We saw it. Okay, that's why we're talking about it. Okay?
Even Jon Stewart fucked it up. And
I know,
was like,
right?
Oh, facial expressions. Like, were you listening? Nobody listened.
Because everyone's just on their phones at the same time.
Yeah, also because everybody is too obsessed with having their emotions appeased and having or they need to speak proper, right? It's why people were so enamored by Obama as well. It's like, oh my god, a black guy speaking like that. That's crazy. It's the same
It's true.
attitude.
It's true,
the same
though.
fucking
It's true, though.
attitude. It's
It
like,
is
oh,
true.
they're old. If they're talking like old people, oh no, panic, right? It's that. It's the literal same fucking mentality.
He was timed. He was on a timer, and he
Yeah.
respected the timer and shut up when they did it.
Yes.
They even
He admitted-
referenced the time multiple times, saying you still have this
Mhm.
many seconds. They can see
Yep.
the timers too. Like it's like they're able to see how much time
Yes,
they have
yes.
left. Which is funny that he went. And another thing, knowing he had 0 seconds left at that one point.
That he got off to a quote slow start.
Yeah, you think slow
Yeah.
start?
I kind of like
Slow
his finger
start.
guns at the start though.
Did he do finger guns?
He did finger guns.
Okay, and in terms of the standout moments, what did you see them as this evening?
Well, there were quite a few. They talked about everything from serious topics like abortion rights to their golf game. These two were also asked about their age. They're only a few years apart. Now, it's typically
Biden compared Trump to Hitler. And Trump was like,
Trump did not refute it. He
yeah,
just
Trump was
nodded.
just he
That
did
was
the
And
that was a
talking,
good
if
point.
we're talking
Good-
about all the
good
expressions
point,
and
man.
stuff, Trump was constantly being like, he's got a good point in his facial expressions.
It was so fucking funny.
I don't know. It's weird.
Biden's
You're
age.
watching
They
a
get
Democrat
You know what?
coup against Joe
You
Biden. his
might
entire
actually have a
administration.
point. You might actually have a point. That might be happening.
That would be cool.
I'm here for it.
discussed, but they would both be the oldest president on their swearing in day. And so both of them tried to say, yes, I'm fit for office. I am ready to go. When it comes to abortion rights, that had been a key part of Biden's reelection campaign. He says that he wants to codify parts of Roe v. Wade. Trump, on the other hand, is proud of the fact that Roe v. Wade was overturned and spoke about the 3 conservative Supreme Court justices that he appointed. On immigration, they both say that the border should be more secure, but
Do you know about the
Trump
arm to
says that
boob
Biden's not
ratio?
doing enough.
What?
Arm to boob ratio?
No. Why would I fucking know about this?
No. It's you'll understand when I show it to you.
Okay.
And Biden says that Trump, in part, tried to stop a bipartisan agreement that they had to strengthen the border.
So, like,
They are 2 very different candidates.
you've probably seen this thing with this girl when they go, "Hey, can I smash?" Right? But this reaction is like legitimately funny because they pull up the comments after.
Hey, can I smash? These comments never make sense to me. It's like, what are you going to do? Shove your dick through the computer screen? How is that going to work? Like, are you going to fly me out? Are you going to fly me to wherever it is you live? Are you going to drive over here? Like, how does that even work? I don't understand why people say that. You know, I just don't feel like you're actually committed to the smash. You don't need to come to my house. Come on over here. I dare you. Are you going to show up? Huh? I'm waiting. TikTok. Time to fuck.
I don't think she wants to do that, Aaron. I think if she posted her address, someone would actually show up.
Yeah, and it
come to
would
fuck.
become very scary.
But I like the line, TikTok, time to TikTok.
I think it should be TikTok dick o'clock.
November. Oh my god.
What?
I mean, look at her tit to arm ratio. I would totally
Tit to arm ratio. I've never heard of it. That is very interesting. I understand now what turns men on now. It's the ratio between the arms and the I always thought it was the ratio between the and the head, Ginny. I got it wrong.
Oh.
What about their preparation? How did that differ?
What's with their weird fucking music? This is some weird. Sky News is strange.
So here's the thing. I think that poster may have been in on the joke because that's not the original tit to arm ratio video.
Okay.
They posted my content on Reddit. It went viral on Reddit apparently, and somebody was like, "Wow, she has a great to arm ratio." I was like, "I have never heard that before in my life." Like, to arm ratio? Thanks, I guess. Yeah, Reddit famous. I don't know how much that's helped my stream, but if you can't
see, but that's not funny. It's just her commenting that it happened. The other
Yeah.
video was actually funny, and that's why you open with it when you talk about the tit to arm ratio.
So very different preparation, very different performances, very different candidates. You had Biden.
This is not what I want from Sky News. I want the psycho bitch that fucking just talks like Alex Jones. That's fun.
Anna Navarro,
Boring.
you heard those voters' concerns. Even if President Biden
Finally.
keeps up the energy
Don't do
out there on the
fucking
campaign
golf
trail as he clearly
references.
did today,
Yes.
is that enough to overcome the rough debate performance that was seared into Americans' minds last night?
Seared.
We don't know the answer to that, but the bottom line is that the Biden
Seared.
campaign has no wiggle room left, right? Look, he
It's
can't
just a
have
debate,
another
dude.
performance like he did last night. He needs to have a lot
Damn,
more
they're cooking him.
performances like he did today in that rally in North Carolina. Right now, as we speak, he's here in New York for the commemoration of
No way.
Stonewall. He's got a gala this evening that I'm attending, so I'll be able to tell you what he was like there. And it's hard to reconcile the Biden we saw at that debate stage. He had a terrible night. It was disturbing and worrisome. It was painful. I agree with those voters. With the Biden we've seen since, just an hour after the debate, he was at a Waffle House and being a completely different person. At 2 a.m, he was greeting supporters at the rally in Durham Airport and was completely different than at the debate. Today, he's been completely different. I mean, to me, it's rather inexplicable.
Kristen Soltis Anderson is here with me
I think they
in the
mistimed his
Situation Room.
dosage, you know?
Democratic.
So it's like, because for me, like if I take Adderall, it takes it takes an hour,
Mhm.
and then I feel like I'm gonna shit my pants all of a sudden. So that's how I know
Yeah.
it's kicked in, because my tummy hurts, right? So they got that extended release, but maybe he has other medications that delay the effects of his Adderall.
Maybe.
So you got the slow ramping up of his Adderall kicking in throughout the debate.
Mm-hmm.
They mistimed the dosage. That's my
Yeah.
that. Come on, what else? What else could it be?
I don't know. There is no other explanation, I guess. None that I can think of.
I'm willing to
Leaders,
hear
as
him.
you know, Kristen, they're clearly rallying around President Biden right now, including the former president, Barack Obama, who issued a statement saying this: bad debate nights happen. Trust me, I know. But this election is still a choice between someone who has fought for ordinary folks his entire life and someone who only cares about himself. Last night didn't change that, and it's why so much is at stake in November. Is the Democratic Party seemingly out of touch right now?
This decision to circle the wagons around President Biden less than 24 hours after the complete debacle of last night is somewhat baffling to me. In some ways, it seems like an extreme vote of no confidence in the entire rest of the party and Vice President Harris to pick up the reins and run in the face of what was truly disastrous. And it's possible that voters walk away from last night and it doesn't actually change the race. But fundamentally, by saying, oh, this was just a bad night, this was just a one-off, maybe he can recover, assumes that voters did not go into last night already assuming that Joe Biden has lost a step and is perhaps not capable of being commander in chief. And yet in every poll that I've seen, that is the worst criteria on which he does, that he has the stamina and energy and coherence to be the president. He did nothing to allay those concerns last night. I do not understand why the Democratic Party is not breaking the emergency glass
He had
right
a much
now.
better speech today, though.
I'm sure that
I
he will
fucking
have his
hate
ups
these
and
people.
downs, but last night, 90 minutes, unvarnished, told a very revealing story.
Karen Finney, the Biden campaign
fucking hate
publicly
these
says
people.
they aren't going to change their strategy at all post-debate. Is that
You know what would be hysterical is if they purposefully tank the first couple debates.
There's only going to be two. The next one's in September.
Seriously? Only
Yeah.
two?
Yeah, the next one is in September,
Mm.
right before the election.
Interesting.
Who's going to be uncommitted in September, bro?
Yeah. You're not convincing anyone at that point.
That a mistake?
Probably. I mean, look, I'm going to stipulate to the facts that last night was not good. But I will also say that does not also change the fact that Donald Trump spent 90 minutes lying. And what we have heard from voters is that was troubling to them
this
as
is an
well.
okay take.
I mean, I think we're
basically
we have to wait
like
and
what
see.
Wolflitzer said is basically the only thing that I've heard from people. There is like one functioning brain cell in our zeitgeist at this point, and it's that take. Like nobody even cares what Trump said. It's wild. I don't know.
Yeah.
If the fundamentals of this race changes, we knew going into last night that voters were unhappy with their choices. It may be that is exactly
no
where
shit.
they
Nobody
remain
wants
today.
these two idiots.
Look, I think they should think about what changes need to be made, and particularly in advance of a second debate.
no other race
you know,
could be
some
so
of the
unexciting that a
answers,
candidate
that
like
the president
RFK
gave
could get as much support as he is.
Honest,
Because I will say, at least RFK is excited at this point.
Talk about these issues numerous times and be very facile on the issue. So I was surprised. But I disagree a little bit, though, with this idea that Democrats shouldn't be circling the wagons. He's our nominee. He's our candidate.
What does that mean?
That's our job.
Do you know what
And I
circling
would
the
not want to
wagons
be in a
means?
foxhole with any of the people who,
Isn't that a term that's
were
supposed to be
clutching their
outdated?
pearls
Didn't we
all
like
of a
look
sudden.
up
and-
something that
Yes,
said that?
actually, yes. It's on the banned terms list. Yes.
Oh, it was from what
You
was
know,
that
that's
from?
not how
Like a
elections-
fucking like Harvard like study or something?
Yeah, it was one of the. It was something like that in like the middle of the ultra woke lib thing.
work, and I think we
Yeah,
got to
but
stand
who made
behind our
that
guy
list?
until and
It
if
was
he
like
tells us
suggesting
he's going to do something else,
other
which he
words
hasn't.
that may be
Brad
less
Todd is with us
offensive.
as well. Brad,
Who made that?
Maybe.
That's what it is.
I don't
Oh,
know.
you don't
Yeah, I know.
remember
I know
enough?
what you're talking about, but I don't remember what it is.
Mm.
I don't because it's not relevant. It's stupid. It's fucking.
Anyway,
it should be forgotten
anyway,
to time.
clearly a racist.
our CNN fact-checking team, as you well know, did some serious fact-checking.
I bet
and we
they
discovered
did.
that Trump lied at least 30 times in a 90-minute debate. That would be one lie every 3 minutes or so if you average it out. That may have worked with his base, with his MAGA base, but how does that impact swing voters?
No,
and
we
undecided
know.
voters?
But
Well, I mean, Joe
we
Biden
have a
said he
video
defeated
where it was
Medicare
like
last night.
going. It was like some like woke nonsense video. Where like people are taking woke nonsense that like some college kid wrote or something way too seriously. It was like suggested. It was just like maybe terms that might be offensive and like suggestions on how to mitigate them and stuff. It wasn't like an actual document or like an actual like thing that a company was doing or anything. It was just like a research paper. And so like you're gonna put as much in there as you can for your fucking grade, you know? It was something like that.
Night. He also said he had a golf handicap under 10. I mean, I don't think that veracity was on display in the Biden presentation last night. And let's not forget, he had problems
Can we
before last
shut
night.
up
He had a
about the fucking
38%
golf
job
handicap
approval last
shit?
night. Karen suggests this didn't
For
change the
God's
trajectory of the race, but Democrats needed it to change the trajectory of the race. Joe Biden's been heading for defeat before this debate, and now that he just verified a lot of the things that voters already believe about him.
Let me go back to Anna Navarro. Anna, President Biden says the stakes of this election are
Good thing
American
the uncommitted
democracy
voters
itself.
don't watch
If
CNN
voters start
or the
losing
debate.
confidence in him after this debate, wouldn't they be putting the country at risk by staying in the race?
You know, I don't think Joe Biden believes that. And I don't think Jill Biden believes that. Unlike Donald Trump, Joe Biden's wife was actually there. And I think that if they actually believe there was something seriously wrong,
she said Trump's wife doesn't love it.
They would say something different because they do believe in putting party over their own ambition. And I would say to Kristen this idea of why are Democrats circling the wagons? I have the same question about people supporting Trump. How in the world could Republicans be circling the wagon against a convicted felon, twice impeached, who has to pay billions of dollars in fraud judgments, who we now know slept with a porn star. First time we hear it mentioned in a on a debate stage. I mean, it's so I think it's a question and it's a binary choice, and that hasn't changed. It's a question about a very old, good man and a slightly less old, very bad man. And those are the choices that America has.
What do you think, Kristen?
I think that it is true that these are two very old men who are very flawed. At the same time, I think
Oh my God,
Republicans winning
shut
and
up.
choosing their nominee clear-eyed. They know all the nonsense about Donald Trump, and they said
men.
the White House and the
They're
Biden
just
campaign have misled
all
and
of us.
gaslit voters, including Democratic voters, about the condition of the president for months
None
now.
of us are
And so
GM.
now Democratic voters, having concluded their primary process but not yet formally selected their nominee, really need to have a conversation about what information didn't we have a few months ago that we now have, and need to know if are they going to make a different choice now.
Kristen, a few months ago, we didn't have the information that Donald Trump was a convicted felon. The guy got convicted. He's a felon, the first former president in history to be a convicted felon. And Republicans and Trumpers did not.
Can we talk about the policy, for God's sake?
Dude, I'm literally talking to my friend about the same fucking thing. He's literally saying what fucking CNN's saying. I'm just like, nobody's fucking watching. Nobody's listening. Nobody's paying attention. Nobody's actually wanting to analyze the debate for what the debate was. They're just like, old man can't speak. Fat man does speak little better. Fat man win. How is this the analysis from people paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to do this professionally? Fuck you. Like, fuck off. You are awful at your fucking jobs, and the fact that you get paid this much money to do this is a joke.
And that Republicans nominated Donald Trump knowing warts and all. My suggestion is that for a lot of Democratic voters, they did not know how bad the warts were for Biden until 24 hours ago, which is
Dean
why.
Phillips said it, though. Dean Phillips ran against President Biden because he said he was too old, because he said he wasn't up to it, and he couldn't beat Donald Trump. And the Democratic establishment in Washington thwarted him. They knew the truth, and they knew Dean Phillips was saying the truth, and they thwarted him.
No. Come on now. Let's.
Huh?
He's like, Dean Phillips knew he ran against him. Yo, let's give Chunk credit next, bro.
Bring this back in a little bit. Trying to suggest that people were
Listen,
gaslit about
like
Joe
a
Biden
right-wing
is absurd.
paramilitary
And you know that,
death
Kristen.
squad
Come on.
guy. I don't
Again,
know
the guy's
who
allowed
we're
to
even
have a bad night.
talking
Let's
about at
remember a
this
couple
point.
of
I
things.
assume somebody on this program.
Is a pattern
but
we have seen over and over again.
I don't know who these people are, besides Barf Bag.
Again, the first debate of an incumbent president, they have a bad night. They tend to come back strong in a second debate. And, look, I think, again, it does not change the fact that you had Donald Trump say, and this is the things that voters are going to ask themselves. Donald Trump was gleeful about killing Roe v. Wade. Donald Trump doubled down on economic policies that are reporting has said will raise prices for middle-class Americans.
They're not.
I don't think that
they're finally
those
talking about
facts of the
policy
case
now,
when they actually
and I'm suddenly I don't
nominated
care, and
him
I'm bored.
for the Republican nomination. So I think it's a little absurd to suggest that somehow, yes,
I'm
Joe Biden did. We knew
Afghanistan.
that. Oh, as Anna said, we also know he's a good, decent man who has been trying his hardest to lead us out of a COVID.
This is like fucking whiplash. I don't know how people watch CNN.
I think
my
we learned
God.
from the reactions to the debate. They don't actually watch it, do they?
No, I guess not.
Calling from a 608 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hello, is this me?
Yep, it is.
Hi, my name is Malachi. I'm in Boston. I'm from Wisconsin. I just have something really important, and then I'm going to end with some tweets that, sorry, I'm nervous.
You're doing great.
That just illustrate it. Okay. I've been a part of a Students for Justice in Palestine group in Boston. I'm here for college. I've graduated, but I'm still involved. A big sense I get is that most of the people will not vote for Biden. A lot of revolutionaries who think that, among other reasons, Genocide Joe, lesser of evil voting got us here. I think as a consequentialist, from what I've seen, the outcomes in every regard would be worse under Trump. But there is one person in the group from Lebanon and is there right now. It looks like they won't be attending college this year because of Israel's impending invasion of Lebanon and the possible manufacturing of consent to bomb the airport. I have tried giving the harm reduction argument with Biden v. Trump, and the biggest crux of their argument, which isn't just a simple moral voting argument, it seems to be if Trump was doing what Biden is, or even worse, allegedly, if that's possible, their POV, not mine, then Democrats would rally together to stop it. The international community would do more. American hegemony is falling around the world. Trump being terrible would push that further along geopolitically as well as domestically. Since Democrats are supporting genocide under Biden, we have less effective means because under Trump, there would be a united front against the common enemy. Now, they are smart.
This is insane.
It was fucking epic. I bet he was. Wolf Blitzer was the reason I stopped watching CNN in 2003.
Smart person.
Now you're
who
watching
hasn't
him
followed
again
electoral
because of
politics
us.
in this country like you, or even me in my very limited sense. And I just want to read their tweets, which are private, and get your help because I really care about this person and the movement. And I want to push the most effective means to the best end, but I don't want allies or leftists to think I'm a monster for voting Biden if I end up doing that. Responding to a quote about the Biden administration very feebly tried to acquire a ceasefire in Gaza less than a month later, is giving the green light to Israel for its fourth invasion of Lebanon in less than 50 years. Hope all my voting Biden because it's our best option, minimizes damage at least, peers. Remember that the minimized damage you're referring to and the compromise you're willing to make is my blood and the blood of my family and friends, as so many Democrats before you have. You are too comfortable to push this country into real substantial change because you're privileged enough to be unimpacted by the unending terrors of your fucked oppressive two-party system. You won't be dying, so why should you consider the inconvenience in changing anything, yeah? They responded to the following tweet talking about a hate crime that happened recently.
Bro,
this is one of those stories where when it happened
Sam
under Trump,
Cedar
everyone
is
rallied.
zoned out right now. He's like, this guy's reading me his Twitter thread. Sam Cedar already knows his response, right?
Yeah.
It does not matter what this guy has to say.
And Muslims. However, just like the 6-year-old who was stabbed 26 times, for the 3 young men who were shot for wearing keffiyehs, this is happening under Biden, so there's silence. Always trying to explain this to people. I'm not dumb. I know it, of course, have been awful under Trump, but can you imagine how many libs would have been enraged and restless protesting had they been able to use it as leverage, political vindication for their own party and image? Makes me dizzy. Lesser of two evils voting got us where we are today. Everything everywhere is so much worse than it ever has been across the board with no end in sight. How much time do we really need until you lot realize this? Our time is cut shorter with every passing day. Wake up, grow up.
Okay. I mean, I get the point. I get the gist where they're coming from. I mean, I think like there is an argument
okay, I
to be
can't
made
let you be reading your
that
fucking Twitter anymore.
were
on
Trump
this. You're wasting
president
time.
now doing this, there would be wider protests because many of the things that Trump did that liberal left Democrats might have a problem with, like, for instance, Muslim ban or immigration, became sort of like slotted into this polarization. But I think, and I think
all that amounts for is getting, Democrats who aren't sincere about, say, abolishing ICE, getting emails, and then eventually they'll just flip. Like, I think that's the main problem with the analysis, is that, like, it's not really a point of leverage over these folks.
And I think, like, look, I think there is a legitimate argument that, and when you say two-party system, or when they say two-party system, this duopoly that has the, American imperialism or the attempts at hegemony, it's not just a function of the two parties. The two parties is just the vehicle in which that impetus incentivizes itself. I don't think that there's actually, necessarily, I wouldn't argue with somebody whose family is in Lebanon, who doesn't want to vote for Joe Biden. I think there's better time spent, frankly, because, I could certainly understand having that level of, like, of such deep personal stakes that it becomes sort of just like too difficult, where my emotions, just override any type of analysis in voting. But voting is not, should not be, how you vote should not be an emotional exercise. You can get
this is Sam Cedar's famous line is that voting is not an emotion. It's not an expression of yourself. Like, it's literally not how you do not express yourself by what party you belong to or who you vote to for.
Yeah.
Motion from it.
Like,
I
how
guess,
often do you think
and
Sam
feel
Cedar is
good or
talking
bad?
about politics outside of his
Mhm.
show?
All the time.
I wouldn't think so.
You don't think so?
I mean, he's got to go do Bob's Burgers and shit, right?
Sure.
You know? Like, I'm sure he talks about it sometimes, but, like, you know, like, he goes outside and shit.
Yeah. Touches grass.
Yeah.
Not about the
I mean,
the way that
there's not really, I mean, you could call it grass. There are places with grass in Brooklyn, but it's more of sidewalk. Depends on where he is in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
I mean, I certainly am not going to feel good about, voting for Joe Biden, but I'm going to feel better than I would if I enabled Donald Trump. I mean, that's just the fact. But that's not why I do it. It's not about how I feel. It's just simply, if you are a progressive, or even a liberal for that matter,
a classic Sam Cedar
or
point.
even-
I think this is like honestly the best argument that I've ever heard around this whole like discussion of like if you're a communist, if you should vote
Yeah.
and shit, you know. Like, the government does not give a fuck about your feelings, bro. Just
No.
fucking put it on the ticket, all right? Either vote or don't. Shut up.
than a leftist. There's just, you are a member of multiple constituencies, and the majority of those are going to be helped more by having a Democratic administration than a Republican administration. That's the simplest way I would put it.
Yeah, I mean, the morality is one thing, but just analytically, the reason for like Western support of Israel is not people deciding in a two-party system to do lesser of two evil voting. Like that's just fundamentally a vote shaming argument. And I don't shame people who don't vote for Biden over this, but I also think it's a similar failure of analysis
I
to
think
blame the
people
voters
get a little
for.
I think people get a little too crazy because, again, if you're not one of the 8,000 people that's going to decide the election, it doesn't fucking matter who you're voting for.
Or if they do decide to vote for Biden for that reason.
And Bullprog makes the good point that Ilhan Omar was condemned by many Democrats for critiquing Israel while Trump was president. And this is while Trump is, moving the the embassy to Jerusalem.
As I've
I mean, Trump
constantly say,
emboldened.
it is not a two-party system.
No.
It's just like how I say that I don't care what economics a country has. Like I'm all for experimental economic systems and things like that. But at the end of the day, like, it's traded on USD, global capitalism. You know, like, sure, there's alternative currencies like the EU and shit, but eventually, if you want to actually be like playing the game, that's where you have to be. So just because you filter down into red team or blue team, you know, like, to think that it's not a fucking extremely diverse party of a political opinions, you know, and like, it's funny because the Republicans used to constantly say that they're a big tent party and stuff. That used to be a Republican talking point. And now it's like Mitt Romney and the rest of them. Like, I don't know who's, like, I guess Mitch McConnell is a mega guy, but like, he's retiring, you know?
Maybe. Wait, is he? When?
I believe so. Yeah, no. This is his last
Not
term,
soon enough.
he said. So he's
Netanyahu, make no
because he's still going to support the Republican ticket to the election. But I don't think he's staying in office.
Okay, so he's like relinquishing his seat, and someone else will run for a vacant.
I don't think he's running. Again.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And a lot of Republicans, those are the ones that aren't megas, the ones that said, "I'm gotta get out of here. I cannot." That Lauren Boebert keeps trying to give me a hand job. Just trying to do my job and be loyal to my wife.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay, Tim Scott. Yeah.
For the people living in impoverished communities under Donald Trump.
Change my mind. I don't care.
Well, this is a bombshell. Listen closely. We're getting new reporting about what's going on at the Biden campaign as we speak. Doug Cass, a hedge fund owner,
It's
a
so
big
funny
DNC
that
insider,
the,
just posted
that
this.
the mag
Quote, what I
tards
am
that
hearing.
come in here, as soon as they find out we're not like aggressively pro-Biden, just leave.
Yeah.
Regarding Joe Biden, Ron Klain, that's the former chief of staff, and Barack Obama are having a sit down with the president today. Joe Biden is insistent that Joe's running. Kamala is furious that she is not being considered as a replacement. Whitmer and Newsom are. Interestingly, my neighbor and
Cass? No idea. No idea who this
A
person
political
is.
insider.
Let's look him up.
Yeah, can we run some credentials on this guy real quick? Also, yeah, Whitmer Newsom ticket. If they just introduced that tomorrow, they would steamroll ahead in the polls. Especially if they put Whitmer as the president and Newsom as
Capital
the vice
Partnerships sounds like a piece of shit.
Right, you hear what I said?
No, I didn't. because you asked me to look it
A
up.
Whitmer Newsom ticket. If it was introduced tomorrow, it would pull ahead in the polls. But
Yes.
also Whitmer has to be president because Newsom is the Kamala Harris of the two. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody actually likes Gavin Newsom. You know?
Yeah. I don't know.
Just
This
like how nobody
guy-
actually likes Kamala.
Yeah, I don't know about this guy. I don't know if this is a good source or not. Seems like a bad source.
East Hampton
What
is
I am
hosting the
hearing
Bidens
regarding
tomorrow. It
Joe
will be
Biden.
an
What I am hearing.
Yeah. Based on what? What are you sourcing?
Yeah.
Twitter? Like what the fuck?
important tell if the fundraiser is canceled. Whoa. Okay, let's take this piece by piece. This is the claim of one hedge fund owner. But Tammy, let's start with the
claim
first
of
part.
one
Ron
hedge
Klain and Barack
fund
Obama
owner.
having a sit down. That has the potential to boomerang because Obama encouraged Biden to stay out the first time and cede that ground to Hillary.
Okay.
Reporting says Biden was upset by that. So
I
that could
really
boomerang
need a piss.
in
So you
Biden's
can
face or
deal with
Obama's
this
face.
and just yell over them.
Yeah, I think that this also shows you that now we've got
Ulcer?
leadership
Who's got an
coming in,
ulcer?
has a mission, and I don't think Cass is going to post something like that without permission. You're not going to go with gossip when
what
you're
do you
an
mean, without
insider.
permission?
So there's a point in a way that
What
they're
does that
still
mean?
playing
Without
this out
permission?
publicly with
Who's
that
giving
kind
him
of
permission
messaging.
to post a
Why
rumor?
put Kamala Harris in that position as the angry outsider who's being pushed under the bus? Fascinating decision. So I think that this is a problem in general, that you've, once again, to your earlier point, that this is being perhaps addressed moment by moment, people getting in, people trying to persuade, and that the nation is in that kind of condition right now.
Now, Jason, this is not Fox News' reporting. I just want to point this out. This is one person who could have his own motives. Maybe he wants someone different. But the
Okay,
second piece
not
of
a
what
good
he said
source.
is
You
Joe
all want to
Biden
see
is
something better than
insistent that
Fox
Joe is
News? Check this out. Isn't that silly? I'm literally filming him with a light on. He doesn't care. He's just so sleepy.
Jason, I know she's a teacher, but that is how I talked to my child. Good job. You answered all the questions.
Yeah, I think Joe Biden likes being president.
Wow,
quite
it's
frankly.
almost
I
like
think
they
that-
have the
I
same
think-
talking points as the
problem here
radical
is there's not a
commies.
natural succession plan. The idea that Kamala Harris, I mean, the only person that's less popular than Joe Biden, even after that performance, is Kamala Harris. And the party and the nation, I think it's frightening.
Okay. So this is why I like talking to this friend, right? Because I just got to the point where I'm like, I was just like, I don't really have time to sit here and explain to you why you're wrong that Joe Biden has done nothing on the economy.
GIFs aren't working on Twitter right now.
Really interesting. And I'm
Anyway.
like, he's like, oh, the economy's worse. It's objectively worse. I'm like, he's done, and then he said he's done nothing. He's done nothing on the economy and all that sort of shit. I'm like, source. Give me a source. Show me. I don't care about vibes. Give me a source that shows me that Joe Biden has done nothing on the economy, which is objectively wrong because of all the policies that he's passed to, inject cash and shit into the economy. Right? People don't realize how bad everything would have gotten had he not done that, even though the amount that he did inject was not a lot. And a lot of it did go to big business and shit. So it's like, and then it got to the point where I'm like, the regular person doesn't understand the reason that their life sucks is capitalism. And to explain that to somebody in 5 minutes isn't possible, because the instant thing that they're going to do is refute that capitalism is their problem. And I think that might be a good way to explain to people that this is why they're wrong.
Anyway, look at this guy.
Okay.
He's got all new gear. None of this gear was on him the last time we saw him. Now he's got.
Yeah, he wasted cunt and took their shit.
Well, these are seen with supplied by the Czech Republic.
Oh, nice.
So like, this looks like they're at a training though. I think that's what's going on here, is that they're doing field training. They probably have been back from their fucking op for a minute now.
Yeah.
And now they're doing field training. I couldn't tell you what he's saying though, because I don't speak the language. I'm sure War Translated will pick it up any minute now.
To actually put her up there, but look at the way she had to lead Joe Biden away from the podium. Look, and Republicans, I think, would do well to just sit back and shut up and don't talk about. Just run the Democrats. Let the Democrats sort this out.
Try it. Go ahead.
Please,
Stop talking.
Please stop talking. Good Lord.
Go ahead.
Oh my God. Please take your own advice. It's like the fucking, it's like people like Samira Khan, right? Gigantic misogynist, just like full manosphere, like women should shut up and take their place in the kitchen. I'm just like, take your own advice. Shut up. Just shut up.
Like, about it.
Same thing.
And
shut
just
up.
Shut up and
exactly
let them deal with. They created this problem, so they got to live with it.
They did. And I mean, Doug Cass says Kamala's furious and Newsom and Whitmer are being considered. I mean, whoa. Who do you think should be the replacement?
Well, first I want to say that the vice president did a phenomenal job last night. By all accounts of, Democrats who last night were bedwetting about Joe Biden said, and people who are.
I think for the country, watching the debate last night, it was shocking. But for me, I was like, this is something that we have all known. And I say shame on the Democrats, shame on everyone that knows Joe Biden's severe health decline, where he's at in age. And we'll all get there one day. But it doesn't mean that when we are in
coming from Marjorie Taylor Greene, it's kind of.
What do you say to the Democrats who are saying Biden should quit after that?
Stay the course. Chill out. Chill out.
President Trump, that guy. Who's that guy?
Dominant.
I like
Great
that guy. He was
advice.
so chill, bro. I love
Jim Clyburn, South Carolina. Makes
South
sense.
Carolina. South Carolina Democrat.
Yeah.
Probably in the House, I assume, because they're probably interviewing House speakers.
Mhm.
Love that. Like
Very
this whole shit, like it's all reactionary gobbledygook.
Mm-hmm.
And again, debates don't matter.
Yes.
So just if you're worried, like if you're like one of those people that is so terrified that Trump's going to come back to power, right? Just reassure yourself, debates don't matter. They have never changed anything. Last night has no impact. None of this matters. The election's in November. Don't buy into all this bullshit while we sit here and continually try to profit off of it as well, just like those leeches.
Yes.
Oh, I was like, we're not a reaction channel. We're a news literacy channel.
It's a better way to phrase it.
Chill out.
He's the head of the Black Caucus.
President
Okay.
Trump
Interesting.
gave
I've never
the most
seen him
dominant
before.
debate performance in presidential debate
But I've only been
history last
covering
night.
American
There's
politics
never
for 2 years.
Yeah.
been a victory like that. President Trump had vision, focus. He showed empathy
Like I
regarding
didn't like I
the
didn't
struggle.
know who Jayapal was that long ago. Like we saw her for the first time only months ago.
This
What?
cunt is on meth.
Matt Gaetz? He's
That
he's under
Listen
under
to this.
investigation for fucking kids.
Oh my god. Like, just listen to what he says. This guy is smoking meth.
Trump had vision, focus. He showed empathy regarding the struggles of Americans under Joe Biden's policies, and Joe
struggles.
Jihad.
Interesting word.
The jihad calls.
Would it be Mein Kampf?
Oh, is Mein
Biden
Kampf
just
my struggle
collapsed.
too?
Yes,
Oh,
I'm
because
pretty sure it is.
I'm too jihadi pilled. When I hear struggle, I only think jihad.
Let me double check that. I'm pretty sure it is. Because it's like mine is my, right? Yeah, my struggle. Amazing. I knew it. I'm so glad I was able to recall that. Interesting word, Matt Gaetz.
he dissolved his candidacy, and now we'll get ready to run against Harris.
I am not part of the drama of this town that immediately demands because somebody had a bad night, we're in a crisis.
Oh, thank God. At least
Wow.
there's some
Remember
people
how
who
I
have a
remember how I
brain.
called it right away? That with the whole shit that CNN was broadcasting, like the top elites in the Democratic Party are freaking out and crying over how bad the debate was. Because, wow, you mean CNN is playing up how devastating and critical their debate that they are making money off of was? You don't say. Wow. It almost seems like this is all to benefit CNN.
See what happens. I'm going home and talking to the people in my district and hearing what
But you're not
they
worried.
see.
He is
Love
thumbed
this.
his
Love
nose
that.
at this country.
Love this
Our enemies.
as a public servant who's meant to be serving people that you represent. Love that. Love that. Love that.
Watched last night.
Because
They
also
see
what
kind
you
of
have to
shape
keep
we're
in mind, okay, is that these people like see Biden on at least like a weekly to monthly basis too.
Yeah.
You know, so like, because they keep saying like the Jon Stewart joke is like, did anyone get it on camera? Where people kept saying Biden's sharp, he's on point, you know, which I don't believe.
No.
But like, I still think he knows enough what he's talking about because of experience, whether you like his policies or not.
Yeah.
in 7 months. You know Xi Jinping, you know Putin are watching these things, and there's no other way to escape it. He is not fit to be in office.
So Donald Trump hasn't changed at all. And so he's not worthy of being president of the United States. Did Joe Biden have a bad night, in my opinion? Yes, he absolutely did. And he needs to get out and talk to the American people and answer the question that needs to be, and not be on the defensive because of who this guy is. But I know it's focused and staying with Joe Biden because he is the right guy at the right time. And I think of the accomplishments that he's done. When you're talking about bringing jobs back, lowering the unemployment rate coming from, you know, we could talk about all the bills that we passed because I worked with Joe Biden. So I know what he has done. I know what those accomplishments
Yeah, exactly.
are. I know where we were and
like,
wouldn't be but for him. I know
these people also don't matter, you know?
No.
You know, I'm a foreign affairs guy. I know that the world is concerned about Donald Trump being president again.
All right. Well,
They are.
that was awful. Okay, I'm wearing a suit. I gotta be professional. We gotta do this. We gotta do this. You know how we gotta do it, folks. We gotta do it like a segment. You know what the name of the segment's gonna be? Yeah, Joe Biden lost. My God, man. I mean, you think it's bad, and then you see how bad it is. Yeah, make sure your passports are updated. Christ alive. I'm never forgiving the DNC for this. A lot of it, they're going to say it was him having a cold. Man, having a cold doesn't make you stammer like that. You know what? Did the cold infect? Did the cold age him? Like literally? Does the cold make you stupid? Look, okay. From Trump's perspective, like with regard to Trump, basically everything that he said was incoherent. A lot of it was a flat out lie. almost all of it was irrelevant to the question asked. He dodged constantly. He affirmed that he will harbor the same insurrectionary sentiment that he did before. Basically the only thing he wanted to talk about was immigration, which because that's like what the Republicans are hinging on, you know. Not a single mention of trans people, because Republicans realized after the midterms that trans people were a losing talking point. There is a pretty bad situation down at the border, so they're focusing on that. That's all he wanted to talk about. Donald Trump did poorly, but Biden did worse. It really doesn't matter what Biden said, because he was so
shy,
decrepit that
They're very
the
sharp.
impression he's going to
You do
leave
the
as a
kicks.
consequence
You
of
do the
that
kicks.
is worse than
And it
any
bugs the
actual. But
allergies.
even if he had been saying good shit,
just a little
it wouldn't
guy.
have mattered because of the decrepit behavior. But he wasn't saying good shit. He made every mistake. Hillary Clinton had more sauce back in 2016. A lot more sauce. For one, where's all that cocky
not so
old man
bad, right,
charming
buddy?
energy? Gone. Non-existent.
We're working
No
on it.
banter.
We're
Nothing.
building the trust
He
up.
flubbed constantly. The points that he decided to
getting
fixate on, he took the bait on immigration, even though that's like the one talking point that Republicans have some kind of like electoral poll on. People overwhelmingly prefer Republicans' attitudes towards the border because the average American is a fucking Hitlerite. Biden talked in the most like wheedling, irrelevant, neoliberal, Pell Grant trust fund, fix your lead pipes. No one gives a shit, man. Voters want narratives. It doesn't matter how good or bad your presidency was. They want narratives. They want conviction. You're the head of state. They want a strong message that you deliver. They want to be told how to feel. They want quick answers, snappy answers. He could have made fun of Trump so many times for refusing to answer the questions. He could have needled Trump so much. This is something Hillary Clinton could do. Hillary Clinton could needle Trump pretty goddamn well. Trump has a very, very, very thin skin, big ego. It's pretty easy to rile him up, but Biden didn't do it. He did it a little bit back in 2020. He didn't do it this time because he's too fucking old.
Okay, what did I miss?
That's such a bad analysis. Saying that he didn't provoke him because he's too old is stupid. You weren't listening. You just weren't listening.
He was too busy doing a bingo card instead of doing an actual political analysis.
Like we listened to what they had to say. That's the difference. We were actually listening. We paused. We went back. We analyzed as we were going what was happening.
And
All
we
your
even still
takes are
missed that
bad.
Palestine thing.
We did. But we can't, we're two people. We can't catch everything. It was also 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Buttigieg would have vaporized Trump. 100%. Bernie would have vaporized Trump. Warren would have vaporized Trump. Bloomberg would have. Anyone
I don't know
would
about
have.
Warren. I wouldn't.
Oh, I haven't seen Bloomberg talk in like 4 years, so who knows with him. I would have. You would have.
That gerbil is a weak Palestinian.
Everyone
He's just
would
a little
have. My
guy.
cats would have. Crazy.
He kicks so much fur up my nose.
From a fundamental level, Biden handled this debate atrociously, and then on top of that, you add the fact that he
And I
looked like a
literally had
corpse.
to go, like-
Man had no control over his
Take like a wet paper towel and like put it in my nose.
facial muscles. Every time he wasn't talking, he was doing this creepy dead stare, like a frog looking at flies. It was crazy. His mouth was always hanging open. Like you can't pretend. You can't pretend that doesn't matter. Somebody linked this. Somebody linked this during stream, and it's very very pointed, I feel, from one of the Chapo boys. You know, if they have it, they have it. What are you gonna do? Known liberal hack Aaron Rupar says Biden seems shook. He's just not expressing himself clearly. And in response, oh, weird. He's never done this before for the last 4 years. It's crazy how this just started happening tonight. He was probably fine the day before, for all we know. Got to feel bad for the Democratic Party. Just sucks when something sneaks up on you like this. Right. Yeah. I didn't want to paraphrase that tweet without giving appropriate credit. I mean, we all knew this was bad. I didn't know it was this bad. man cannot speak. He's the head of state. How do you think he's going to be in 4 years? Ask yourself that. How do you think Biden, think of him, the difference between him now and 4 years ago, think of how he's going to be in 4 years. Every voter thinks he's going to be dead. Not a man alive in this country after watching this is thinking, oh yeah, that guy at that rate of degradation, that guy is going to be alive in 4 years. Nope. Got to stop 100% Hitler, though. Actually, both candidates are 100% Hitler. Trump is 100% Hitler in policy, and Biden is 100% Hitler in the sense that both of them are equally alive. It's insane, man. I can't believe it. The Democrats are 100% responsible for this. This is everyone expected, and they're going to gaslight you on this. They're going to make you think, the liberals, they're going to make you think that this is like a crazy conspiracy theory. A ton of people thought, credibly believed, that Biden's first term was his last. Man was ancient. He had that like grandpa swag coming in. Everyone thought the way, like, now, did he ever explicitly 100% lock it in writing? No. I thought it was pretty obvious.
Hey, guess
though,
what? No
personally.
president says they're going to have a
thought
second term.
it was
their first
like
term, except Donald
clear?
fucking Trump.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They could have said, listen, Biden is a seasoned politician. He's ancient, you know. He's here to stabilize the country after Donald Trump and COVID wreaking havoc. But Biden doesn't want to, you know, Biden understands he's old. He's going to take a step back after his 2020 presidency. He's going to hand the reins over to another Democratic politician. Gavin Newsom, hello. Anybody, Buttigieg, give it another try. Who cares? Buttigieg has gotten better at speaking in the past 4 years. You've seen him in some of his, just today, there was a clip of him roasting a Republican senator during a hearing. Anyone could have done better. Hillary, at this point, let's not go crazy. Gretchen Whitmer, it's
like they'll do Kamala.
The Democrats are willfully complicit in this through through incompetence, through neglect. They know. They knew. Do you have any idea how nervous the people in the back end must have been, all the White House staffers who interact with Biden on a day-to-day basis, interacting with this decrepit ghoul, this corpse? Do you like, they know, they've known, but because the Democrats are constitutionally incapable of rapidly adjusting their strategy, of like kowtowing to populist pressure, of anything like that, they decided to stay the course.
I think people,
and for that, Trump is now likely to win. I gave it 50-50.
Yes, I think it's
also a 90-year-old man is allowed to have a few fucking bad days.
Yeah.
Like, these people work with him. These people know debates don't matter.
Before. Now, unless he slips on a banana peel, that was a sickeningly one-sided debate. You can go, I'll call it, man. And this isn't even me saying like Trump did good. No, he didn't. He lied constantly, but he was up against an opponent who couldn't take advantage of the fact that he was like rambling and lying and avoiding the question. It doesn't matter who's right or wrong. You think debates are for like settling who's right or wrong? What are you, 5 years old? Debates are for settling who is more charismatic and who better presents like the message. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
there are going to be
why
liberals.
they don't matter.
And if you objectively watched and listened, Biden still won that piece of shit interview, that piece of shit debate. But you weren't listening. Like nobody was listening.
Who are like, oh wow, you're gonna like defend Trump by saying Biden did. Well, shut the fuck up. You're delusional, and you caused this. You caused this. That like that arrogant, like Clintonite era liberal Democratic insistence on never.
When Trump's president, and we get to look at junk every day, coping, and being like, "I tried to fix it. It's all your fault. I tried to do something about it."
For accepting criticism of the platform, because any criticism of the platform is like you're letting the Republicans win, or you're being problematic in some fashion. They did this, and the next Trump presidency, should it happen, it's not 100%. I don't want to pretend that I know the future, but I think it's more likely now that Trump presidency, when it happens, it's on them. It's on them. Trump didn't do anything crazy here. It's not like Trump benefited from some like, once in a lifetime meteor shower blessing him. He wasn't born under a star. Like he didn't do anything crazy here. The Democrats are just failing. The only thing here that meaningfully presents an obstacle to their victory that is like substantial and not caused entirely by their own incompetence is the border. And Biden mishandled that too. Biden took the bait and framed the drug crisis in America as an immigration crisis. Like, obviously, Trump made it about immigration. And
Guess what? The 8,000 people who are going to decide the election care about it. They care about the border. They want border policy. Okay? Because all of them are a little racist on the inside. Anyone who is already decided on border policy is on both sides, right? So like these people like the border might not be their like number one, that's why I'm voting here issue. If it was, they would already be voting Republican. But even still, it is literally the like amount of people who support so-called common sense gun control policy, right? Which I do, you know, I would be in that percentile, but I know that that term doesn't make sense. And I support good gun policy, not common sense. But anyway, I digress. The amount of people who supposedly support common sense gun control is about the same as the amount of people who support some kind of immigration reform. You know, whether it be closing the border to, I just want them illegals to stop coming in, or they're taking your jobs, or you think that it's affecting the economy, or you buy into the veterans being mistreated while the illegals aren't taking all their fucking sweet rolls and shit. It matters to them. You know what doesn't matter to them? Guns. That's why guns wasn't brought up.
And Biden committed
all
to
Trump
that.
has is
That's actually funny. That's actually really funny. I would have expected that to come up, but now that you mention it,
well, there
and
was
not
bump
coming up,
scotch just banned. That would have been a good question to ask.
Interesting.
But the two things, the reason why Trump only had 2 talking points is because he only has 2 talking points.
Yes.
I better economy. I better border.
Yeah.
That's all he has. And people who, those are issues that will capture swing. So that's the thing.
Right?
Is like the stuff like artificially lowering the gas prices by releasing our surplus, right? That's smart, especially in the summer.
Yeah,
those
so
people are going to be like, "Wow, gas prices are so low." You know, the undecided voters are not plugged into Fox News to hear their fucking propaganda about it.
Yeah.
It's that shit that needs to be smart. It doesn't have to be Joe Biden being fucking coherent, because they don't care. They probably have never seen him talk before, and just feel like it's their civic duty to vote, and that's a majority of the undecided voter.
It's so fucking funny that you literally say this shit as I've been talking with my friend about the literal same thing.
Yeah, you shouldn't have been talking to him.
No, it's like you're bringing up
the same shit.
You're bringing up the same points, but it's like it's not the points are directed. That's more the point. But it's like, but the vibes. I don't give a fuck about the vibes. The vibes is gonna put Trump in fucking power and is gonna fuck your vibe up. Don't you understand? Like, you can't compare.
Joe Biden, Dianne Feinstein, Fetterman. To me, it's elder abuse. Dianne Feinstein for sure. Like Fetterman, I think by Fetterman, do you mean he committed elder abuse when he rear-ended that lady going 90 miles an hour?
Like, you just every argument that I continue to have, right? I always preface it with, I'd rather them both die.
That's like, that was the Hassan
That is
thing
my.
that I've been laughing at. It's like, it could get more interesting. One of the candidates could die.
Right, that is my. If you want to know my actual opinion on this, I hope they both die.
I got a conspiracy theory for you.
They'll kill them both.
They're gonna kill Joe Biden to grift off of it.
They could easily do it.
They may not. They may just like not even like, you know, They might just stash him away and like do a fake burial or something, you know? They could even do one of those old school like Tupac still alive conspiracies for it.
About the border in any meaningful capacity outside like we need big fentanyl machines on the border. Like you either avoid the topic or you give a strong narrative. Easy. I'll
Correct.
give you one, cook this up in 5 seconds.
Correct.
You know,
That's
I agree.
That's
there
why
is work
the
to be done
issue
at the
that's
border,
going to
but the reason
be
Donald
a
Trump
big
is
decider if the House swings is going to be stuff like abortion in those, and those red states are shooting themselves in the foot by passing abortion law right now. Like all the abortion drama that's happened this year, not smart for them. They should hold back on it and wait. And they think that like they know it doesn't help them electorally. So I don't know why they're doing it. I don't know. And they're acting like Democrats trying to lose on purpose at this point. I just realized their banner wasn't active.
diverted to that topic 27 times in the past, 90 minutes of this debate is because he wants you to be fearful. He doesn't want you to think logically about the problems this country faces or what can be done about them. He wants to make you, frenzied with fear. He wants you to believe the country's dying, failing. What other country would you rather live in than the United States? Which country in the world are you all fleeing to? No? You like it here? That's right, because it's not collapsing, because the border is an issue, but it's an issue that can be fixed, and it's not going to be fixed with rampant fear-mongering. There, kablamo, 30 seconds, easy clap. Shut the f- up, I don't want to hear it. 30 seconds, easy clap, right there, answer. Give that, workshop it, give him a bit of the old man, charm, do a little smile at the end, double finger guns, you got it. But could he do that? No, because I'm alive, which allows me to speak, and Biden is dead, which prevents him from doing so. I mean, the whole thing was like a verdict in immigration. Here's a tweet that was made 1 hour ago with 200,000 likes from the Border Patrol Union. To be clear, we never have and never will endorse Biden. Apparently, I think I remember this, Biden suggested that he had the support of the Border Patrol folks. I don't remember the exact phrasing that he used. He might have misspoken. Who knows? He does that a lot.
Isn't the Border Patrol Union that Fox News guy, though?
So yeah, a referendum or like the centered issue is immigration, and he can't handle it. Are you still going to vote for Biden? What are you, stupid? Biden also doubled down on supporting Israel, which doesn't help with young voters. Also, nobody held Trump to answer any meaningful questions. What would you do with Ukraine? Because he didn't answer that. What would you do right now with Israel and Iran? He didn't answer that. He didn't say anything. Whenever he was given the chance to answer those questions, all he said was Biden did such a terrible job. The mods were so fucking bad. Honest to God, the mods were, and that was some biased horseshit. 100%, I do believe that, but I also don't know if it would have made a difference because Biden was the one who was supposed to hold him to account there. Like, I 100% am buying the mod bias thing. It seems like there were multiple instances of them like interrupting Biden early or giving Trump the floor or like being lax with him.
Okay.
But like
Border Patrol did not endorse Biden, though a union for its agents endorsed a bipartisan Senate proposal that the White House negotiated with Republicans. So what he said border. He didn't say. I believe if we go back and look at it, he said they endorsed my plan, right? And even if he didn't, I'm sure he can't talk anyway. So I'm just putting 2 and 2 together anyway here. So he was talking about the plan, the bipartisan plan. Of course, Border Patrol supported that. Like, that's just crazy, right? To think that Border Patrol wouldn't support a plan that gives them more money. Though shit, right? So I don't know if that's the same Border Patrol Union. He never said union, though. I don't think.
We need those mods from the Boebert debate. Yeah, we do. America will fall 100%. I'm going to need all of you to get your shit and like get it together if you could.
Okay, he did claim
this is not a
him,
space for the incoherent
Let me see
whining
what the
of people
was.
who want to like be like the first to the
they said
on.
He said, by the way, Border
That's
Patrol
like
men endorsed me, endorsed my position. So I think again, this is like him literally fucking up, like he did by saying like he was trying to say that soldiers aren't dying in like high combat numbers right now.
Yes.
And they're not, like, even though like Trump claims there was no wars, he still caused American deaths. you know, which came off of him shitting on those Afghan withdrawal deaths and those Jordan Tower deaths.
Yeah.
So it's more like that. He really didn't nail the point that he was trying to make.
No, he did not.
Big time L.
Yes. And I think I pointed that out in the moment, though. I pointed out all the American soldiers that had died.
No, we
under
both
Biden.
did. We both went through
Yeah.
it. I was like, how many died? And you brought up
Mm.
Jordan. And I was like, oh, yeah, I know that. But like,
yeah.
that
So I
wasn't
think-
like active combat, you know? Like the withdrawal
No.
was.
Yes, and that was 13 plus obvious civilian deaths. Which turns out I will actually have to fact check myself on that, but I'm pretty sure it came out that the soldiers opened fire on civilians.
You're thinking of the rest of the online left, okay?
Moving abortion.
You're thinking
they're
of
not talking
every
about moving
other
abortion
leftist
to the date
online.
of birth.
Yeah, where did that come from?
They said that they're going to bring back Roe v. Wade into law.
Do you not know what Roe v. Wade says?
All right, let's pull it together a little bit here, okay?
This is a literal Republican.
my job is difficult enough.
Talking point that they support abortion up to the point of birth. The party who wins the White House will very likely win the House. The Senate is different. Yeah, I think potentially, I think there is room where we could see. Even if it's both candidates, seriously, we still don't know if they'll be making it to November on both ends for different reasons now, you know? But I think if the GOP wins in office, it will be because Joe Biden is the nominee and people are like, don't find him appealing. Because if Trump is ousted, they'll have to put up a new candidate, and that new candidate will probably be really fresh and sweep Biden. So I think their risk assessment to continue running Biden is kind of like not accounting for the fact that Trump might, you know, I think they're really determined that it should be decided by the electoral process or something, which is just weird to me. But I think that the Congress will shift blue no matter what. It's going.
You reckon?
But I think that Biden can easily lose the presidency, even
Yes.
which, if the Congress goes hard blue with a Trump presidency, that is still a good scenario.
Yes. Yep. Because they can block shit. And
like a
stop
red
stuff,
Congress with a Biden presidency might be worse than a blue Congress with a Trump presidency.
I think I said a couple months ago, I'm like, the best thing that could happen is Trump winning and the rest of it going to Democrats.
Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, they'll get like a 2 to 3 seat advantage or something, and it will be very narrow margin. That is going to get narrower because someone will retire. If we deported aliens today, we would turn 21 in seats from Democrats.
What?
Okay, so if we deported aliens today, they would not affect Elon Homer's vote turnout because illegal aliens, undocumented immigrants, cannot vote for Ilhan Omar. Ilhan Omar and her district is part of the Somali influx there. It's part of a resettlement program that was done through the UN, where they resettled into multiple countries, America just being one of them.
Yeah. But what do we know? Yeah. Listen, the Republican talking points they know more.
Yeah, so that's another thing is that what I'm talking about is like even if Trump loses, he still wins. Like he still has control over the Republic. Like his fucking like cousin or sister is like was nominated to basically run the fundraising.
Yeah.
Joe Biden was
Biden
was what he was saying yesterday is like they used to tell me I was too young. Now they say I'm too old. Like
that is a funny line.
Nancy Pelosi is like irrelevant now though, at least. Not as irrelevant as Dianne Feinstein was. Jesus fucking Christ, bro.
with regards to like reining you people in with your fucking mood swings without you like assisting in the process. That being said, make sure your passport
What do
is
you
up to
think
date.
of
Thank you,
Vosh's
Dianya,
drip? You
for
like
bringing
his
some
tie?
levity to this.
You like the knot
Fact
on
check.
it?
Trump. Biden is a very bad Palestinian. That was
proper
very
nut?
funny. True. Biden is far too alive to be a
Very
Palestinian.
critical of.
That's
I'm-
I don't think this was a funny headline
Shit.
from the Onion. I
Shit
think
tie.
this is. Yeah, the knot is so small. Am I right?
Half Windsor.
I
Shit
think
tie.
no. You know what? You know what? I think he should have done a bow tie because that would have been excellent.
I actually agree.
And like, especially if he could make it spin, that would be epic. That would actually take us. No,
Donald
hang on. Go
Trump
back. Go
appeared
back. You got to
yesterday-
look at that Onion tweet that he just highlighted. So,
Wait,
like,
what?
All right. Well, that
if you laugh at this, you're a bad person. This one.
Biden
yeah.
is far too alive.
Biden is far too. How, bro? That's not funny. You're laughing at genocide. How dare you? I knew you were gonna laugh at it. I knew you were gonna laugh at it, bro.
Look. It's never too soon. I am a fan of edgy comedy.
We're big on just no money in politics, and like I think not even money from their own district. What I think should happen as far as the House goes is that the Democrats and the Republicans have a cap on how much money they can spend total on all their campaigns, and they have to decide where they're going to spend their money, and that actually kind of makes it more fun, because then you can see how the assets are allocated to these different districts and stuff like that. But then, like, anyone who wants to organize a PAC to endorse a candidate and do ads for that candidate, you can't really stop them. It's free speech. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but as far as like actual campaign financing and stuff,
There
would
should
kind
be
of
no
just
connection.
There's going to be a window where they're going to get it in regardless, right? But I really like the idea of having a set cap of money that isn't from donations or anything like that. Like, I also said, like, if the party has like they have to like be able to spend the same amount of money. So even if a party has like more money, they have to like basically give half of their extra money to the other party, so they are always equal.
Yeah. All right, are we finishing this?
No. That's all. I just wanted to show
Wait.
you that epic joke.
Donald Trump appeared
Oh,
yesterday
God,
in an
David
interview
Pakman.
with his own former campaign manager,
exciting.
Corey Lewandowski, on Newsmax. Corey Lewandowski now hosts a show on Newsmax, apparently. It's all very weird. It's all this sort of incestuous revolving door of working on campaigns and working in administrations and working in media. It's not just on the right, but it's particularly
Oh my
notable
God.
when it comes to MAGA.
Shut up,
and Corey
David.
Lewandowski asks
You
what
share the Instagram?
I didn't. What is this about Minnesota? Well, I shared it
to a normal person would be a pretty interesting question if they were able to answer it in an honest way, which is, how have you been preparing for the debate? And Trump basically says he's not preparing, and that his entire life has been a preparation for this debate.
And the real question is, what have you been doing to prepare for the debate?
I think I've been preparing for it for my whole life.
I did
if you
like
want to
in
know the
Minnesota.
truth. And I'm not sure you can lock yourself into a room.
Okay, he can't be employed by stateside. Is stateside a certain? Is that like a super PAC or something? I don't know what stateside is.
For 2 weeks or 1 week or 2 days and really learn what you have to know.
Okay. So taking away special interest groups from employing members of the House. Is that after they're done? Because that should be a blanket rule.
Minnesota. I think Minnesota is constantly putting up pretty good policy. Like the cab and Uber drivers basically mandated that they're going to get more. The cab drivers united against the Uber drivers who got something, because a lot of the cabs and drivers and stuff are from the immigrant portion of that state.
Yeah. So
it's really good policy because fuck Uber.
I mean, I would argue to say that that should be a national policy. That if you spend time in government as a civil, like a public servant,
You should be killed.
guillotines after you've done. But 10-year gap between being able to work for lobbying and corporate interests, because if you go straight from government job to lobbying group, we obviously know what the fuck's going on there, right? 10-year ban or jail. If it happens, jail, corruption, jail, straight to jail.
Interesting. It
guillotine,
was the
either one.
Republicans that implemented that bill to protect the drivers.
Interesting.
That's cool. That's Minnesota for you, though.
I've been
Certainly not if you
It's
don't
got
plan to
different
know
politics
anything.
than other states, which is why Minnesota is very
popular
interesting.
Yeah.
president. We had some great elections and some amazing
almost like-
number of votes. Nobody got more than
So it's
we
like there's
got.
more than two parties,
And
Crazy, right?
and it's like these places are actually independent sovereign nations.
Trump is preparing by having received votes
Trump is
in a
preparing.
previous election. Great strategy.
I know the subject now. They make it cute because it's obviously at CNN, and I call it fake news for a long time. We'll see how they do it. I think they have a lot at stake. To be fair, I think they have to be fair. But we'll
This
see
was
how
all
we
a
do.
ploy
I
to
think-
get Trump to
I do
start
find it-
promoting CNN, so that way they could fuck him at the end. That's what's going to happen. It's a plan. It's all
funny,
been a scam to get Donald Trump to be like, I like CNN. I called him fake tapper. He's certainly not fake anymore. What a great debate. He was,
It would be
that,
funny.
that Trump says that having been a popular president is part of the way that he prepared. But there's actually a lot in there, because what he's essentially saying is
No,
he's
there isn't.
riding on reputation. And it's true. He doesn't need
Yeah,
to prepare on the substance.
both are
because the
technically.
substance
It's
doesn't matter.
technically
He'll just
incumbent
lie
versus
or not
incumbent.
know or
Again,
insult his opponent.
except
So
last time it
I
wasn't.
do not expect any deep policy knowledge from Donald Trump
Like the
tomorrow
incumbent
night.
normally
I will be
has the
watching with great
advantage, but
interest,
now
but not
what?
Yeah.
because
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
I think
because
it's
also
Trump
post
has the
and
advantage
during
just
COVID.
because people have that fucking object permanence where they can
Yes.
just point to the economy.
That's exactly what I said to my friend. I'm like, it's just object permanence. Nobody's listening, and everybody's just going off vibes, right? Even like Biden supporters, same thing, right? You like the video we saw of the Trump supporters, right? They were going, being interviewed, and then it was like, oh, why do you support Trump? Oh, he makes me feel good. I like the way it feels to be a part of MAGA. It's all feels, it's vibes.
It's a cult.
Right? And then the Dems, same thing. Right? All the Biden supporters,
I have a
people who
very
go
interesting
to,
district because like we don't matter, and we're also mixed enough that like it can go any way. Like, but this time around, in the last local elections we had, it's just like it did not go well for any type of Republican-backed stuff for most part, just because most of them were like pro like abortion or pro anti-abortion stuff, like pro overturning Wade. So like they got swept. And like it's kind of like ridiculous because if you look at the governor of New York, she's like worse. I was joking. It's like, how do you get somebody in New York who's worse than Lori Lightfoot in Chicago? You know, like Gretchen Whitmer is easily the worst governor right now. I can't think of who could be worse. She's awful, and she has corruption on her. And it didn't matter because the guy running against her wanted to, keep the law of the land being no abortions in a place like New York. Not going to fucking happen. I said Whitmer. Yeah, well, that's because I'd rather have Whitmer. Obviously, I meant Hochul. Yeah, fucking. And she's like, the way she looks too. She just looks like a librarian who would hit you with a book, you know?
I'm curious about Donald Trump's latest tax plan, but that is his preparation. Notably and hilariously, during portions of this interview on Newsmax, a hilarious disclaimer appeared at the bottom of the screen that read, quote, "Please note, Newsmax accepts the 2020 election results as legal and final." When you can't even put Trump on TV without a legal disclaimer so you don't get
Twitch
sued,
comments coming in
it's
right
a
now.
sign this may not
username.
be the truth-telling candidate that is good for your party, but we will see. Trump, at another point of the interview, he got confused and referred to governors.
Oh my God, I hate David so much. I fucking can't stand David.
Governors, because they have done such a bad job.
Yep.
Allow-
The
But can you believe
governors
Trump
have
said
really done a terrible
governors?
job.
Saudi Arabia and Russia will repeat your.
Will reap.
Oh my God.
Yes, bro. He is so he is seriously the Fox News of fucking libs. Oh my God.
Dupe. Moment on Newsmax.
Made some recommendations that maybe Joe Biden has to have a drug test before this debate. You've made some great remarks, and let me just remind our viewers kind of what you said and what your take is on it.
If I was a president, I would never do this. This is awful. This is a really bad idea.
What?
Like calling a news station on
Trump
the phone.
loves it.
Awful,
Trump loves
awful
it.
fucking
This
idea.
is like
I know
that's
he
like
does.
a thing that defined his presidency is not being on policy, but fucking calling into Fox and Friends every day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sir, I think you said that Joe might need a shot to stay up for the debate. I hear that he's practicing standing for 90 minutes is his debate prep. A little different, I think, than what you're used to at some of the rallies you participated in recently.
Standing for 90 minutes.
If I have to practice standing, we have ourselves a big problem. No, I had heard that too. He's practicing how to stand or something. Standing.
There you go. So I do think that Corey Lewandowski was unclear when he
Is
said,
this worse
"We will
than being in
remind
a
the
Twitter
audience,
space?
what it is you
Like
previously said."
who did
And
that?
then
Who
maybe-
announced their fucking Twitter? Oh, Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis was worse.
Yeah.
He was doing
How is
campaign
Trump
rallies
threatening
while
this-
he was president. I know, right? I was the greatest president. Why? What could name a policy you signed? I don't know. I called into Fox and Friends a lot.
Status quo. He's threatening the progressive
RFK
status
did
quo.
too. That's
So
fucking
Trump,
awesome.
one of the big things with him is he's a hand grenade. His job was to be thrown in, shake things up, expose the swamp, do those types of things. Nobody had expectations that Trump was going to be a great reformer. That wasn't his job. His job was revenge. He was revenge of the American public. That's exactly what we put him in there to do. And that's exactly what he was doing. That's why he has such a great base, is because we wanted things shaken up as much as we possibly could. The return.
Isn't that a bit nihilistic?
I mean,
no, it's not nihilistic.
Well,
I would
that's
say he
what
had a
Michael Moore was.
solid, stable base, if that's what we're talking about. It's voter
Sure.
base.
I mean, yeah, but to call them anything but a cult is kind of.
Well, what did he tell him on Jan 6? You're very special. Michael Moore. Yeah, like seriously, talk about irrelevant.
Yeah.
We get more action out of Michael Moore than anyone else, though.
One who progressive Michael Moore.
He nailed
it. Is the one who explained this. He said Donald Trump is a hand grenade, and the working class
human Molotov cocktail.
The working class is throwing him in because they're so pissed off and they're so jarred by this progressive garbage.
Functionally,
Donald Trump is true. He's a little bit towards LGBTQ, but it seems like it's posturing. It seems like it's posturing towards it rather than anything really too substantive. Whereas Biden's filling his administration with these people. Under the Biden administration, we had gay sex going on in these Capitol buildings,
RFK.
and they're just like, okay,
I gotta pause you there.
We should look at
I'm
that.
not sure it's a new
RFK
thing.
literally fucking hosted his own debate where he was on a stage that looked like CNN stage with Trump and Biden on the wall in the background, and he just acted like he was part of the debate.
Bro, that is pathetic.
So let me send you that real quick. I forgot about that.
We need that.
The thing is I don't really want to listen to RFK for too long.
No, I do not wish that upon anybody.
I mean, maybe
there's less gay sex in the Democratic Party than the Republican Party. Sorry, I won't say more.
Bro, you'll never believe this. You will never believe this. Oh my goodness. Okay, first of all, RFK already cut it up all into digestible under 3-minute clips on his channel.
Amazing.
Now, if this is the debate, I assume it is. Wait until you see who the moderator is for him. You are gonna shit your pants, bro. Just throw that on. Raw dog it. Throw it right on what I just sent.
CNN has somehow
Oh my
found a
God.
child care crisis in America. Somehow Americans raised children for years. Now there's a crisis because it costs too much. Is that something government did or can fix?
Well, the reason there's a crisis is because the economy with the middle class is gone. So in order to pay for a home, you need 2 jobs or 3 jobs.
RFK's rival debate viewed by
I'm running
9
into
million
with
people.
4 jobs between the couples. A couple used to be when you and I were growing up, mom stayed at home or a parent stayed at home and took care of the kids. That doesn't happen anymore. Now, both parents, in order to hold on to that home, need to be working. So we do have a child care crisis in this
Stop
country.
running back and forth across the
And it's
stage. I want
because
to
of
actually hear what
construction
you're saying.
Both these men
Both of
contributed
these men
to
doing it sounds
of
like
the
it's
American
Fuck, I
middle
want
class, and neither of
RFK's
them is
hands.
offering any way to restore the
All right, you
middle
got to
class.
pay for it, baby. Just
I
like
don't
he
care
pays for his
black
ads.
Americans,
You know,
John,
in the rear
is
with the gear.
37% of income.
Nothing about this man
A single child
is real.
Oh, and nobody can afford that.
Pay
And
for all of it.
what I'm going to do, I'm going to wind down.
Literal
I'm gonna
spoiler candidate.
balance our budget, which is what President Trump promised to do. But I'm actually going to do it because why?
Uh-huh.
Because it's existential.
Why should I believe
if
you?
We
Who the
don't
fuck
have
are
the
you?
courage to do that, no matter what the cuts are.
What have you done for
We
me
have to
lately?
do that, or we are going to cease to exist as an influential nation. And I'm going to. But we cannot cut our way out of this debt. We have to build new industry. We have to build GDP.
Wow,
and one
it
of the
really
most
was
efficient
GDP.
ways of building GDP is through child care, through guaranteed child care.
Child care.
There's a 22%, 22 times return on investment. As I said, every $1 million we spend on military weapons creates 2 jobs. Every $1 million we spend on child care creates 22 jobs.
I can't find like the
And
whole
we need
video.
to
I
grow
saw one
our
where he's
way
literally in front of
out
a
of this
screen,
budget.
but maybe it was like only on
Yes,
Twitter or something stupid.
And one of the ways we're going to do that is by providing
So if
child
anyone's
care,
got
by
that, DM it to me on Twitter.
taking away $500 billion from the military.
Back to the CNN debate.
Okay, so they keep going back to the debate, and then he would interject, I guess.
Yeah, I think that seems to be how it works. Yeah, I'm gonna let this play, and I need to piss.
So that's a kind of typified progressive talking point too, right? That so many of the Republicans are just actual undercover gays. It's like,
I know it's because Jack doesn't pause.
And
like
on
he's
top of that, I
supposed
would
to.
Not the
say-
voters, but absolutely the staffers. But in
not even
Why
the
are you
stat. The
defending
Democrats, Democrats are still worse.
It's kind
on
of a
this.
joke
Too
too. Let's
busy
not
playing
get caught
with
up
his
in that.
cell phone.
Okay, I think it was about a year ago during our last Gay Pride, month-long celebration, when he invited some transgendered women to the White House lawn, and they were, partying
Flashing.
around. Right. But this is my point. This is an encapsulation of my point. So she took off her shirt and flaunted her breast. And that was just a little bit too far, because what Biden is trying to do, and I think it's kind of ultimately impossible, what he is trying to do is to integrate these forces into American institutions in order to manage them. And if you go cross that line, if she had just partied around and whatever, that's okay. You get naked, you're starting to offend the American public.
Wait, wouldn't
and
that be
that's when you
progress?
get disciplined.
Wouldn't that be progress?
Well,
if you're integrating all of these external degenerate factors in so that you can manage them better inside of that would be the definitionally what I would think a progressive would do, not a conservative.
I fucking hate these
So
people.
even by your logic, you say this is the
That's
conservation of the
Spencer.
status quo. Then you give it.
I think this is the
is
second person
awful.
who said it, so I guess so. I don't know who it is.
I don't know. who
Remember
that is.
yesterday when you're like, we got to be better about pausing, and this time during the stream, I'm just going to be on my phone the whole time, so I never pause. Remember when you just said that?
Look, I got distracted on a similar topic.
I'm going to break your phone.
Just an example of how he's breaking the status
He
quo.
disciplined them for going too far is my
Yeah,
fundamental.
but you also claim they're integrating this. So if they're
Yes.
integrating it, that would be progress, not conservatism.
I really just don't like when people.
Oh, I don't think it is.
That's the second person who
people
asked,
choose these
I think,
words
who
that
is
give
Richard
them these
Spencer.
benefits, like progress.
I
It's
think
it's
so.
degress or regress.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I've
you know,
I
only
can only go
been
off of his
in America
definition,
for a
right?
very
I get it. I'm
short
not
time.
saying either of you are right or wrong.
I
I'm
don't.
saying
I didn't even know who
one
Richard
function
Spencer
of
was because that whole saga was when I didn't like live in this country.
Yes.
Yep, it is Richard Spencer. There you go.
Wow. Wow. Oh my god.
Culture War with Tim Pool. He's been trying to rebrand for like 2 years. Yeah, because it's like not cool anymore. Like we had Charlottesville. I mean, they basically sent all the real bad Nazis to die in Ukraine. Right? So like their base is dead.
Mm.
Who's watching them now? Cowards.
leftist political strategy is to use.
You call that music? You call that music? It sounds like, you know what it sounds like to me?
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
Use words that will always.
I can't. Fuck me.
Why does he?
You spent all that time running defense for the Nazi shooter, and here you are talking to Richard fucking Spencer. Good fucking lord.
Well, he's already had like
always make them
he already
sound.
had like I'll give Tim full credit. He did at least stand up to Kanye with the overt anti-Semitism, right? There was that, right? That happened.
I guess.
Good, like progress, like we are
Right.
advancing.
Right.
I personally, in my opinion, I don't see this as an advancement. I see it as a degradation.
Yeah, I would. Oh, I would too. But I'm just saying, if the idea that Biden is a conservative because he's kind of maintaining the status quo of what's going on, and then immediately
Bro,
we get an example.
This comment right here, let me tell you, this is a comment that would only come from account named DJ Dad Jeans. I know what you're talking about. I'm old enough, but I don't check. Do you know what he's talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Good lord.
They're
They
yeah,
literally.
bro. He literally went to a pool party with the beanie. It was so fucking funny. He's with Roger Stone, I think, where he also is like at a
Yes.
wedding or something, and he has the fucking beanie on at a classy event.
So funny.
Of how well, no, he's
these guys are just like Fox News. They don't say anything.
Sovereign, effectively sovereign states.
Yeah.
Civil War changed everything,
Oh
and I'm
my
trying to
God.
pinpoint a time in the United
Did you
States
ever-
where
did you ever see
there
the
wasn't
video
a
about what's
rapid
under his
shift
hat?
and change. And
No.
Okay, hang on.
honestly, we have these periods. We have the Revolutionary period, which is again, there's no nation state. We're just beholden to the crown. We break free from it over this 20-year period. We then get 80 or so years of expansion into the West, new states forming new territories, which leads to the Civil War.
Okay,
And this
ready?
transforms
Here we go.
this weak.
I can't possibly have babies because of climate change. You
This
know?
is right, which is nonsense.
No.
But I do think it's crazy that I'm about to be 34 and I have no family. Because my dad had 2 kids by the time he was 27.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, you know what the problem is though? It's definitely not me. I think it's to everybody else.
Hey, Glissy. It's so funny because you can see where the physics are attached, and it makes it kind of look like a dildo at the top because that's where the physics are attached on it.
Yeah. What the fuck is this?
republic. Like,
no, he's not relevant. We're laughing at him.
the weak
Temple
federal
was
union
never relevant.
of sovereign states into a solid nation for the first time. The famous saying being, pre-Civil War, it was the United.
My favorite thing that Tim Pool does is reference his own news website. That's my favorite.
You paused right when I was interested in what he had to say.
States are, and post-Civil War, the United States is.
Right.
Of sovereign states into a solid nation for the first time. The famous saying being, pre-Civil War, it was the United States are, and post-Civil War, the United States is.
Right.
Then you get about 60 or so years until you get this militaristic expansionism internationally with, you get the Federal Reserve and central banking, a dramatic change.
Tim?
And so...
Here's the spiral. Here's the spiral.
Tim? Let me just do a quick little history check real quick, okay? Oh, okay. Crazy. This did happen. Wow, would you believe it? Who would have thunk that the United States was literally having imperial wars in Africa the moment it was founded, Tim? What the fuck are you talking about? That didn't magically happen after World War II. It always was. Fucking, how do you think the fucking War of Mexico happened, Tim? Fucking moron. Literally, the United States' entire history is expansionism. Fucking idiot.
I think it's a good point. I'm not saying, I actually still,
this is
my view would be that Trump is a stabilizing force for America in this decline, in a way that restores our vision
really
of what things need to be.
It's literally
if anything, the only person who can say it declined underneath was Obama, and it was not because of Obama, but because we allow dumb shit like gambling on people's mortgages.
How they were better before. But I do think it's interesting, the point you're making, that Biden is an agent of the United States, is a strung together hodgepodge that must be strung together at all costs.
It was such a fucking Putin thing to do, right? Because he literally, we went to him and we gave them the most lowball offer for the territory we wanted, like Texas and shit, right? Like, it was the lowest ball that there is no way in hell Mexico could realistically say yes to it. Because it would make them lose money because they're losing out on land that they're farming and stuff for surpluses. So they made sure of that beforehand, and then they could say, well, we tried to be reasonable, time to kill you.
Right.
Hey, it's our Italian friend.
Not that I agree with his definitions.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yes. I understand that.
Fudge,
and I think...
Have you seen the submarines the U.S. has? You know? They're already making better ones. They have one released. You know?
Like the U.S. just released.
They're still producing the last generation of submarines.
Like, I mean, look at the Air Force. Look at the planes. F-22 never been used in combat, already being replaced. That's how much
Have you
dick
seen
the
the
Americans
F-22
have.
and its replacement? The thing is that
see, same wavelength.
The thing is that the F-22
killed balloons.
It was think about when it was designed, and it's still
80s.
You know, but when did it actually get fielded though? It was the 90s when it got fielded. Right. And
it was 80s design, yeah.
And already it was unnecessary.
Yep.
But what's funny is that as unnecessary as the F-22 is, I guess, it did give us, it's it's the tech branch that you need to hit that you don't care about, like the infestation pit before you go to hive tech.
Yes.
So
that's such a perfect analogy for the F-22. It was the stealth jumping point that you don't really give a shit about, but you need to get to the next one.
yeah. Well, it's why is the hive tech locked behind the fucking infestation pit? Not once have I produced a unit that comes from the infestation pit. Not once. And I always forget I need to put it down. And I go to tech up to hive, and I'm like, fuck, I didn't place my infestation pit down. Anyway.
Yeah. 26 years ago, 97.
But the F-35 actually has like a purpose and is practical today, unlike the
Mhm.
F-35 was. The F-35 is not like miles ahead in technology. In my
Its introduction was 2005.
What?
And they stopped producing them.
Raptor?
In 2011 they stopped producing them.
But like the F-35 just being a platform to like Jack and I were talking about this, is the Eurofighter. At the end of the day, the Eurofighter is going to be just as good as the role that the F-35 is being built for. And for like how much less of a price.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's again over-engineered. Although the fact that they did make like 3 of them and specializing in roles and stuff, because it's not like the Eurofighter tech isn't going to be compatible. Like the British are going to be able to use the F-35s on their carriers and be able to launch those Eurofighters.
Theoretically,
drones.
yeah.
Do you know what the operational efficiency? See, the thing is that it doesn't matter because these planes are only going to be used in a scenario where they're not being hit anyway, and they're going to be command platforms for the drones. So all these drones are going to be in command from the Eurofighter platform. So all the Eurofighter needs to do is stay in the air. So I guess the F-35, because it has some stealth capabilities, it has a little bit of the edge to be that platform for everything to be controlled and launched from. But
also, the F-35's helmet is like top. I showed you the helmet. It's like top tech. It's like,
and you'll need it. You'll need it. You'll need to have,
like,
and there'll be probably a new helmet once they start integrating all this shit.
Yeah. So it'll be
because you about fascists. That's true. You know, they do have that Hitler Youth haircut. You know.
I think in 2016, there was a sort of another Trump. I mean, you mentioned yourself, he did all of the.
The F-35 helmet was the $400,000 one. The F-22 one, I don't think is as advanced.
LGBTQ stuff, and
it could be the same helmet. Yes.
Yes, it would be wonderful if
he did some pandering.
If it drag queens at Miss Universe,
I'm not thrilled about
that
the
pandering
there,
Richard
right?
Spencer. I thought it was the guy in the hat, but I'm like trying. No, it's the guy because it's the other guy because I know. Because I'm thinking of the video that the only thing I know about Richard Spencer is that he got punched in the face in that video.
Yes, that's the only video I've seen and the only one that I care about.
Drag queens at Miss Universe.
I'm not thrilled about the pandering there, right? But there's a big distinction to be made.
What's interesting in 2015 and 2016, he was a sort
I don't know if they could have surpassed the U.S., but they could have taken an alternate course. For example,
Don't even open your mouth.
For example, the Iranian Navy is very smart as how it's designed for their needs, right? They're not going to fucking they know if they actually have ships, they'll just get Ronald Reagan again. So they got a bunch of speedboats, that's smart. Turkey developing the Bayraktar because they were cut out of the drone program. That's some smart shit. But unfortunately is that it's not just the corruption. They have had a problem with additive manufacturing for a very long time. It took them a while to even have machines precise enough to manufacture balls and ballpoint pens, right? So fine manufacturing they just didn't have. They're only just now really starting to master some of that stuff. But that said, they do develop things like that's for the specific purpose. Like China has a very interesting strategy, like their sniper that is like basically it's like an explosive sniper. It's a combination of the Punisher X that the US had, that was the airburst grenade launcher that had a ballistic computer on it, which basically the only thing that survived from that was the ballistic computer idea to be put that in there.
Yeah.
So I think there's stuff like that that's very interesting. And like the rifle that they designed is like specifically for the roles that they want to use them for. So if they didn't just try to copy things and they did more actual innovative stuff like they did, even though the rifle is based off of other designs, but isn't everything based off the fucking AK? You know, like who cares? That, but it's things where it's like direct copies of the fighter jets and stuff. At least they do have their own fighter jet, though. The fucking J-22.
No, that's a ripoff too.
It looks cool. Yeah, but it's like nothing is like it, though. It's just components of different jets. But the J-22 looks like really cool from the front. Is that if that's what it's called?
I think that's the one you're thinking of.
No. J-20. We're thinking of the F-22.
Chengdu.
Assistant Kevin O'Leary, and more. But first, I'll introduce our box office panel, podcaster and commentator Vinny Oshana, founder of Young Turks, Ted Yuga,
Check it out.
former
Check
lawyer,
this out from
Janet
the
Ellis.
front, though. Like, I think as long as you only look at it from the front, it's a pretty cool plane. Just don't look at it at any other angle. Like, it looks like a fucking anime plane. You know,
it looks like
a
an
Gundam.
F-22.
It's like a Gundam plane. It's got all these doodads off of it. You know. So like these little doodads in the positions they have, only they are the ones that are putting them in those positions that they have. So it is different.
Yeah.
Doesn't it look like a fucking, it's like it's gonna turn into the head of Voltron or something, like a Gundam head or something. You see what I'm saying? Also, the vents on it are fucking huge. The engines, they're gigantic.
There's no way. Like they say it's stealth. There's no fucking way.
And
I don't
Twitch
care. I think
streamer
it looks
Hassan
cool, like a
Hiker. Well,
Voltron
welcome
head
to
from the front.
I mean, okay. I will ask because people were interacting with that video a little bit. Do we want to go back? Because I can go back, but I was moving on for time.
No, I wasn't paying attention to it because I don't care about any of those people.
to all of you. Let me start with you, Cenk, because you and I have talked about this many times about Joe Biden's mental and physical ability to be fit to serve the most powerful and important office in the country. As you were watching last night's debate, what was going through your mind?
I was right. As you know, I took an extraordinary step of running for president against Joe Biden.
Oh, boy.
President,
I know more than
even
you.
though I'm not
Oh,
even a natural born
look at
citizen.
Hassan.
Because that's how desperate
Hassan
I was.
is
Our
just trying-
audience
Hassan,
was. We did
he's
a
back
poll
in
and we
control
asked our
now, but
paying
he really
members,
had to hold it back
should
for
I
a
run?
second
And,
there.
and now 9 months
He's
ago,
still he's still
76%
trying.
of them
He has
said,
to
"For
look
God's
down.
sake, run."
He's
You
really
know
trying
why?
to hold it
Because
together.
was
Listening
obvious.
to this idiot.
And what I took away from it, Piers, and what everyone should remember is how much
Instead of
Democratic
listening to this
leadership lied
bozo,
to you.
look at this. See, like I love this little graphic. So it's an overlay on each of the planes, so you can see how similar they are from specifically the front. And as you can see, the J-20 is significantly bigger.
Yeah, it's massive, which is not necessarily a good thing. It kind of shows their lack of being able to get the tolerances down and shit.
No, I still think it's a cool plane though.
It definitely is a unique looking plane. And unique looking planes are great.
They should do more stuff that really defines the Chinese military. Just
Yes.
like if the Soviets were able to push Kalashnikovs to every fucking country in the world, like why can't China come up with something that's like machine stamped and like even cheaper? Like imagine if China could produce weapons cheaper than the Kalashnikov and put the manufacturing in place, which they could, to outproduce Kalashnikov.
The problem is that their rifles are dog shit.
Yeah, well, that's the issue. Is like
That's their dog shit rifle.
yeah, but like I said, that's the issue. Is their rifle is like, well, it's cool, it's dog shit.
Yeah.
And how much everyone in
They also got the ballistic knives.
They said the emperor had clothes when it was obvious that he had no clothes. They said that he was perfectly fine and he was a dynamo behind the scenes. How preposterous. We were right all along. So the next
Which one's
time
Vinny? Is Vinny the guy who looks Italian?
I'm going to assume so.
I'm going to assume someone who's named Vinny looks like that because my cousin Vinny.
because
You
they're the only
famously
ones who can
said,
win.
It's me,
Remember this
Tony
preposterous
Lasagna.
lie. Remember how terribly they deceived you into picking the weakest
From the
candidate, not the
neighborhood.
strongest.
But they just
candidate.
replaced
And
it with a
Pierce, every
fucking.
time I
They
said, let's
basically
pick
did a
someone
416
stronger,
ripoff, I
so
think,
that
for their new rifle. Isn't that what it is? It's a 416 ripoff.
I'm not sure. I haven't looked.
Okay.
we can beat Trump. They said, so you like Trump. You want to help Trump. No, you pick the strongest person so you can beat Trump. And apparently they couldn't understand simple concepts like that. But now the whole world has seen what we saw all along.
You know, Cenk, before we go to the other three, there are reports as we're talking now that Barack Obama has been having urgent conversations with Joe Biden to try and gently persuade him it may be time to give up. But apparently Jill Biden is resisting, wants him to fight on. Kamala Harris is enraged that her name is not in the conversation to potentially replace him. People want to bypass her completely because she's even more unpopular than he is, and move to somebody like Gavin Newsom or someone like that. What is the playbook here? Are we into unprecedented territory? Because I don't think any incumbent president in American history who is seeking to be re-elected and hasn't stood down has ever been forced out. There's no mechanism to actually force him out unless he voluntarily goes, is there?
Yeah, there is one mechanism.
Bro, their
unfortunately,
rifle?
and it's the donor.
3 kilograms unloaded.
Wow.
Because once the donors stop funding him, then
It's
he'll
almost
have no
as light
oxygen
as
left.
the
Remember, for someone who's a
JR-15.
populist like Bernie Sanders,
It's twice
their
as
source of
heavy as
power
the
is people.
JR-15.
But for people like Biden who are establishment candidates, their source of power is money. And once the money tap is turned off, then he's got no oxygen left. So I don't care what Jill Biden thinks. Are you like, who's insane enough to
Still
care
in
what
their
she
own
thinks? I
caliber.
don't care what Kamala Harris thinks. I care about picking the strongest candidate against Trump. Is democracy on the line or isn't it? Is this the most important election of our lifetime or isn't it? So now they're talking about, whose personality should we care more about? Whose feelings are more important? None of your feelings are important. What's important is that the American people be safe from Donald Trump. And let's be honest, Democratic leadership has never cared about that. And Piers, let's tell your audience why. Because remember, almost everyone on Biden's team, at the White House, on his campaign, at the Democratic National Committee, their jobs are tied to Joe Biden. If there's a new candidate, they all get fired. So they have been enormously,
That is a good point.
monstrously selfish, saying, I don't care if the country burns as long as I get to keep my job. They betrayed you greatly, and you should never listen to them again.
Okay, let me bring in some of the others. Hassan Piker, I mean, you'd have to be willfully negligent with regard to what you saw with your own eyes, wouldn't you, to watch that
We'll
debate
get
last
there.
night and not conclude, as so many Biden supporters and friends have publicly concluded. This is from, people like Frank Bruni at the New York Times and others who just come out and said, you've got to stand down. Did you see anything last night that would allow you to construct an argument that he should continue and be the nominee?
Biden continuing? Absolutely not. But there's another glaringly obvious problem here. Jake and I have had this conversation personally for years at this point, very publicly, about Biden being ineligible to run and how he's going to lead to the downfall of the Democratic Party and potentially lose a pretty easy to win election against Donald Trump at this point. And we were absolutely right. And it was shocking that so many in the media who are now writing those articles that you're talking about were.
It's so funny that he acts like he's this expert political analyzer, and he somehow got some kind of credibility when I'd honestly give Chunk more credibility than Hassan on political analysis.
I would have to side with Hassan only because I know that he's at least genuine.
True, that is
dumb.
A big sway. That is a big swaying point. You do have a fair point.
I gotta go. Pause.
That's also why I would also give more credibility again to Chunk. Because it's easier to read than just being dumb and having to figure out who he's influenced by.
Acting as though Biden was actually a dynamo behind the scenes. I mean, there was literally an article I remember from an excerpt from a Jill Stein book about how in order to soften the blow of Biden's age and how old and senile he's appearing on television, they were saying—
How do they not realize that they've been primed to have this opinion? Like, they've literally been primed to have this opinion, and everybody's marching in lockstep. Oh my God, age, old. It's like, oh, okay. what did Trump bring to the table? Genuinely, what if someone can answer me? What did he say that was like, yeah, that's fucking great. I would much rather have this guy that's talking about vengeance and punishing political opponents and not refuting comparisons to Hitler after Charlottesville came up. Like, who is looking at this objectively and actually listening and actually watching, who comes out of this like, Trump did better? Obviously, CNN is the big loser because this entire thing was an embarrassment. But if you were looking at it objectively from reality, the reality being it's Trump and Biden.
Yeah.
You know, like, how do we come out of this being like Biden doesn't look better? Oh, he has a little bit of like, okay, a little bit. He struggles to compute brain to mouth. It doesn't mean this is gone, and we can see that
If Trump
by
had a
the
stroke
fact.
that stage, hang on. Keep going. Keep going, Ken.
Right. So if we, how do we come to this conclusion that this recollection of events, multiple stuff that we didn't even know about, right? Taking notes the whole time. He seemed there. Everybody's like, oh, he was looking down. He looked like he was asleep. No, he was taking notes, you clowns. Did you not see him writing? He had a pen in his hand the whole time.
I think really is just not able to debate anymore.
I think, yeah, that's literally what it is. And this is even more.
He definitely, that's the thing. It's like, it's not denying that he's declined.
Yes.
It's not like we don't have eyes and ears.
We are looking at it objectively from reality. The reality being these are the choices. So, I mean, obviously you should vote for Vermin Supreme if you can. But
we should swap Biden.
But if we're looking at it from reality's point, you've got two options here. The guy who's talking about vengeance, or the guy who's a little slow but clearly is there making the decisions, or at least thinking about them in his head. I don't know.
That he had really hard sex with his wife. I mean, that's the extent that these guys went to in order to try and manufacture this narrative. And to anyone with eyes and ears to hear, they could see what Biden looked like, what Biden's performance looked like. So I don't understand why it's so shocking to people. David Axelrod said on CNN, I believe at this point, 9 months ago, that, you know, Biden has to go. Someone else has to come in and you know, potentially win this race.
Is that the guy that we were mocking at the end of the stream? Is that guy? I need to double check this.
Hang on. While you do
David Axelrod? Check the very end of the stream.
Are the rumors true that you had a stroke?
No. Look. They said I went to Walter Reed Hospital. I had a stroke. I didn't have a stroke. You know, I beat coronavirus. I beat COVID.
Mr. Trump.
Chris, I beat. Oh boy! Oh, stroke!
What?
You have an election coming up right now where the down ballot races, where you have Democratic Party senators doing 10 points better than the top of the ticket, than Joe Biden in places like Nevada, in states like Arizona. These are states that Biden has to win. You have issues, especially post October 7, with the supposed blue wall that's obviously destroyed. You got Michigan, that's a potential problem for Joe Biden. All of these swing states that the Democratic Party should be clearing up with like Reagan numbers right now are in contest.
He's not wrong.
Having said that, Donald Trump also had a phenomenally bad performance last night. It's just that no one is going to talk about that because one guy was very clearly demented. So when the other guy's talking about immigrants and how they're responsible for everything that is going on for an hour and 30 minutes straight, people didn't even have the time to make that assessment because they were so unimaginably shocked at the fact that the Democratic Party has basically put forward a cadaver and tried to push him over the finish line and are hoping that you don't notice.
Okay. I'm going to come to your two panelists in a moment. We're going to be joined right now by Republican U.S. Senate candidate for Arizona.
let's move on.
I don't care about the others. I agree.
I debatedly didn't care about junk.
The economy. President
Oh,
Biden,
boy.
inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120.
Oh, what?
Prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency?
Oh my gosh, look at
under
his
President
face.
Trump?
Look at him. He looks scared to
Look at
death.
what I was left when I became president.
Oh.
And what Mr. Trump left me.
Oh boy.
We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly
barely
handled.
speak.
Many people were dying.
Trump's like, okay.
Serious.
This is kind of sad already. I'm not
This is
even
abuse.
saying that. Yeah.
Why
Economy
did you put
collapsed.
this on?
Look, they're literally not, no. I was
They're
curious,
literally
right?
not listening, though.
They're not
literally-
listening. They are not listening. That was the point that I wanted to make here. Is I guarantee that they're not listening. They are not listening.
There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible.
Dude.
And so what we had to do
Wow,
was try
this
to
is a
put it back
humiliation
together
ritual.
again.
Oh, this is
I can't.
bad.
This is a
Again, we
humiliation
got
ritual.
15,000 new jobs. We brought
Jesus
out
Oh my
Christ.
gosh.
where we have 800,000.
Bro
new
really
factory
said
jobs.
humility,
There's more to be done.
humiliation
More to be
ritual.
done.
Blinking really rapidly every time
People
you
are
close
still
Y'all
out
are a
there. I come from
humiliation
Scranton,
ritual.
Pennsylvania,
RFK Jr. sounds better than
households
this.
where the kitchen table. if the
No, he
kids
doesn't.
weren't able to
Wow.
get
Dude, they're so fixated on the fact that his voice sounds a little off. Get fucking over it. Get over it. Listen to the words, you fucking morons.
during the month was a problem.
He's
Price of
lost
things,
his
price of
voice.
gas, the price of housing, the price.
The
of
number one
food.
issue, according to Gallup,
That's why I'm working so hard
is
to make sure I deal
poor
with
leadership in government. It
We're
is Joe
gonna make
Biden's.
sure that we reduce the price of housing.
How's he going to get through
We're
this?
gonna
I
make
feel
sure
kind of bad for Biden. I'm not just
we-
saying that. This is
to make sure
bad.
we cap rents.
I didn't think he was going to
Greed
start up his
can't
bed.
take
either.
over. The combination that I was
He
left
has
with
Botox
the
in his
greed is the
forehead.
reason
Oh, yeah.
why
Oh my
He's got a lot
god.
of stuff in his forehead.
In addition to that, we're in a
There-
situation where if you have to
Stunning.
look at all that was
Let's
done
move
in his
on, please.
administration, he didn't do much at
Amazing.
all.
Just proving my point that
Let's- Let's see.
were not listening.
Now let's see. Vosh watching the debate. Or someone else stupid.
The copium has already started. There are going to be a bunch of liberal pundits who try to spin this man.
Let's
Today, Democrats worry after
let's
Biden
do it.
struggles through
We'll
the
finish it with an actual video of substance. Maybe.
I don't know because I think this video is gonna be dog shit.
first debate.
Look,
Ursula von der
'cause
Leyen is nominated for a second term, and the
First of all, I don't
Hmm.
care about any of that. I do care actually a little bit that she was nominated for a second term because I need to know who she coalitioned with. Besides that, the British, the way they're going to gather sources, right? Because they do it
Mm.
proper, right? So all they're going to do is look at sources that are like American sources that are like
Dog shit
CNN and all this shit.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think this is going to be
Last
a
night-
dog shit video. On
Interesting.
that regard, I
President
do
Biden
care
and
what they
former
have to say
President
about
Trump
Ursula.
engaged in the first
Yeah, just specifically for the debate. Also, still using the Twitter logo. Love it.
Yeah, they like. Or should we make new assets? No.
No.
of two scheduled debates. The two candidates discussed inflation, the border, immigration, foreign policy, childcare, among many other topics. The debate was a muted affair compared to the first debate 4 years ago between the two candidates, but there were many key aspects to dissect. The first of these was that Biden appeared to be slow, quiet, and stumbled a lot with his responses. For instance, when attacking Trump on his tax cuts and the national debt, Biden stumbled and stated that he finally beat Medicare, a confusing response which Trump seized on, stating that Biden indeed beat Medicare and beat it to death. When Biden was discussing immigration and the border, he ended his answer in a very disjointed way, that Trump stated he had no idea what Biden had said, and that Biden did not either.
The total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more border patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence.
That was honestly that was pretty
Other
clear.
mistakes such as
I think it was the context of his statement, the wider context of it. The ending made no sense. I remember that point
He just
explicitly. I'm
stuttered.
like, what?
He's trying to.
I
he's
literally
trying
did
to
that.
include like basically that his bill was good.
Yeah, but he just stumbled on the explanation of it. That's like, I think that's what we said at the time too.
correctly stating how much his administration lowered the price of
Yep,
insulin
you
by
pretty much nailed
mixing
it.
up terms like billions and millions many times, and spending the night playing defense instead of attacking Trump. When he was not speaking, Biden also often had his mouth open, eyes wide, and looked frail in many moments of the debate.
I just
Trump,
disagree.
meanwhile, did not.
If you were actually watching and actually listening, you would see that Biden's facial expressions were responses to what Trump was saying, and Trump likewise had facial expressions in response to what Biden was saying. Most of them appeared to be like, yeah, you're right. Which is just hilarious.
I think really what we're learning here is nobody's going to sit down and actually critically watch a debate because nobody actually cares.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's the issue. Because like nobody is not checking their phone.
Yes. Yeah.
Through that shit. Like,
mm-hmm.
and even us, like the fact, like the reason why we were pausing so much to not miss anything, right?
Yes.
Like nobody's doing that shit. Nobody's like, pausing whenever they're not actively like listening to the debate. If they're talking, like if somebody's talking to them in the other room, they're not pausing the debate to talk to that person and respond to them,
Yeah.
This just proves why the debate is actually useless and it doesn't matter. None of it matters.
Mm-hmm.
And messaging. He stated that abortion should be left up to individual states, that NATO members were not paying their fair share, and claimed that inflation was a result of Biden and his policies. However, Trump continued to assert that the 2020 election was rigged, did not dispute President Biden's claim that he wanted to pardon January the 6th rioters, and refused to state that he would accept the results of the election.
And refused to deny that he was Hitler, or wasn't Hitler.
The response by Democrats following the debate was somber, with Politico reporting that many Democratic operatives viewed Biden's performance as terrible, below expectations, and some even stated that he should be replaced at the Democratic convention in August. Viewers also seemed to back up this sentiment, as 67% of debate viewers said that Trump won the debate, compared to 33% who said
that's
Biden
because
won.
people are stupid.
The only saving grace for Biden is that the election is still months away, and
you know what that showed? There's always going to be a solid third in each camp.
Yep.
So the 33% that said Biden won are K-Hive. I don't think anyone
him
won.
from the ticket is likely not going to happen without Biden stepping down, a notion he has repeatedly shot down. The 2024 US election between Trump and Biden with this debate is entering its main phase, and while Republicans may have quarrels with Trump's rhetoric and Democrats with Biden's age, this debate likely did not alleviate any of those concerns. There's more on the way, but remember to...
Cool.
I'll go to Ursula real quick. I just want to know. I just want to know if she coalitioned with Maloney. That's all.
Commission. As well as agreeing to nominate von der Leyen, EU leaders nominated 2 new faces to other key EU leadership roles. They nominated Estonian Prime Minister Kaja Kallas as the bloc's foreign policy chief.
Fuck yes!
Yes! While also appointing former...
Excellent.
That's fucking awesome.
Okay, that's fucking great. Really good.
Portuguese Prime Minister Antonio Costa to become the new president of the European Council, the body made up of the leaders of each EU member state. As usual, the 3 politicians come from the 3 mainstream European political groupings. Von der Leyen from the centre-right European People's Party, Kallas from the centrist Renew Europe, and Costa from the centre-left Socialists and Democrats. Von der Leyen now needs to be approved by the European Parliament before she can be sure of her second term, and it could be a knife-edge vote. On paper, she has the backing of the 3 mainstream groups, but a number of MEPs are expected to defect in the secret vote. Von der Leyen had previously been courting Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni.
Okay, so they didn't actually vote yet.
Meloni seems to have soured on von der Leyen.
Okay, this is a cock tease. That is cool that all other stuff happened, but until I know who's fucking coalitioning for the vote, I don't fucking care. Let me know when it happens.
Yep. Okay.
The Gulf War was an event that caused many nations.
Bro, so like Jack sent me that he did a video on this, and I literally was just skull emojis back. Cause like Gulf War syndrome is like not it's a conspiracy, a legitimately real conspiracy that you just can't do like basic conspiracy theory research on.
You cannot
deep.
You cannot do a 17-minute video fully explaining Gulf War syndrome.
So when it doesn't even matter if it's the length of it, just the fact that he decided to tackle this topic, I was like, wow, there is no way he even scratches the surface or gets right what actually happened.
Yep. I wonder if the bookmarks are on here. I will check and I will tell you how many I have. Yes, I
Just
have.
release an article to dispute everything. Go ahead.
I have 30 or 40 resources here, all on the Gulf War syndrome.
Bro, so like Jack
Right.
was like, I need something to actually practice researching and writing about, and I told him about Gulf War syndrome, and I think I ruined his life.
Yeah, that article's not coming out until I go to the US. I'm dedicated to breaking it open. I'm going to directly implicate the US government in the culpability of Gulf
And
War
like
syndrome.
everyone who's like done an anti-US government thing on it has been from like the conspiracy side of things. Right? Like the
Yeah.
one lady like is like, was it Alex Jones of her time? She somebody might know who she is if I just say the old school conspiracy lady. She has a
Like,
bunch of dumbass videos, bro.
Oh, like there is so much to go through, and it's just like there's thousands of pages of Congress inquiries into it, thousands of documents about how the military knowingly didn't give adequate mop suits to the soldiers, and they knew that they were going to deal with low levels of sarin and all this shit, blowing up weapons depots
The
with
Camisea Depot.
Oh my god, like they knew exactly what they were doing and they let them do it anyway. Didn't give them adequate equipment.
Miss Cleo. No. It was like she's some white lady. She looks like the X-Files girl, or maybe Jodie Foster in Silence of the Lambs.
Like it's such a deep story, and the only source that I found of like decent information that it was Frontline, right? It was the Frontline documentary on Gulf War syndrome. The cross-referencing that I have to do to make sure all of that information is correct is insane, because it's even the Frontline thing I feel like didn't go deep enough. Like it's crazy. It really is. And they still deny it. They still blame depleted uranium, which is fucking insane. And it also crosses over with fucking nuclear conspiracy and why people are against nuclear things. They're like, oh, depleted uranium gave people sickness in Iraq, so we can't have nuclear. No, they didn't. It's depleted uranium and it's for penetration. You fucking
I'll
morons.
penetrate you.
Shenanigans, controversies, conspiracies, and tragedies, committed under shaky pretenses and renowned for its even shakier aesthetics. The Gulf War narrowly fits into this category of conflict that is simultaneously really important, yet is boring as sin compared to other more dramatic
Okay,
wars in
whoa. Hang on. First of all, the Gulf War is not important. And number two, the Gulf War is super fucking interesting. Okay? Like, you got it backwards, dude. The Gulf War, looking at the fucking deployment and the destruction that happens is nothing compared to the shock and awe campaign. Like,
yeah, like the Germans want to herald the Blitzkrieg. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, it's Jesus wept, it's Hitler wept, right?
Yes.
However,
I mean, we've
did inspire-
shown the operation timeline thing where it shows you how they did it all.
Yeah, where it's don't show it to
Insane.
Russia, that video.
Yeah.
There are some absolutely baller SNES games. Also, we're talking about the OG Gulf War, the one from the early 90s.
You mean
not
the Gulf
Iraq
War,
which some people
which
call
is not the Gulf
second
War.
Gulf War.
Some people, but nobody actually, because it's the Iraq War. When people say Gulf War, people go, oh, you mean the one in 2003? They go, oh yeah, the Gulf War, yeah, the one where they did the Highway of Death and shit.
And a lot of people believe was the Gulf War when it was technically the second. So
technically,
we're
it
talking
was the
about
same war.
Original Gulf.
Yeah, well, technically, yeah.
It's no different than Russia invading in 2014. It's the same thing.
Yes.
The U.S. occupied Iraq since the Gulf War, it allowed them to literally just deploy from within Iraq. There technically wasn't an invasion; it was just a full-scale invasion, just like Russia.
Yeah.
Which is why it's funny that Bush compared the two.
Which is also why I compare the two as like, if you're against Iraq, why are you pro-Russia?
Mhm.
Right? Well, that's exactly why I was mirroring the two.
Which took place from 1990 to 1991. Soldiers came home with injuries, disabilities, and mental issues like PTSD that the government...
Oh, and the other reason that I want to finish this article when I'm in the States is because I bet you there's a lot of stuff that I've missed purely because I'm only looking at it from an outside perspective. I want to talk to people. So I want to call, I want to talk to people, I want to look at archives, I want to do all this shit. Because there has to be fucking more. There has to be.
Well, at that point, just do a documentary.
I was honestly thinking about it.
Release the article first.
I was honestly thinking about it, to be completely honest.
Government offered
You can
them
do this.
absolutely
I need
no
a ticket to the
assistance
US.
with, making the Gulf War no
Give me money.
different from any other war. But anyway, what made the Gulf War so
Okay, so
unique is soldiers who were...
Hang on, can we just... So we already said it's 17 minutes. You can't do a Gulf War syndrome video in 17 minutes. Okay, so how much time have we wasted already?
It's a minute of his video.
Yeah. So, okay, so it's 16 minutes to explain it now. Okay.
Are unfortunate enough to go oil sniffing in the rear end of Basra and kick rocks in the Iraqi deserts, came home with a whole new mystery illness that confused doctors for many, many years. And it seemed, again, just like with any other war, that the government knew a lot more about this illness than they were willing to share. This illness became known as Gulf War Syndrome.
Okay, so he's also got an ad here, which goes to 3:15. So we now have 14 minutes.
Or seeing as everybody watching this video has probably grown up with its more famous sequel trilogy, The War on Terror.
We get it.
Spoiler alert, we fucking lost. But basically, all you need to know is this
No.
Saddam guy, well, he's got a villain-coded mustache. He loves killing Iranians with gas.
Yeah, that's a pretty crazy statement to say we lost the war on terror. Where's ISIS?
Yeah.
Africa?
Russia.
Russia.
If we couldn't win it harder, right?
Literally redirected it.
No, Afghanistan was a loss.
Yes,
it's just like
yes.
the Cold War, right? Did the Soviet Union have some wins?
Yeah, Cuba.
Sure did.
Guy, well, he's got a villain-coded mustache. He loves killing Iranians with gas, and he just attacked Kuwait. And guess what? Kuwait loves America. And if there is one thing that America loves, it's a simp nation located right next to one of their enemies. And if there is another thing America loves, it's an excuse. So, as a result of this, for no morally dubious reasons at all that you definitely shouldn't read into, NATO was fully mobilized on the Saudi border.
Are we going to get to the Gulf War syndrome?
Maybe.
Iraq, performing essentially a blitzkrieg throughout the desert.
Everyone
all
knows
in the
this.
aim of rescuing Princess Kuwait from the evil clutches of Emperor Saddam Dorf and liberating Iraq with freedom, cheeseburgers,
What's funny
and
is that
black
there's
meat.
literally like a whole, like Biden mocks this, the whole like Emir
Mm.
of Kuwait, God bless his soul, in that speech about the Bosnia invasion, right?
Yeah.
And he's like, he basically calls out that it was all bullshit. And he's like, if you voted to reinstore the Emir of Kuwait, it has nothing compared to ending a genocide in Bosnia.
In color combo edgy new metal aesthetic that
Shut
was in
up,
chic
bro. Just
for
get
over a
on with
decade.
it. Okay.
Trust me, there were no other Cassius Bellis that were needed, and any other reports of things that may have influenced the need to go into the desert is complete conjecture spewed by conspiracy theorist misinformation merchants that are definitely evil and should not be trusted.
But
The
like
government
seriously,
has done
like,
no wrong.
Like seriously, like we invaded Iraq because Saddam was occupying Kuwait, and it was a limited operation. We basically pulled out, and we didn't actually occupy it, even though we continued to occupy it, right?
Mm.
Compared to Vietnam, which, how did we get involved there? You know, like
an actual false flag.
like it's like there's like, and then even like Iraq too. Like Afghanistan, I guess they were housing Bin Laden, so that was like moderately like justified. But like Kuwait being invaded and then America going in there to liberate Kuwait is more legitimate than like any other war America has fought. You know?
Yeah. I would generally agree. Like
what else?
if
Like I guess the
my-
mission in Somalia that the UN voted for or something. You know? Like what are we talking about?
Yeah, because it would be, out of all of them, probably one of the only more justified ones. Especially if it's like, can you help us, please? Like, if a
Yeah.
country's like, can you, like, get them the fuck out of our country, please? It's a bit
Well,
different.
America interfered when it came to oil interests, and that would that hurt the entire world? Yes. It's not just like America. Like they're the trade officers, you know? They're the
Yeah.
trade federation.
Yeah, it's exactly what we keep saying about the waterways. They're the water police. That's all they're doing. They're just making sure trade happens. They're capitalism police.
And if you go against the opinions of the government, then you're crazy and an active threat to national security. OPEC have nothing to do with any of this, and you're unhinged. Anyway, let's get on to the war itself. The TLDR of our Sandy skirmish is... It
5 minutes down. 12 minutes.
was comically one-sided, with the Iraqi forces being unrepentantly mogged into submission within 100 hours of the operation's start by the completely overwhelming firepower and air superiority of the coalition forces. This is despite the fact that the Iraqi army had the home field advantage and the numbers, of which they quite literally numbered in the millions.
They were looking for a reason to defect. You should look into why.
Their
Hey, we got a
rickety,
video.
funny T-72s might have been very good.
That'll be it.
against
I
an
mean, I
Iranian child.
I uploaded the second draft of the Taliban interview.
Mm-hmm.
So
okay, I will watch.
It should be good to go.
Yep,
And
I will watch.
And then maybe then the EU will be decided, and we can report on that as the intro for that one.
Okay.
And then, did you host the jihad video anywhere? I put it on the drive, so you
yes,
can.
on the drive. I know it's on the drive.
Mhm.
I just haven't yet. No,
I've neither been educated or entertained by this video yet. I know, like, just get on with it.
In the fields and trenches of Khuzestan, but sadly for the Iraqi Armored Corps, they instead had to go mano-a-mano with the likes of the Abrams and Challengers. That is to say, they get folded like a fucking tea towel. But due to the fact that it is the Middle East, it very quickly devolved into an
The
asymmetric
opening move that we did, you know how they're like, they go like they want to, if people don't put two and two together, right? But it also did happen. Saddam buried people alive, right?
Yeah.
We bulldozed their trenches on the entry. We buried people alive on entry. They got more than folded. It was insane. Insane. It was like that's why I think Shock and Awe is like so much better, because like it was like actually it was like it's almost like it wasn't planned by a fucking psychopath, even though like it was a crazy thing to do.
quagmire, with militias and rogue units RDMing coalition chuds without advertising a raid. Fail RP. In other words, another day in the Middle East. But what we are focusing on today is those previously mentioned Basra oil sniffers. The troops, whom well deployed on bases and in operations during the war, started to notice things, like how a good chunk of their battle buddies were weirdly coming down with a mysterious illness that only started manifesting after returning home from deployments to the Durka Durka sandbox. After going through the stress, loss, and tragedy of sitting in a 40 degrees centigrade desert in full combat gear and getting shot at for a month, these unfortunate souls instead came home to suffer even more. And I don't just mean reintegrating into Civvy Street. Our sufferers of interest started
Bro,
developing.
you're the
a
one who
wide
wanted to
variety
develop
of
the
random
like how different the Gulf War is with the War on Terror. Like, these people did not have to integrate. It was like a day at the office. Like, it's like thinking that people were involved with fucking bombing Belgrade and shit. They had to go home and be like, "Oh, am I gonna integrate back to society? I'm John Rambo."
Symptoms without any real connecting factor. There were small things like fatigue, headaches, and insomnia to more particular and severe issues like memory problems, joint issues, broader neurological problems, and even tumours. It's fair to say that this wasn't ideal for anyone to experience, let alone returning vets who not only had to come home from a sweltering sandpit and reacclimate to running water and air conditioning, but also now having to deal with a nondescript
I wonder
illness
if we can
on top
track
of their debilitating
like
psychological
all these cases, on a heat map, and then see if majority of those cases are deployed around a certain bunker in an area. Like you draw a circle around the heat map where all the people who had the cases and where they were stationed, right? When a certain bunker was detonated. I wonder if we can do that to figure out like the mystery behind this illness.
And I wonder who would be able to do that, and who would be willing to go through the pain of putting something to that.
Oh, it
like
already
that
exists.
together.
It already exists.
Yeah,
there's there's like the military did it themselves.
Oh, I bet they probably had to.
There's literally something where it shows like I think in that conspiracy video by that lady, they show the military showing the radius around the Camisea bunker and who was there and stuff. But I don't know if they link it to the cases, but you can though. It's been done. Everyone who's like, not everyone, because that's the thing, is it's not contained to just the Gulf War. Because more cases happened in the Second War, just limited ones, few and far between. Because there was encounters with low-grade sarin. And people didn't know it because it was so low grade. And what I want to know is Iraqis themselves. Nobody's covered that. How many Iraqis have Gulf War syndrome?
Yes. Yeah.
How do they check for it in Iraq? Like, how do we fucking know? It's like Agent Orange, like it's not going to be revealed until like much later.
I could email Doctors Without Borders, see if they have any track record of it. Maybe. It's not a bad idea.
Scars from,
because the other thing that we were going to do is we were going to connect it to the fact that the US government has knowingly poisoned their soldiers before and don't give a fuck in Vietnam.
Yeah, and now they're acknowledging that it was, along with the burn pits under Biden or something, right?
So which is even better timing for this as well.
No, they didn't. Here we go. You believe this because the government is covering up Gulf War illness. This is literally where this narrative comes from. So I literally call this narrative Saddam's ghost, because in the first Iraq War, they tried to say that this caused a bunch of effects, right? Saddam did, because of course he did. Like he has to say that it was unjustified. He got invaded, but the UN has done studies. More depleted uranium was actually done in Kosovo. Kosovo had way more depleted uranium used, and nothing happened. Nothing's wrong with it. There's no ground pollution or anything like that. There's a whole UN study on it where they go into like how they go through the controls and testing and all this stuff, and it's just about the birth defects that are caused in Iraq, because that's what gets linked to it. If you go on YouTube and you look up depleted uranium birth defects Iraq, there'll be tons of videos of people, and then they'll literally, a lot of them will put the Iraqi doctor on and they'll say it's a logistics issue. And then these people go on like it's depleted uranium. Like the doctor didn't say anything like that. They just paint the picture of it being depleted uranium.
Yeah.
And so like this is so funny because the US government then said, this is already out there, this conspiracy. Let's just attach this to that.
Yeah. Yep. That's exactly. There was a narrative of opportunity. we'll say.
So depleted uranium is like fine.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. It's literally just armor penetration.
Like there
it's
is some
armor
they
penetration
there
without
did
speed.
test where there is like micro levels of exposure if you're like in a certain position when the tank round fires or something.
Okay.
But yeah, there was so much chemical weapons in Iraq.
Yeah.
And the government and actually the government there's CIA declassified reports on all of it now. And what's fucking hilarious in all these CIA reports that you can pretty easily find is that the CIA, whenever they're doing this chemical weapons report about how they found like 100 here, 100 there, WikiLeaks also released how many chemical weapons they found. They're like, this does not indicate or justify why we invaded, basically.
Yes.
Because they're like,
because
this
they
does
were
not
stockpiled.
indicate, it's like, this does not indicate an active weapons program or anything like that. So the entire time the CIA is finding these weapons and saying, this still doesn't justify what we're doing.
Yeah, exactly. And it's because they were stockpiles. And this is where the conspiracy theorists go with this and completely overlook Gulf War syndrome, is because they're like, oh well, the US, UK, Thatcher and Reagan mostly, please. Germany, France, I think Portugal maybe as well. There's a few countries, a lot of Americans, a lot of Europeans were involved in arming Saddam, which resulted in genocide and the invasion of Iran and all of that shit. And that was all known information by the governments of these countries. They knew. America, they knew Saddam was getting weaponry from the US, right? They knew that there were chemical weapons because they allowed him to get them. There was Atropine, the company that the US government contracted to create Atropine injectors, asked them for permission to sell them to Iraq. Why would Iraq need Atropine injectors if they did not have sarin? Right? Turns out they did have sarin. Crazy. Who knew?
Modern war. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, what in the goodness gracious caused this pestilence to befall these sorrowful servicemen? How very well spoken of you. And I agree. What the fuck? So those eggheads up in R&D put that absurdly high budget to good use, and they started theorizing as to the cause of the symptoms. Not out of care for the veterans who were suffering, but because the United States saw that the Iraqis were not getting this illness. Only coalition soldiers were getting it. So they were worried that this was possibly some new kind of chemical weapon being used to target their soldiers.
No, we're criticizing this guy because he doesn't know what he's talking about and trying to talk about Gulf War syndrome.
He needed to watch out for. For the sake of thoroughness, we will go over the least likely and straight up dead ends that they hit first before getting into the real meat. The first theory that we're tackling is the oil fires. That Kino Jarhead scene of the oil fields on fire, raining black
These
shit
did
down
cause
all
these
over
did
them
cause
was
things,
very-
though. To be clear,
Yes, but it wasn't Gulf War syndrome.
It wasn't Gulf War syndrome, but there was a serious health effects that were, and especially like the ecological environmental destruction that Saddam did. Not even with this, but in so many other things, with the wetlands of Iraq and all this shit.
Yeah,
and
now look, they're almost fucking gone now.
Yeah, chemical
Crazy.
contamination.
Yep.
Very cool. But apparently,
we did watch the debate. You can find it. It actually should be saved as a VOD on the Twitch, unless that's not turned on, which I should actually check.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, it should be there. If not, it's on the YouTube under the live tabs. It should be on the home page, I think.
Apparently caused Gulf War syndrome. Except, not really. Because despite the prevalence of asthma and bronchitis among those who breathed in that stinky air, the firefighters who were actually assigned to put out the fires, so the ones who were really in the thick of the flames and the fumes, didn't get Gulf War syndrome, despite being by far the most exposed to the fumes.
See, we know
So
this because the
oil
military
fires
is trying to
definitely
compete
caused
against fucking science. You know, like we know where COVID came from for a reason.
Yes.
Illnesses but not Gulf War syndrome. Second theory, vaccines. That got you a little pepped up, didn't
How much
it?
did
But
you
let me
get? Did you
elaborate.
see
The Iraqi
anything
military-
about this when you researched?
No,
Did you see
I
anyone
haven't
blaming
seen the
vaccines?
vaccine thing. No.
had
This was
this
a new one
nasty
for
little
me.
tendency to put shit in their ordinances.
No, we
things
don't
like
have a
missiles,
Discord, 'cause-
munitions, etc. And one of the things that they
We will eventually when it's
Mm.
actually justified, but at this point, it's just another thing that I would have to do.
Yeah, so it's on our Twitch channel. It's the live examination video from yesterday.
preferred to spike their shells with was a fun little ailment called anthrax, alongside botulinum toxin. You could not only enjoy the experience of getting shelled by a howitzer, but also bask in the potential onset of botulism. Absolutely riveting, I know, and the US military agreed. Thus, they, alongside other coalition forces, loaded up all of their soldiers on vaccines against such maladies. The only issue is that if you know anything about the US military,
I love
they
that he's
tend
like,
to play
first we'll
a
go
little
through and
bit
waste your time with things that we know it isn't.
Well, I think it's because I think it's more an overview video,
Yeah.
and just like a filler video, which I think is what I said.
Why would
is
you
it
do a
seems-
filler video on Gulf War
on
syndrome?
something so fucking deep, yeah, that you could make an hour-long video on
Bro,
easily?
you could make a series.
Yes, it's insane how much shit there is, but that would require doing work.
fast and
Yeah,
loose
more than a
with
wiki.
pharmaceuticals,
Mm.
usually giving those deployed gear that will work in the moment, but would also potentially fuck them up in the future. This was enough of a concern that they studied the vaccine post-war and postulated that those afflicted with Gulf War syndrome had antibodies in their system meant to fight off squalene, a compound supposedly found in the anthrax vaccine. The only issue was that upon closer investigation, it turns out that no, actually, the vaccines didn't actually have any squalene in them. So the vaccine theory kind of went nowhere. Another theory that they postulated is
Dude,
that they
there's no
blamed
fucking
all of
way.
it on stress. Yeah,
Please,
seriously. You know that
Please,
strange debilitating...
please tell me he mentions depleted uranium conspiracies.
I believe he does, yes.
an illness that you and your colleagues in uniform have all been suffering from for the past few years now. That's just all in your head, big guy. It's safe to say that this theory also went nowhere.
Because the Gulf War syndrome also comes in line with PTSD, and they think they don't even know that they're separate at first. Right?
Yes.
Because PTSD caused such a multitude of mysterious symptoms as well. But they actually use this to cover up the fact that Gulf War syndrome exists. They use the relevance of PTSD to help cover everything up that they did. It's fucked. It's so fucked. It's directly linked. The reason why they said it's stress is because they're trying to link what they're going through is actually PTSD, that they weren't fucking exposed to sarin gas. Well, it's not a gas. It is GB nerve agent, not a gas.
Yes, it's not. Yes. Sorry, I was reading the sources that the wiki has. Is this guy trying to prove that there's a cover up in Duma?
Yeah, that's Aaron Mate's source. Yeah. That's the this chatter
This
mentioned.
is Aaron Mate's source.
Yeah.
Some random dude who used to work for
this
it.
guy when he said this
Yeah.
blah blah blah. Yeah, no, this was the
Amazing.
guy who yes.
So this guy is trying to aid the Assad government in covering up their chemical weapons attacks in Duma in 2013. That were all the evidence we have and proof. And still Syria blocks the investigation. I wonder why. Maybe it's the same reason China blocks the investigations into Wuhan and the origins of COVID. Interesting.
One of the most popular theories was depleted uranium being used in tank munitions and the
Thank
presence
you.
of certain pesticides and other such nasty Heisenberg shit in the air. What got them on the right track in the end was the realization that indeed a lot of that Heisenberg shit bore vague similarities to the chemical and biological weapons. After all, it wasn't like
Look
the
at this,
Iraqis
bro.
were
The first humble Twitch person.
I know. It's great.
Twitch is we basically only have Twitch on politics because it causes people to come in that we get to have reactions to, and that's what our viewers like is when I yell at people for saying dumb shit.
Agents, they had used them before a bunch
There
of
is
times.
no
See,
the
the
Wikipedia does put the people who committed those attacks into doubt, but there is no doubt. There is no doubt at all. We know exactly what happened. It's like we make fun of them because they're so concerned about covering up Duma when there's so many other fucking attacks that would be easier to cover up, and then they could paint a picture of how other attacks were covered up. Right. So
exactly.
Duma is like the one that has the most evidence out of all the attacks. And that's the one because they fucked up and dropped it on an apartment building. They're so concerned with covering up that it happened. But Khan Shehoon, there was almost no bomb fragments left behind. Right. And you have evidence of doctors on the ground showing patients with pinpoint pupils saying what the patients smell like. It's not bleach, that they've had chlorine attacks and these patients don't smell like bleach, and that's really all you have is the hospitals reactions and stuff. And then and there's a lot of stuff there where they show people who are way too close to where the nerve agent went off and stuff, and then it calls into question how are they so close, but it's not how nerve agent works. You can get pretty close to it. Especially low grade sarin, it evaporates very quickly. VX might stick around, but
you've shown me the videos of them testing sarin, and even full grade sarin goes pop and it's gone in 30 seconds. It evaporates very quickly. The chlorine gas, the reason that one in the apartment building was so fucked up is because the instinct, because they get hit with chlorine all the time.
Chlorine is heavier than air. Chlorine is heavier than air. Not only that, there's also you can mitigate it with water. So all the people who died were also dying on the staircase and next to water sources.
So not only do we know that Syrians are used to chemical weapon attacks to the point that they have instincts when it happens. What?
He said you want me to say dumb shit to fight with you, so he's insulting you, I think now.
Sure.
Just to be an asshole. It's funny.
But they have instinct to go up and go to water because of experience from Assad hitting them with chlorine. They died on the steps because they were going up because chlorine goes down, right? Very basic sort of stuff. The fact that the canister was dropped and came in at an angle.
Not only that, in the
video,
video, you can see the frost on the tank, which is a clear sign that it's a chlorine tank.
It's also got the blackened side, which is I think it was an effect.
Well, that's
of the
after
chlorine.
it cools. That's after it cools. It turns black.
So it's
or after it heats up because it is super cooled when it comes out.
So I'm not 100% on the specifics of the chlorine gas. I'm sure someone would be like, he doesn't know what you're talking about. Fact check all this. Fuck yourself. All of it is so clear. There is zero doubt. And then the only thing that I've heard is the rebels dropped it. How?
Yeah, they literally didn't have the capability to even launch it. And they would to even have a device that goes off on the roof. They would have to pre-penetrate it. Well, what's funny is there's another picture of a tank that's just laying on a bed, right? And they use that to dispute it, see they move tanks around.
Yeah, it's because it's just sitting there. It's we don't get it for clips. It's more just for entertainment in stream. Because there's one dude that came in during the presidential debate, and he comes in all the time. and we were both pretty heated. And I'm sitting here laughing because you're popping off at him. And I'm laughing because I'm like, he came in at the perfect time.
Iraq-Iran prequel series and our fun little Anthrax missile filler episode for more details on that. And let me tell you, that Iran-Iraq arc was a little bit fucking crazy, with trench warfare, child soldiers, and yes, chemical weapons.
Yeah.
In steps the Regal Report, a 1994 dossier that basically claims
Let him cry.
that during the opening acts of the operation, whilst the scramble for air superiority was underway, apparently coalition forces were exposed to a constant stream of low-level, non-lethal doses from chemical and biological agents, including sarin and mustard gas. Yeah, really, fucking sarin, the nerve agent that can kill a person instantly by essentially shutting down their entire
Asadis after hearing that.
Dog for sale.
taking a couple of breaths of it. Aye, the troops were exposed to all of that at very low levels, alongside
George Galloway might act like sarin gas doesn't exist. I don't know, bro.
1916. According to the report, all of the chemicals in the air was in part due to the bombing of 34 separate facilities.
Thank
across
you.
Iraq.
Oh my
Of
God.
those
The
sites
bare
being
minimum was
8
accomplished. Bare minimum was accomplished. You didn't say Camisea specifically, which is the one specifically that we're the most concerned with, but thank fucking God we got there. The padding he had to put on this video where he's just being like, here's theories that didn't work, instead of actually like getting down into detail about so much shit about this. Oh my God. Thank God.
Okay, so in theory, you probably could do a 15-minute video on Gulf War Syndrome at like bare minimum if the entire thing is on Gulf War Syndrome. Now we've got a 5-minute video on Gulf War Syndrome, and we'll see how he does.
18 chemical facilities.
No, but
12
that's the thing is like the funniest stuff is that we don't get along.
Nuclear
Is
facilities.
because we don't have the same
all of that
politics.
shit was
So
flying
we'll also fight with each other, and everyone loves that. Because like I can
No.
say anything to Jack, and he's not going to get mad.
I don't give a shit.
into the air, all mixing together into probably the worst ever chemical cocktail ever devised by mankind, and was being breathed in by the soldiers. But it was diluted in the atmosphere enough to not cause instant death, but very long-term health problems. One of the sites bombed that was well documented was a humble little patch of sand southeast of Baghdad.
Please say
called
Camisea.
Camisea.
Yes!
Camisea
Yes,
was
my
close to
dude!
a munitions dump
Let's
for the Iraqi
go!
military. Created
He did it! Bare minimum accomplished.
called the Tel Al-Lam Ammunition Storage Facility. It was a series of 88 bunkers. As the name suggests, it was a spot to store away
It
and
makes me worry
store
for you
all
too.
of the
What?
ammunition that they had to use.
The
which
fighting?
is something you never really think about. You know, logistics are everything in a war. And due to
They
the
just play the
nature of
whole
this
time.
installation, it was a prime target
More
for
important
coalition
shit.
forces. If the enemy don't have
I-
bullets,
I
they
think
can't
we need
fight.
people with critical thinking skills. Bro, did you hear anything that we've said about specifically this video and Gulf War Syndrome and all the stuff that we've talked about with the depleted uranium and how the weapons came from so-and-so countries? You can even look in the Camisea bunker because we have videos of the soldiers in the Camisea bunker handling stuff that is clearly marked as sarin, and it's from like the UK and shit, a lot of this stuff. And they're testifying in Congress where I think even like Bernie Sanders or someone is like going after was some general. Even Colin Powell has helped cover this up. Like, yeah, bro, clearly no critical thinking skills. You made numerous errors. Where? No, we didn't actually.
Basic effort to
I
educate
lived
you.
in
Okay.
Syria. I was there on the ground reporting. I didn't make errors.
Simple enough, really. Ammo stores are always a prime target.
It's always funny when they don't know. It's so funny. I'm just like, I'm always waiting for the moment that you're like,
Purdy
I
is
was
not
there.
part of our government. This is like way back though. This is like old school stuff, you know, like where he's questioning the fucking generals and shit on how they knew the whole time that this was going on. They knew the whole time it was exposed. So he's like actually like doing base shit here where he's like putting the rails to them. And nothing happened of it at
Also,
all.
when the video is done, because I'd rather not waste time during this, I'm going to ask you a couple questions, so stick around.
Of a detachment of combat engineers and a US EOD team is sent in to scope it out and completely level it. They meander in, they set up their...
Is that the photo of the bunker being blown?
I think so.
That's pretty cool.
Gear, and they do their thing. They did it so well that it made a small mushroom cloud, which is pretty cool. I wonder why it's so dark and brooding. Unbeknownst to our American crew, one of the bunkers, Bunker 73, actually housed missiles laced with, you guessed it, chemicals like sarin.
There we go.
When the bunker get wiped, all of the munitions...
Yes, also, it was British GB sarin, I believe.
What I believe specifically, I don't know. Did you find something that showed actual sarin or just documents?
I found pictures of color coding, but no words.
So yeah, I don't know if the British gave him GB specifically. Also, the British are the ones who invented VX, so they liquidated their GB for VX anyway. So it would have to have gone through a different country and not be directly from Britain. But I know that they gave him the fucking blueprints on like how to develop it.
Yes, they 100% they did.
But I don't know if Saddam ever actually had an active sarin program.
I mean, yeah, that I haven't found. I think the French gave him nuclear stuff as well.
Yep, Israel too, didn't they?
Yes, I believe.
Because that's why Israel
Possibly.
didn't participate in the Iraq war, because they had to bomb their own shit to cover up what they were doing.
No, that's right. They bombed it first before American got
Yes.
got there,
To
right?
They bombed to cover up a bunch of shit that they're doing in there.
Went with it. Suddenly, that massive stockpile of stinky missiles was atomized and the particles were airborne. With a gust of wind, it was diluted and dispersed.
Look, there it is!
across the
There it is!
country. You can
I told you it exists. There it is.
Okay. I will have to locate this map.
It's in the DoD report.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
I was keyword searching through the report, so I didn't see it.
There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of PDF you can.
Because I was laser focused on figuring out how the fuck up happened. So all of my research is on how they got exposed when so much military procedure must have been skipped. That's what all my research has been into. So it took me a while to find it.
See where it goes from here. Squaddies in the vicinity breathe in the manky air, bad things happen, repeat this across multiple sites in the country, and you've got a real phenomena.
Now put it
the
together that all these people had mop gear on. And ask yourself, why did they get Gulf War syndrome if they were in mop gear?
Yes, exactly.
Iraqi army and local civilians usually bailed the fuck out of those areas when the coalition troops rolled in, and the coalition troops were usually the ones closest to these sites because they were the ones blowing them up and then hanging around them after the explosion. That kind of explains how local Iraqi civilians and soldiers seem to just never get Gulf War syndrome. But the coalition soldiers...
Tamasia Wiki.
So
the
that
destruction
might
of the
explain
site
mystery
released a plume of sarin gas. Wrong. Sarin is not a gas, but we'll give it to them. It's close enough. That affected U.S. troops. This sarin exposure is the primary cause of the mass illness known as Gulf War syndrome. I'd give it a 9 out of 10.
I mean, it's a good start.
As to why it was only the coalition soldiers who were getting this illness. But it's not really on the coalition to a point, because it seems Iraq just fucking loved chemical agents. So it's not too surprising that stuff...
So you think that nobody else... You think nobody else got Gulf War illness in Iraq?
Yeah,
only
like
the coalition
how is
soldiers?
that how is it possible?
If it happened to coalition soldiers in both conflicts, even WikiLeaks will show you this. It's right in there.
Can't help but wonder as to
Go to
how the
WikiLeaks,
EOD
type in
team
WMD in the search.
didn't realise that they were about to blow up a literal botulism bomb. And the American army did what it does best. They told the veterans, oh, we're sorry, but no, you can't file for military disability now. It's not our fault that the symptoms took years to show. Sorry, here's to paracetamol. And even... Sorry. And even to this day...
Look, pretty accurate. Pretty accurate. There were a few
They
a few
knew.
court cases.
They literally
and-
knew that it was going to expose
Yeah.
them to it.
Yeah.
They knew.
Yeah.
It
went down the chain. I found the communications. It went down the chain. They knew the mop gear wasn't good enough. They fucking knew. They did it anyway. They willingly exposed American soldiers to sarin. I'm saying that right now as an accusation. Fuck with me. Go fuck yourself.
It's true. It's just 100% true.
The Gulf War veterans are still suffering from this sickness.
Yeah,
For some guys,
so are the
their
Iraq War
condition
veterans,
improved
but nobody wants
slightly,
to
but
talk
for
about
others,
them. That there's cases that come through both.
it
No,
just
it's not.
progressively
Sarin is a
got
fucking
worse, to the
liquid.
point where
Sarin is
psychological
a
issues-
liquid, okay?
It gets vaporized.
It's vapor. It's not gas. No. It can be in a gas in a fucking like grenade and stuff, but like that compound becoming a gas is like it just doesn't work. It's a liquid. It aerosolizes.
GB sarin is an extremely toxic organophosphorus compound, a colorless, odorless liquid. It is used in chemical weapons due to its extreme potency as a nerve agent. Once more, we prove that we know more than you.
Self-harm
Yeah.
and suicide
I think the
rates
only
amongst
liquid
Gulf
nerve
War
agent it might be Taubin. It's the
Mm.
one that smells like Camaphor, and
Yeah.
Saddam also had it.
Yes.
veterans are much higher
G-series,
compared to veterans of other conflicts
nerve.
because of the absolute smorgasbord of
Look, yes, his content is actually quite good.
Yeah,
don't
it's like
enjoy-
JonTron, you know?
Yeah.
JonTron is
I-
actually
I-
good content, though.
I do not enjoy when he goes into politics, but like he has a series on like Celtic myths and shit that he doesn't do anymore because nobody watched it because they prefer his fucking political content. I'm like, this is cool shit. You're telling me about fucking Celtic myths? This is cool. Tell me about fucking, what are they called? Kelpies? The what, I don't know. Like just shit like that. Tell me more about that. Tell me about like folklore from your country. Tell me that. That's great. Oh my god, you are retarded. Shut the fuck up.
chemicals that they were all breathing in.
Yeah.
Completely destroying
It
their
has
body.
to listen. It has to be a liquid for it to be a nerve agent. If it is a gas, it is not sarin, nor will it affect you because it's gas. You need the vapor. That's how it works.
And their minds.
It's Count Dankula on YouTube. Everybody just
What do you end that with?
All breathing in, completely destroying their bodies and their minds.
Yeah, that's a lot to be desired. We fixed a lot of it though. Now you can just watch our video. You get his video, the backstory, the actual information, and the bare minimum. It's great.
It's Count Dankula.
All right. Yes.
Let's start out with some bad news. New York incumbent Jamal Bowman has lost fierce congressional primary race. Now,
Okay. I am extremely hungry. Are you able to control this video, or just want me to let it play?
You want me to talk about Jamal Bowman as an Assadist bitch?
Here, I'll send a link. You can play this one. I am gonna find some food, and then you can talk about Jamal Bowman.
Nah, he's like he was pretty weak on that shit.
Mm.
But like, who wasn't?
let's start out with some bad news. New York incumbent Jamal Bowman has lost fierce congressional primary race. Now, why is this important? He lost the New York 16th congressional district primary elections. It's important for a multitude of different reasons. He lost by a pretty fat margin too. Now, I've covered how racist George Latimer was over and over again consistently. Not that it mattered at the end of the day, because you, myself, the DSA, Majority Report, and a bunch of other independent leftist content creators are not going to be able to overcome $20 million of sweet APAC money, baby. It's just not going to happen. It's not going to occur. That is not going to be, you're not going to be able to put up a fight. APAC spent through subsidiaries, ever even really mentioning Israel, mind you, APAC spent more than $20 million in this specific primary. And the reason for why they did that is because they wanted to they looked at the situation, they looked at all of the congresspersons that are pro-Palestinian, and they saw one that was weaker than the others. Okay, Jamal Bowman. Why was he weaker than the others? Because he had redistricted. He had been redistricted before, which included a pretty white and wealthier neighborhood in his district all of a sudden. And ultimately they wanted to make an example out of one person. The other person that they're going after is Cori Bush. The reason why they are choosing these targets specifically to dump a shitload of money into it is because they have tried and failed with Rashida Tlaib. They've tried and failed with Ilhan Omar. They've tried and failed over and over again. So they're looking at whichever avenue that they can tackle and make an example of, so that other congresspersons will turn around and think twice before saying some shit about Israel. Right? They poured a bunch of money into Summer Lee's. Race as well. Yeah. Premia's sister, Sushila Jayapal, also lost due to APAC money as well. They're going after Ilhan Omar again. Yeah. What? I disagree about.
Is this democracy?
Maker even before the.
Bro, look, he sent a link. You gonna type it in by hand because we can't receive links?
Money hit. Bowman was fucked by redistricting.
Yeah, well.
Progressive candidates in general, even if it favored Dems. Wait, what? No, dude, you're crazy. Come on. I think 20-1 outspending dude. This is a historic amount of money that they dumped into this race. You're out of your mind. The redistrict king put him in a precarious situation, which made him a weaker candidate. That already made him a weaker candidate. That's precisely the reason why they dumped a shitload of money. You're out of your mind if you think that money doesn't make a ginormous impact. What are we talking about? If that was the case, why the did they dump $20 million into a primary race? This is a historic amount of money.
We stream through a StreamYard. You see the fucking logo?
Being spent.
Links do not send here. We know how to use the channel.
APAC
okay.
is a right-wing group. They are funded primarily by Republicans. It was pretty clear that the redistricting was to defeat progressives over getting more seats for the Democrats out of the New York delegation. It's a major scandal that costed them control of the House of Representatives, yet none of the centrist Democrats seem to care that they gave national power to fascist Republicans. Centrist Democrats pretending that...
Sorry you're bad with technology. Bro, you don't even know what StreamYard is. It's literally on the screen and you're still dumb enough to think that.
It is 20-1. But you have to understand, they went balls to the wall. They dumped millions of dollars into this race, specifically so that every outlet, every TV channel, every radio channel, every social media platform you went to, if you were in the tri-state area even, you were getting hit with three
attacks. Is he seriously crying because we can't click the link because
being like Jamal Bowman
that's how StreamYard works?
Whatever. No, just because it was APAC dumping money into the race doesn't mean that he lost on the pro-Palestinian position. His pro-Palestinian position is the reason why APAC came after him. But of course, when they were running ads, they weren't running ads on Israel-Palestine shit. If that was the case, obviously it wouldn't be all that consequential. The ads were all classic.
I don't even know what this is supposed to mean.
Claiming that he actually is anti-Joe Biden's administration.
I don't even know what this is honestly supposed to mean.
Bill that separated the infrastructure bill into two, which was the right thing to do at the fucking time. The fire alarm, silly shit. It used to cost $300,000 to do an entire congressional race, including the general election. It was only $1.5 million back in 2014.
I was on the preview tab.
Okay. When you send comment come up in StreamYard. StreamYard is third-party app. We multi-stream, dum-dum. We don't use Twitch. We can't click a link because we click your comment come up on screen. Do you understand? Do you get it now? Do you need it explained to you in a slower way?
I'm sure everyone is convinced about, that we don't know what we're talking about when it comes to the chemical agents. Bozo here totally got him. They're definitely listening to him when they watch this.
This guy definitely knows what he's talking about.
Did you check out the link yet?
Yeah, I got the link.
Mhm.
But I'm still very hungry, so I'll be back in a second.
Just Control F the word gas.
14. The amount of money spent is more than the entire swing Senate races in previous years. The money is insane. Yeah, I work in New York City and play the radio at work. There were
You're
like 5 to 10
dependent
ads
on
against
other
Bowman on
people's
every
software.
day on
Your
every
problem,
iHeart radio
geniuses.
station. The thing is, these guys
No,
are smart.
like
They're going to
where you don't use Twitch. Simple as. It's really not that hard to understand. We use StreamYard so we can pull up comments on screen, and then everyone on all the streams can laugh at you. Okay? It's really not that hard to understand. It's not complex.
run attack ads on whatever the works. So of course, if they were running exclusively ads on like Jamal Bowman's positions on Israel, nobody would give a shit to the same degree that they will if they are diehard Democratic Party loyalists and they're being told Jamal Bowman is fucking up Joe Biden's agenda. And that's precisely the angles that they hit him on. They hit him on every angle. Here is Daniel Marin's covering Peter Beinart's, who's great, by the way. Peter Beinart is the editor-at-large at Jewish Currents. That while AIPAC and Co. do not target homeless people of color because of their identities, they're targeting candidates too non-white because people who have a family history of oppression in the United States are
bad at tech. Bad at tech by multi-streaming. Okay. Multi-streaming through a panel. Yep, that's bad at tech, bro. Because we refuse to use Twitch and we instead link everything through one channel. Yep, you got it. It's definitely not you who don't understand technology here.
more likely, not always by any means, but on average, are more likely to identify with the Palestinians because of their own experience. That's important. The third point I want to make about Jamal Bowman has to do with race. Now, it's not true that AIPAC opposes black members of Congress simply because they're black. Well, which is to say, if there's a really, really pro-Israel black member of Congress like Richie Torres, they're thrilled about that. But it's also not coincidental that so many of the people that AIPAC tries to destroy politically are black or other people of color. And that's because people who have a family history of repression in the United States are more likely, not always by any means, but on average, are more likely to identify with the Palestinians because of their own experience. They're more likely to feel, as Jamal Bowman did, a kind of moral obligation to themselves and their own ancestors to go and see what's actually going on to Palestinians who lack basic rights in the West Bank. And so when you go politically destroy people who care about Palestinians...
Okay, I don't care. He just yapping. Oh, okay, here we go. Then we get to see Dragon Vosh talk.
This Bowman guy who I'm hearing about now, reading a pamphlet that I've been
getting. Okay, bro, software developer.
They say that he worked with President Biden to ban ghost guns, and this is an issue to me personally.
Software developer can't understand how a fucking multi-stream app works, apparently. Crazy.
Splitters 3, classic, by the way, you should play it. You're hounded
Cringe.
by ghosts in one mission, and when you go underground under the haunted lab, and then you can't fight the ghost, but then you circle around and you get the ghost.
Stop talking.
And then you can fight them.
Have you considered the Ghostbusters? That would ruin their gun situation.
Oh my god, this is so cringe.
Like, what are they supposed to do then? Disarm the police?
We're gonna have a lot more ghosts. Keep going.
I don't think we can tie this back to illegals or Hamas somehow. I'm sure. It's nice. Anyway, soon we're going to be commenting, I believe, on the Bowman-Latimer debate, the second one.
Yeah,
the one that just I covered the first
Bro,
one, and
we just have to copy and
honestly,
paste the
unbiased
link.
going into it.
Yeah.
It's not that.
I
It's
think
not
Bowman
that fucking
killed it. I think he did really
complicated.
good. I think the
I
Latimer
just
is
asked
really
Jack to copy and paste the link
He's not
and
an
look
easy
into it
setup,
while he
right?
was
He's not
making
like
food
a fall
while I
guy or
run and
anything,
handle
but
the stream.
I
It's
think
really
that
not
he's
that
kinda
fucking
hounded by the
complicated.
fact that, he's
I know
got
that you're like,
license. He gives off
slightly stupid, and like, you don't understand the difference between a liquid and a gas, but like, I think we can figure out how to fucking copy and paste something. It's pretty simple.
It's his vibes a little bit.
Right. Yeah, he seems like a Democratic candidate from, I don't know, like 60, 70 years ago, honestly.
Bro,
He feels completely
we
like
knew how to,
the way
bro.
he talks.
Do you listen? Like, it's really, like I said in the beginning, Jack, can you fucking put that link in since I'm running the stream? Really not hard to understand. Jack is away right now. When he comes back, we'll look at your shitty link. It's really not that hard to figure out.
The words he uses, his rhetoric feels very outdated, to say the least. Yeah, he's.
I remember. Did you see the first? Okay, well, no,
real yikesy aura from the Latimer guy.
100%.
Real yikesy.
Also, not your country. Thank you for.
Wow,
respecting-
crazy. These are the people they got to promote that guy that just lost. This was the event to get people
I
interested.
remember this so much stronger than anything else that happened.
They're
today,
killing it, huh?
where Bowman would get like a few jabs in, and in response,
What?
Latimer
What
would,
correction?
Like he would.
You're the one who doesn't accept anything. All he has to do is fucking copy the link. He's eating food. Do you understand? Like human beings eat. I know you're like a robot, but like human beings need to eat food.
1 second over, and Latimer would be like, mods, like a moderator that counts as his time or whatever. Like you're gonna interject me, and I don't know. It's just like to me, it just sounded like he was saying that Bowman was uppity a little bit. It just is this like passionate, don't you dare speak over me business.
It doesn't even just seem that way, nor is it something that he's only reserving for his opponent, Jamal Bowman. George Latimer, there was that radio interview on WNYC that he did that went a little bit viral online, where a caller called into the show and put George.
Crazy. I can't believe this guy lost.
We got a little Vosh thing to laugh at. All right. We need something fun for the normies. Oh, Vosh. Oh, Vosh, never change.
Guys, don't defend the orc thing. Come on. It's definitely not a race thing, though. It's a behavior thing about Russian soldiers. Then use any one of the billion terms rather than orc, a term which is like literally you're a different race. I'm not defending it, but why would Vosh of all people be opposed to calling people orcs when he says it all the time? When do I call Russians orcs? We have to acknowledge that in line with the fact that all Russians are genetically, ontologically evil and biologically driven to be orcish in nature.
Really? Really? Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, we got a couple of these.
Guys, don't defend the orc thing. Come on. It's definitely not a race thing, though. It's a behavior thing about Russian soldiers. Then use any one of the billion terms that you can use to refer to people who do war crimes, rather than orc, a term which is like literally you're a different race. I'm not defending it, but why would Vosh of all people be opposed to calling people orcs when he says it all the time?
See, okay, like obviously he's a hypocrite here because he has referred to them as orcs, but I understand like what he's getting at. If you look, they're like weird pro-Ukrainian accounts that are just celebrating every time a Russian conscript is like pleading for mercy and is executed by a drone against. Like it looks horrific, and these people are psychotic. I get it. It's a stupid thing to be doing. It makes you look demonic.
When do I call Russians orcs? Hogs? Sometimes I've called conservatives hogs.
I want to like the fucking I remember the Cardavites when they were first coming in, they were calling them something, and I don't think it was orcs. They had another fucking term for them.
That's not literally like they're not people. It's a reuse or a recontextualization of centuries-old class dynamicism. When you call the bourgeoisie pigs, you're not literally like dehumanizing them. That's not how the rhetoric is employed. It's just like.
I mean, it literally is though. Like whatever else you may think about it, that literally is dehumanizing it. That literally is. Vosh calls Russians orcs. He called Russians orcish. But like,
oh come on, bro.
Hang on, wait, what?
Of centuries-old class dynamicism. When you call the bourgeoisie pigs, you're not literally like dehumanizing them. That's not how the rhetoric is employed. It's just like an animalization or what is it?
When you call the bourgeoisie pigs, guys, it's not dehumanization. You're just animalizing them, if you will. It's not anywhere near as bad as, say, saying that someone as a human being has less worth than either a horse or a sub-17-year-old girl.
Who looks like a goblin.
It's not that bad. We're not dehumanizing, we're just animalizing them. We're not dehumanizing them. We're just
These guys are arguing over
we
copy.
understand that they are to be thought of as belonging to a different species. We're doomed.
It's obviously not.
Literally, they are. That's literally what's happening.
Hey, I
it's
don't know
so
about that one,
funny.
Chief. I mean, I don't need to argue with you. I have the incredible power of just banning people. If you really think that Azov jerking off Twitter accounts, calling every Russian an orc, is the same as saying cops are pigs or the bourgeoisie are pigs, you can just leave the chat. I don't care.
What if Antifa are the real Nazis?
Okay. I mean, to be clear, by the way, calling Russians orcs, I think is gross for a couple of reasons. First of all,
oh my god, bro.
Sort of like Ukrainians, a lot of the Russians there are conscripts. They don't have a choice.
Sort of like
they
Ukrainians.
got a gun pointing behind them to march forward. They're not doing this for fun.
Actually, conscripts don't have to
over,
conscripts
these
still
people
can
getting
just
murdered is
to
celebrate over other
not do
victims
it.
of the same imperialism in many cases. I don't even know what to say to this. Vosh likes this angle because animals can. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I'm not saying that on stream, Brooks, but I get it. I get it. What was this other one? There's one more. What is this?
He's unironically doing the
it's a race war.
RM
I'm really
Brown
sorry, man.
face.
You know, Ukrainians and Russians, you two look the same to me, motherfucker. You got Ukrainian Nazis who all think the Russians are Jewish. I'm sorry, man. You're both sweaty, balding Slavic people to me, okay? Now go in the trenches, because every once in a while...
Exactly, May. At least I'm honest and wanting to make money. Look, guys, we are doing theory and we are having fun. We are not doing political activism here, okay? We are trying to get a little bit smarter to make up for the emotional and psychic damage of covering the stuff that makes the channel money.
Also,
I need to hear this one more time. I'm sorry.
Also, it's like they treat it like it's a race war. I'm really sorry, man. You know, Ukrainians and Russians, you two look the same to me, motherfucker. You got Ukrainian Nazis who all think the Russians are Jewish. I'm
The
sorry, man.
Russians
You're
make
both
it a
sweaty,
race war,
balding
bro.
Slavic people to me, okay? Now go in the trenches, because every once in a while, some Ukrainian...
Okay, Ukrainians and Russians, you're all... Ukrainians, you're all sweating, balding Slavic men. Now get in the trenches. Really? Really?
Nationalist will go on some tirade about how actually ethnically the Ukrainian people are descendant from the heavens or whatever in Russia.
I mean, bold words for a Polish Irish guy who just exposed his lolly folder to the world on stream.
Russians are all pig people, and it's just a nice reminder that Nazism is a problem everywhere. You think you called U.S. cops orcs, not the Russians? Do you think that's better? Well, yeah, I do think that's better. There are literally massive swaths of Ukrainians who absolutely would exacerbate this as a fundamental ethnic conflict. I know you've called orcs, but that's deserved. Okay, fine, I'll go off on all you. Okay, this is one of the reasons why I don't do debates anymore. None of you motherfuckers think. You put no effort into engaging with a broader idea, not even a modicum of good faith. But it is a little bit frustrating when I'm
Let's cut to Vosh's debate reaction from Trump.
He's just too evolved for debate. What the hell did I just do?
Also, exacerbate this as a fundamental ethnic conflict. I know you've called orcs, but that's deserved anymore. None of you motherfuckers think.
Here we go.
You put no effort into engaging with a broader idea, not even a modicum of good faith. But it is a little bit frustrating when I'm making what I think is a pretty clear and simple point against dehumanization, and people in chat are acting like, actually, in a July 2022 VOD, you claimed I don't care.
But you should care because it makes you look like an idiot.
He doesn't care. You know this, bro.
It's super easy. Look at this.
Vosh does not care. That's why he's so stunted on his fucking growth. Because he doesn't care.
Guys, I called the Russians orcs at one point in the past. This is true, but I was wrong and we should be better. Boom. That easy. It's that easy. There's no humility. It's why he embarrasses himself. It's dumb. Dumb.
That's true.
Dumb.
It is true.
Perfect timing.
You have no idea what you're talking about. It's just so embarrassing. At least have some humility.
Sarin is the most highly volatile of nerve agents. Tabin, GA, cyclosarin, GF, soman, GD, and VX. Due to its high volatility of 22,000 milligrams per meters cubed at 25 degrees. I shall screen share.
This is
So
what I
everybody
knew was going to happen.
Can read along.
Is that literally his source was going to prove him wrong?
It is easily converted from liquid to a gaseous form during deployment.
Gaseous form. not
Hold on.
gas.
No. When utilized for chemical warfare, it is either vaporized from the heat generated by the weapon or aerosolized by a sprayer. Vaporized or aerosolized.
Wow.
We were correct.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow, crazy. We waited that long just for that build up.
Crazy.
But couldn't continue the Saren
the most-
discourse until you got back, so we had to
As
pause.
such, the most common and simultaneously lethal route of exposure is inhalation. The inhalation dose is measured in units of milligrams per minute? Yes,
Mhm.
per minute. Yes, milligrams per minute per meter cubed for human exposure to sarin vapor.
We literally no. Go rewind, bro. We literally were saying that it can. I literally said yes, it can be a gas, but it just doesn't work that way as a weapon. It needs to be a liquid. I literally said that to you.
Yep.
And
We
of
were,
course,
as
it
per usual,
can
correct.
be a gas. I said, of course, it can be a gas. That's just not how it's used as a weapon.
Yes. The key point here: human exposure to sarin vapor. Vapor, my guy. That's what we said.
Again, seems
the
like
start.
someone isn't critical thinking here. And it's the person who can't listen to basic fucking sentences like, yes, it can be a gas, but it needs to be vapor when it's a weapon. It's a liquid when it's a weapon. Simple. It's not hard to understand. Wow. Go ahead. Did you rewind and check? Go ahead. Put a marker. It's almost like I know what the fuck I'm talking about because I've been writing about it for years now. I read the Wikipedia article and watched a Gwei Zone video, and I need to tell you that you don't know what it is, and I'm going to debate you on if sarin can be a gas, even though that's not what we're talking about.
We'll see what he says. I'm sure he's still going to be like, yeah, I'm still right.
Yeah, because they're not human.
All right, cool. All right, we are back on
It
here.
is. It is not a name for number.
I'm Matt Binder here on the Progressive Victory YouTube channel, and joining me now is Drake. There you go. Why don't you tell people who are familiar with you, which is ridiculous.
Look at
'cause
them
we're on
legs.
YouTube, and there are way more people familiar with you than they are with me. But for people who aren't familiar with you, tell them who you are.
I'm Dreg, and I do.
We couldn't get
funny
stick
little-
mics,
little
guys.
videos on YouTube.com.
Yeah, what the fuck? Here we go.
Sometimes about topics that are political.
Bro,
And,
just rewind.
politically-
Just go rewind. I literally say, yes, it can be a gas, but that's not how it's a weapon. I literally said that. Just go watch. Go back. You were there for it. Object permanence with you is a real concern. I'd be really concerned.
Did
with the
you
object
know?
permanence you have.
Did you know that a substance can be liquid, gas,
or even a
and
solid?
a solid? Wow.
I wonder how you can get it to a solid
Ooh.
state, though. Because,
I wonder, yeah.
Because I think there is like I think maybe some of the Novichok agents they could get it to like a waxy solid, maybe like they compound it in
interesting.
with wax, maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know.
That-
I'd
yeah,
have
that's
to. I'd have to
will
ask.
require more research.
I'd have to ask the doc.
Yeah.
You can go read his book. It's called Toxic.
I'm an anti-centrist, which means I think we should destroy the status quo, and that's why I'm supporting Jamal.
I like to hear it.
Far left versus centrist, smelly, stinky.
Bro, again,
dirty centrist.
just rewind. It's really not that hard. Just go back and listen. It's really not hard. But like the delusion area that you live in with like everything, you know, you hear us sitting here going on about how the U.S. government did this to cover up their chemical stuff and blah, 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 blah. And now you're sitting here trying to debate states of matter. Like, I would have to be delusional to say sarin can't be a gas. When I, like, that's just stupid that something that is a liquid cannot also be a gas.
Yeah.
So give me an example. Like what's the most recent like political video?
Not
that
only
you
are they
put up
written down, but guess what? This is a recording. Wow! You can go back and look.
Technology.
I literally didn't all listen, bro. I said it needs to be a liquid when it's a weapon. Sarin gas is not a thing. Sarin gas is not a thing. It is not when we talk about weapons being used, chemical weapons being used. If the reporter on CNN calls it fucking sarin gas, they don't know what they're talking about. It's not that fucking hard to understand.
We're specifically, we are talking about weapons. Sarin as a weapon. The weaponization of sarin. The use of sarin.
Bro, did you know lead could
as
also
a
be
weapon.
a liquid instead of solid when they shoot it in you?
Like, there's a reason that the sarin that is used disappears. If it was a gas, it would hang around like mustard gas. Right? It doesn't dissipate as quickly, correct?
It evaporates quickly. That's why its mechanism of action is so short.
Yeah.
That's the thing is
Because
that
it's
when
a
it
vapor.
evaporates, when it evaporates and becomes a gas, it's inert. It doesn't become a weapon anymore. It needs to be a liquid for it to be a weapon.
Yes. Because it needs the liquid molecule.
It's crazy because even if you go back even further, I'm specifically talking about the evaporation rate and say that there are some that stick around. I think Tobin, which was incorrect, I believe it's salmon, is the one that sticks around the longest, that basically stays a liquid no matter like what you do.
Oh,
and it's like it's not as like it's like the GD, I believe it's not as deadly. I mean, it'll all fucking kill you quick, but it's because it evaporates and aerosolizes so slowly. But it because originally the Nazis were developing it for like area denial.
Yeah.
Instead of like direct attacks with shells and stuff. So like they were trying to get it so it would stay on the battlefield. And so like that's as far as they got in the is to get to the one that is partially liquid the whole time.
Yeah. This guy's a fucking idiot.
Because they're not genuine. It's not a real person.
Yeah.
It's not. They're here to. And again, they're just working against themselves because everything they're doing is just making people realize that we know what we're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
It's counterproductive.
Like if anybody,
and that's why it's good. That's why it's good to continue to engage them because it only makes us more credible.
Like if anybody's seen the last 30
because
minutes,
you'll hear me a lot. I will say mustard gas. I will say sarin gas a lot of the time. But normally when I'm talking about like in a more intellectual sense, I always say sulfur mustard or HD.
Yes.
And you'll hear me say specifically a lot of the things that I'll say is that HD is the chemical weapon of choice for NATO. And
that's the gas.
Well, it's sulfur mustard. It's not. It's a liquid.
Oh, is it as well?
Mm-hmm.
It hangs around though. It's heavy.
Yeah, that's why though the liquid is supposed to. If it's liquid, it does stay around. That's the whole point of the area denial of it.
Interesting. Okay, that's very interesting.
Most chemical weapons are vapors.
Okay. I didn't know that.
And there's interesting ones. So you know how they say Hitler gassed the Jews, right?
Yeah.
So that was also because that was in line with because the nerve agent was discovered through pesticides, right?
Yeah.
So what they were using was a pesticide, right? So it's more similar to a nerve agent that was used there too. But I think
what was the chemical that they
Zyklon B, but they're like solid tabs, like chlorine tabs that you put in your pool, right? So they're tablets. So it's almost like radioactive solid material. You get near it and you start dying, you know? But
Cyanide.
yeah, it's just a solid tab.
Huh.
They kept it. That's why they put them in a enclosed space, right?
Yeah. So they aerosolized Zyklon B.
I think you just have to be around it, like the tablets themselves.
Interesting. That's very interesting.
And I believe the guy who invented Zyklon B also like saved a bunch of lives as well with another medical invention, like the Heimlich maneuver or something.
That's funny. DDT showers. Interesting.
Mhm.
Because DDT was a big thing in Vietnam. It's kind
Yeah.
of funny. Yeah, of course. It's a pesticide. Yeah. I wonder how similar this is to DDT.
Well, yeah, all of it comes from their pesticide program. They basically accidentally discover it.
Mm.
And I want to know if like the guy who discovered GB like gets fucked. Well, it's GA, but you know, if he got fucked up.
Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, and I did it from the perspective of an anti-Semitic Zionist.
I like that a lot, actually, because it's a funny concept, but also there is this belief among some far right people in Israel,
Yes,
that the people who the Jewish people who died during the Holocaust were like weak,
weird,
and that they wouldn't have it wouldn't have gone down the same way if they were there.
Yeah.
Sort of like what's his face, that actor Marky Mark, with his 9/11 take, where if he was on the planes, 9/11 would have went down differently.
Yeah.
It's like, no, what are you talking about?
Yeah, but those kinds of hair-splitting beliefs. I mean, this is not a popular political perspective, but I just like the nicheness and the granularity and
Bro,
weird thoughts.
it's not literally rewind. Just rewind. It's not that hard. It's really easy to do. But I know that like you can't because you're incapable of it, you know, because that would involve learning how to use technology.
And that's like one example of that. It's also like
No, but it's smart because it shows something that's real. Like that's a real. It's not even like it's a like your version of it might be over the top, but it is a real.
We're not talking about
there.
lice,
Yeah, well, I was
we?
looking into.
We were talking about how Zyklon B came from the pesticide, just like sarin did. We're not talking about what they were looking for with pesticide, and it was for crop production.
What the fuck is a spontaneous abortion? What the fuck?
Who's what? Where do you see that? What? Where's that coming from?
DDT lowers semen quality, makes spontaneous abortions more likely, and increases developing children's risk of autism. There you go. DDT is why you have autism, not vaccines.
Bro, this guy was exposed to DDT right here.
The whole concept of like anti-Semitic Zionism.
Yeah, and everyone is convinced. You convinced everyone. You convinced everyone that's our critical thinking that's low, and everything that we just said about the U.S. government poisoning their own has to be false too, because we can't critically think.
No, of course.
You know.
I guess the concept is like,
literally all we talked about was the U.S. government killing their own people.
So I'm guessing, based on like that most recent video that you put out, that like Jamal Bowman's position on Israel and Palestine is a huge draw for why you decided to get involved here. Tell me a little bit more about that.
Well, I think that they're a force for the status quo in many ways, which are bad, and I don't like that. I think that the way things are need to change, and their influence should be stopped.
Right. So what about Jamal Bowman?
Jack, you have to learn what a straw man is.
Is what we did not the definition of a steel man, you fuckwit?
You mean Stalin? Stalin? They're not. It's not that they're dumb. They're not genuine. It's not a fucking genuine account. They can't be that stupid. Like, there's just no way a normal person who with a functioning brain would be like that.
Yeah, resistant.
They're like deliberately on shit. So that's why it's funny, because it just gives us what we want.
Yeah, and then
Trump is the new president.
Which is just like,
sure.
I mean, sure.
Sure.
He always was, right?
Yeah.
for.
Well, he's one of the few people.
But that's the Democrats are going to tell Biden to step down, and they're going to pick
And you can
Trump
see
as
that
their
he's been
candidate.
canvassed.
Yep, you got it. I guess that's what's going on. The fuck are we talking about, bro?
Incredibly hard against by a lot of money coming from somewhere, which is bad. And
This is awful.
So I'm just here to show my support against that.
Right. So
it's all like they're like we're here
I
to
mean, if
support
they're gonna,
Jamal Bowman, but none of us are genuine, real people about it.
With
we have Trudeau and Poilievre.
Right. So tell me a little bit about those dynamics there.
Trudeau
This is awful, honestly.
9/10 of what you said is Anham. Okay. You mean when we were specifically talking about Camisea and like all the sites and like, you know, how all these things are connected to the government trying to cover up something?
Or using your link to prove us right?
Like, yep.
Like
this is,
what you doing?
but it's devolved to this state where it's just Anham, straw man. You know, and eventually it always, this is like this is the goo. This is the primordial ooze.
I have a genuine question. So we did cover this. We did the live stream of the debate. Where did you see Donald Trump as being more beneficial on policy than Donald Trump? What policies did Donald Trump say to you that convinced you to say that Trump is the new president? Just hypothetically, I'm just curious.
Thank you for matching energy. Chad, this is huge. I was given a cappuccino. What do you have again?
I have black tea. Black tea.
This is awful.
Starbucks?
No, I'm just trying to think. Is it black like the way tea would be Earl
Oh
Grey?
my god,
Like,
the ad-libbing,
what
the forced
makes tea
chemistry is killing me. When you get a bunch of people who literally don't touch grass to go do your fucking political event, this is what fucking happens.
Does that mean like nothing in it?
Like
the way
I
black
like
coffee?
okay. I've done a lot of like you know, like in the newsroom where it's like an empty prompter is where this man eats. Like I've done shows where we basically like we still write and stuff, but like I'm not looking at the prompter because we're like it's supposed to be like mostly organic discussions and stuff. And like, you know, like as like somebody who's like worked in news, you kind of have to like develop that skill of like talking at a news desk and stuff.
Yeah.
And this is why you don't have people who don't do that and just sit and talk to text on a screen all day, you know, and haven't done any fucking background on like at least Matt Binder has interviewed people, you know?
Yeah.
And he's actually a pretty fucking good journalist that he'll get down to shit with.
Oh,
But,
really?
Like, yeah. He does a lot of like tech stuff, especially with Twitter and stuff.
Okay.
He's actually really good. He knows how to like do a lot of tech stuff. You know, like you know, Taylor Lorenz style stuff, you know, shit that I don't fucking care about.
Okay, then answer the question, please.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. We're ready for it. Policy, please.
Wait, what would you put in?
Or is this you coping because you weren't listening like everybody else?
The tea.
Cream? Sugar? Just the same thing as coffee, really.
Oh my god!
Yeah, it's
This
a
is
lot like
awful.
coffee, except less
Disgusting.
caffeine. Yeah.
I can't believe they failed.
Yeah, I like the American one.
Interesting. How do you square that?
Progressive victory.
I don't
Wow,
know.
really going
okay,
strong.
This might be a chauvinist
Seems like a
opinion
good
of mine, because
idea.
people always
Let's
say,
keep
you know,
doing
oh,
it.
you should
Progressive
look here, you
victory
should
is
look here,
clearly
whatever.
we're
The
going to get
Netherlands,
YouTube
Spain.
and streamer
I mean, I could,
influencers
but
to go
I always
canvas
feel
for
like
candidates
in
to
those
make the
countries,
difference.
You hear about the news locally.
Only successes. Can we fucking talk about like? Can we talk about something? Like,
Yeah, they're talking about America versus Canada.
debate something. I don't know. Say that his shirt looks like a bunch of banana slices.
And American politics are world politics. You know,
Yeah.
when stuff happens here, it
That's
just feels
true.
nice to be at the center a little bit.
As a
and I didn't know about American politics.
Wow,
I just
great.
thought
Awesome
that
mics,
Barack Obama
guys.
guy was my guy or something.
Yeah, literally, it's like the fucking American cultural hegemony. It's everywhere.
Oh, it's because
Like,
Vosh isn't
China, it's a whole
holding
different
his.
world,
Vosh
I
attached
guess,
it to his
because,
shirt,
like,
and he's
China,
moving
India,
around, so
like,
it's
you know, huge
flopping
countries
around
like
because
that,
it's
but
not even
pay attention
secured
to America.
properly.
It hits
Epic,
everyone.
bro.
If we had to annex you or you annex us, which would you prefer?
I mean, honestly, getting annexed by Canada would probably be a much more like interesting timeline. Like,
Yes.
like whatever had to have happened to have brought it to that point. I am very curious. Like, America has fallen, and Canada, like Trudeau, 87 years old, I don't know, fucking mobilizes to reunite. Greater Quebec,
Yeah.
I suppose. Quebec wants to extend its line of influence all the way from its province down to Louisiana, the other continental French holdout, you know? So naturally the armies must march south.
I wonder, do you have a Quebec hot take? Do you care about that, or?
Oh my God.
I hate the Quebecois.
Interesting.
I think
that makes sense. That makes sense.
they've stopped.
Arrogant piece of shit.
They've
Every
just
single one.
said Vosh's
Again,
mic is
it's
too
not an
unstable,
essentialist thing.
and
I
they're
know
trying
the
to
French
channel
blood
him
carries the arrogance with it,
between
but
both,
a lot
which
of
is
it, I
so
think,
hard to do.
anytime you give a privileged, like, regional ethnic minority majority the feeling that they're different from the greater group that they're in, you get this bullshit. In fairness, I feel kind of the same way about Catalonians in Barcelona, in Spain, because they're also like this, well, we were actually the original inheritors of this area, blah, blah. And it's like, fuck you. You're the same. Spain has been Spain for a while. Come on.
Basque Country's fine, though, right?
Sure.
Okay, good. And I'm Basque.
All right.
Okay, so you said the center doesn't exist anymore, right? Because you get pulled.
Your whole channel was about how the center doesn't exist anymore.
It
still is, right?
I don't know. I just do whatever I want. But
right? Like,
the center is just a fake, like an optical illusion, because you can't triangulate a point between two sides.
Yeah, and it doesn't exist in the current environment anymore.
No, it's just to stay in the same spot, you have to sprint. Yeah, I believe that. But I also need to make up a little story for myself to justify why I'm here. And that story is Jamal Bowman is a cool leftist, and his opponent is a cringe, honky neolib centrist. Yeah, and that works for me.
Nailed it. Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I don't know what a centrist means to like the average person in today, because the idea
Oh
of
my God,
centrism
Jack!
has only ever
You
existed
must
for
save
politicians.
us!
In real life, ordinary people are lunatics.
Right.
Like, ordinary people will have wildly contrasting and mutually exclusive views.
Please,
on
God!
issues that you didn't even
Please,
know people
God!
have hot
That's
takes
true.
about, you know?
Can't
You'll have
take it.
guys who are like progressive on
It's so
labor,
stupid
but then
and
also
pointless.
think
Why
that,
are we
like, the
wasting
police should
time?
arrest.
You wanted this.
Bro,
You asked for
I
this.
thought, hey, it might be cool because we were doing the whole let's see what Vosh had to say about Dragon. It was old, and it's like, hey, maybe there's a redemption arc. No, there isn't. It's just misery.
All illegal immigrants,
Stop
but
it!
they're
Go to the next
anti-racist and like,
video.
smart with the
Nobody fucking cares about this. Fucking goddamn, let's get fucking Mickey Mouse and shit on here now. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! They deserved it!
This region, the Pacific, recently it's heating up. And now is probably a good time to rewind and remember
you
what
not-
this region looked like.
Why
back
does
when
he
there
have
was
to
a
talk
war
to?
happening
Why is he
out here on
talking
these
extra
islands.
weird?
A war between
Is
great
he not?
powers.
Does he sound extra weird? Are you? Is he got an
Let's start right
ASMR
here. At
microphone?
the end of the
He's trying to
1800s,
fucking
when
seduce us.
Japan is expanding fast, conquering territory, taking the resources, becoming a powerful empire. By 1940, their empire looks like this.
Looks
It
like a
includes
bunch of
hundreds
water.
remote islands out here in the Pacific, and Japan uses these colonies to extract resources.
That
fed
that
this
looks like
growing
my ass.
conquest. But they don't have everything they need yet. They still rely on the U.S. for the
It
most
doesn't,
vital of
but-
resources: oil and metal. Now, the U.S. doesn't necessarily like
did
how
look like a bunch
aggressive
of
Japan
zits
is
on an
being in
ass,
their
though.
region, but they tolerate it. That is,
Look at this
until Japan
motherfucker
allies itself with
using
Nazi
the
Germany,
assets that
and
he
then
made
continues its
popular under Vox. Want to hear a fact? Perception is subjective. Correct. Okay.
expansion into a French colony. And
We
threatens
never
to
said
completely cut
anything. We never said anything about who we supported, or if we support Trump or Biden. We never said anything that we're superior or anything like that. We simply asked you if because we're trying to get data on how people perceive the debate. So that's why we're asking you, what policies that did Trump present that has you in the position that you're in? What policies were presented by Trump at the debate that you liked? Go ahead. This is your platform to say what Trump said yesterday that you like. Pretty easy. Not being subjective or snooty or superior or anything. We're asking your opinion. Wow, you have one of those, right? This is me being snooty. Now,
off the U.S. from its ally China. So the U.S.
China.
along with
Why did he
Britain
say
and
it
the
like
Netherlands,
that?
cut
Why is he
Japan
so
off with
weird,
oil,
bro?
gas, iron, and steel. These are
Go
vital
ahead.
resources, so this
Go
is
ahead.
a major blow to Japan. They calculate that
You
they only
know,
have 2 more
give
years.
us the data. Give us the data so we can,
Please.
you know, my personality
please.
matches my hair. Asking you to give us data on what you liked at the debate.
Data, please. Data, please. Remember what we
Mhm.
said earlier about the hair and the cat ear headphones? Yeah. Yeah, it's proving true again.
Mhm.
I need to find
Anytime now, if you want to give a policy position, and then we can be like, oh, okay, and move on.
Because I can't salt my wedges with the salt from the Twitch chat, I need to go find salt.
I'm gonna kill you.
Before they run out of this vital energy, they must act quickly. So they start looking further south to land that is known to have a lot of oil. The problem for Japan is that this is all controlled by European
We
empires.
didn't say anything about that. We
Japan
didn't
makes
say
a
that
plan
Trump
to
won
kick
or
out
lost
all
the
of these
debate. I'm just
Europeans
asking
and
you
establish their
what
own
Trump
access to
said
oil and
in
metal, so they aren't
policy
reliant
that you
on
like.
outsiders. And
Did
they
he
sell
say
this
something
ambitious
in
plan to
policy
their
that you
people by
like?
saying
It's
that they
like
actually
it's
want
not
to
hard.
liberate Asia
Go ahead.
from European domination.
Dolly
So, in
Parton's this
December
shit.
1941, they initiate this plan, sending ships and planes to drop bombs all over the region that they want to conquer. And to stop the Americans from coming to the Europeans' rescue, Japan has already sent a large chunk of its navy to surprise the Americans by bombing their navy in Pearl
Fake,
Harbor,
didn't happen.
Hawaii. It was their first step for kicking
Pearl
off
Harbor
this
was an
larger
inside job.
offensive. The attacks on Pearl Harbor and all over Asia were a huge, bold, and risky move for Japan. No one thought they would do it. It came as a massive surprise, and as a result, it was incredibly successful for Japan's goals. The US and its allies are
Your
now
poker
at
face is
war,
terrible, man. What
but
poker
beating
face?
back Japan will not be
Do you
easy.
have
Japan has a powerful navy.
Do you have policy or not? It's like what
He's still going.
what is the harm in saying that I liked what Trump had to say on so and so? It's go ahead. What's the harm? If you say something,
I can.
What's the harm in giving your opinion? We said a bunch of stuff when we watched the debate about Trump and what was good points.
And
You know?
even what he should have stayed on and pushed harder on. Crazy, right?
And not only that, there was times where something was a little misquoted because you didn't have notes brought in with them, and we gave credit to Trump. Would be like, oh, he clearly meant this. We're gonna give him a point there.
Yep.
Wow, crazy. And like I could help you by going through all the policy stuff that he said, but
I guess he doesn't care.
And not only is America's Pacific Fleet
maybe
severely
condescending to
damaged
people
because
isn't
of
as
the
effective
attack
as
on
you
Pearl
think
Harbor,
it is.
but around this same time,
try
Hitler
English.
has taken the moment to declare war.
Like we're asking a simple question and all we're getting is belligerent pushback for no reason. So clearly you guys aren't interested in the conversation, so why should we treat you
with respect?
With respect, exactly. It's literally you guys are literally China and we're the West right now. It's literally that relation. Shut the fuck up.
So you're victims. Yeah.
No.
Yes. Yep. That's it. You got it. Victims. Yeah. We're the ones with a platform giving you time and space. That's a victim thing to do. Giving people time and space to hear their opinions.
So victim.
War on the U.S.
Anyway, we're missing the Japan video.
Dragging them into the European theater of World War II.
Is this the good guys?
Over the next 7 months, Japan takes even more territory.
Powerful and
they deserved it.
Gangsters have banded together to make war upon the whole human race Their challenge has now been flung at the
We
United
live in a
States
false
of
reality.
America. Together
Where?
with other free peoples,
What
we
false
are now
reality?
fighting to maintain
What
our
joke?
right to live among
Okay,
our
like
world
I really
neighbors
don't
in
understand.
free-
What is a false reality when I just ask you simply what policy that you liked? And even reassured you that we also did that. And went through and talked
common
about all the
business.
policy we liked. It's almost like we want to hear an opinion on somebody who watched the debate. But I guess that person doesn't have an opinion, or they're just, too nervous to say it.
Without fear of assault. We are now in this war.
The U.S. has to surrender the Philippines. Its
Oh, I
foothold
know.
in the Pacific.
I know.
And Japan
I got that
forces
already.
capture-
What?
Nothing.
Look, Philippine stuff. Now we can see if Johnny Harris glosses over how horrific the Philippines was.
and kill tens of thousands of American and Filipino troops in just one of what would become many horrific war crimes they commit during this war. By the middle of 1942, Japan has achieved its goals of kicking out European empires and securing for itself a massive empire full of resources. They're now self-sufficient. And they're growing. And they're not done. They're drunk on all of this success. And some military leaders want to keep pushing east, all the way to here, which would cut the US off from its big ally, Australia. So they set their sights on this
I rack up
American
basic
base
communication
located on a
skills.
small
Did you know
atoll
that?
called Midway. If they could take Midway, the US would be so weak, Japan calculated.
I don't know how to talk, so Al Qaeda didn't give me the interviews.
So funny.
That they would be forced to settle this conflict, leaving Japan with all of this newly conquered territory. Alas, that's not what happened. In May of 1942, Japan sends a massive fleet of hundreds of planes,
helping our
accompanied
Twitch
by
metrics
battleships,
today.
cruisers, destroyers, and submarines.
Look at the link I sent. Look at the link I sent, and you'll realize what Cal
Now, remember,
was
this
saying.
is World War II, and you can't really fight a war out here in the ocean without aircraft carriers, which enabled Japan's planes to land and refuel while fighting deep out in this ocean. Aircraft carriers are vital. So Japan is preparing to conquer Midway. But what they don't know is that American codebreakers in Hawaii have cracked Japan's encrypted
You
communication
understand?
and are aware of their battle plans.
I caught on
days
right away.
before
I knew
the
exactly what was going on. That's why
This
if you
makes
actually
all the
go back and
difference.
rewind,
And
you'll
in a
hear my
4-day battle-
responses. I didn't talk about why they were developing it and what they were trying to do with it.
Yeah. No, I remember you saying that.
Yeah,
the
that's
U.S.
because
defeats
that's why.
Japan's navy at
Yeah.
Midway, destroying
That's a good
all
catch. I
4
missed
of their
that.
precious aircraft carriers in the process.
Oh, I mean, it was obvious.
Impossible.
Yeah.
But when
Like,
it was
even
all
if you
over,
didn't
the
know,
Japanese had suffered
it
their
was
greatest
obviously a
naval
dog
defeat
whistle
in
around
history.
it.
Yeah.
It's a huge blow to Japan's momentum. And from here, the U.S. and its allies start to turn the tide
There
on
you
this
go.
war in the Pacific.
There you
I know we're
go.
talking about world.
Ironic video for it to happen in as well.
Yeah, well, actually, if you could we have an interview with him if you want to go and look at the LTEX. What is it called? What is that episode called?
E-fascism, wasn't it?
Yes. So yeah, it's just about how online fascism works and how the networks are connected and stuff.
It's funny. It's almost like this is what we sort of look at, information networks and shit.
Wow,
Crazy, right?
It's almost like the dill holes in here are helping further our goals.
World War II, but I just want to pause really quick for
And it also the best furthering of the goal is the fact that no matter what you do, you can't get an opinion about the policy question.
Yeah,
right.
Because
So it's just like when I went and when I noticed that like all the commies were starting to talk about specific events, and then I asked them what they think about it and like what side, and I think I only had one person, and it was like after Comrade Star shared it to give input, which I asked her to do, and one person in there I think mentioned M23, and other people just have said, and when I asked about Sudan, other people basically had the consensus that both sides are bad. And not much more than that, which is fine.
Okay.
But almost
that's a good
nobody,
point, yeah.
almost nobody was able to say what is the issue with the Congo. It was just general imperialism because America did this one day.
Yeah.
So
here's a
that's
problem.
what I'm
for
saying
both
is
sides.
they don't know.
Distance.
Yeah.
It's sort
They
of hard
can't
to fathom
answer
the distances
their own
over here.
questions.
Like
Oh,
you could
they
fit
can't.
the mainland United States in just one small part of the Japanese Empire.
Uh-huh.
And remember that the U.S.
Yeah, but
military has to
that's
travel
water.
thousands of kilometers
That's water.
just to get here.
It don't count.
Distance is also a
Cope.
problem for Japan, who, yes, just
Let's measure
conquered
out the
all of this
land.
territory.
Measure out
That
the
means that it
land.
now has to ship resources back to the mainland. It has to get men, doctors, food, and supplies out to all of this land thousands of kilometers away, creating brand new supply routes. We found this old Japanese map drawn up during the war that shows all of these colonies.
You know, it wasn't
shaded
much
with a
denialism. It was direct. They deserved it-ism.
This is a cool map.
Oh, you know Johnny Harris. Does it
He's
got
the
the
map
9-dash line on it?
Japanese map drawn up during the war
Sure doesn't.
that shows
Fake
all
map,
of these
fake map.
colonies shaded with a red marker and showing this dizzying web of supply lines needed to keep the war going.
That's pretty wild.
This was a logistical nightmare for Japan, but it was also a key vulnerability that the U.S. would exploit in this conflict.
Fuck yeah, logistics warfare, baby.
No, hang
begins
on.
cutting into the Japanese
Hang on. This was a logistical nightmare, but not only was it a logistical nightmare, it was actually a key vulnerability.
So a logistical nightmare.
It's off to a slow start, but eventually they settle onto a strategy of
Is this
targeting
Mao Zedong?
certain islands, not the ones that were the most fortified,
Not
but
yet.
the ones that would get them one step closer to the Japanese mainland, but also give them proximity to these supply lines.
Yeah.
The supply lines that keep
Let's
Japan's
test
war
nukes
machine
thereafter.
running. The U.S. starts conquering these lesser fortified islands and using them to target the ships that carry food and weapons and supplies throughout the Japanese Empire.
That doesn't
I
sound
found
nice.
this data set that shows every merchant vessel that the U.S. and its allies sunk during these years. It's a lot. American
started it.
submarines alone would go on to sink 5 million tons of Japanese shipping and naval
That is
vessels.
a lot.
This strategy of targeting the supply lines was a game changer for the U.S., allowing them to weaken the Japanese empire by targeting its cargo,
Yeah,
like they
dude,
did
the
down here in
fucking-
this key Japanese military.
Because like people don't focus on this because it's so much more like logistical and naval and shit.
Yeah.
Like they're so like everyone wants to do like classical World War II where it's like army on
Mm.
the ground. But like
Mhm.
the Eastern conflict is so fucking interesting. It's really
Yeah.
where the genius comes in.
Uh-huh. It was old tactics.
Yeah, but you know why it was so successful with the Americans? We didn't have people proposing shit like market garden, you know?
Mm. They
You
also
know,
broke the Japanese code pretty early.
Get those Brits out of there. They only fuck things up.
That is true. That is very true.
One of the reasons we had to get rid of those hunter-killer teams was because of British outrage.
Huh.
You know, and according to some people, could have killed Zarqawi sooner. Thanks, Britain.
Okay. Great.
I don't agree, but
why do we work with them again?
Oh, they're our key ally. What does Bush say? I don't know. Our fierce allies, or gallant allies.
Stronghold in the south of the empire. The U.S. and its allies first conquered nearby islands and then used these islands as a jumping off point to target the supply lines. But instead of mounting an attack on this stronghold, the U.S.
the key
focused on the
strategy
supply
of the
ships
U.S.
that were bringing
for
food,
the rest of its time.
ammunition, reinforcements, and medical supplies to this stronghold. This left tens of thousands of Japanese soldiers stranded,
mastering
to die of starvation
logistics
and
is why we are the country that can deploy the Burger King.
Yeah.
disease. The US was able to take out a key Japanese base without having to fight a battle. The island hopping strategy was really working. And if you look closely at this map, you'll see that it allowed the US to bypass these heavily fortified Japanese islands, focusing more on cutting them off than trying to conquer them, while also getting the US closer and closer to the mainland. As 1945 rolls around, the U.S. continues to
Yeah,
beat
like
Japan
people
back.
overcrediting
The two
either
U.S.
side
forces converge.
of the United States and the Soviets. Like it was a world war.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
even like small African nations, like everything had to contribute to the victory. France's loss contributed to the victory. You know, like everything.
To retake the Philippines. All these newly captured islands allow the U.S. to deploy their new high-tech plane, the B-29 bomber. This thing could fly super high and deep into the Japanese mainland and drop 20,000 pounds worth of bombs.
We call them things like gay and faguni.
Japan is clearly losing by now.
Mhm.
So they start to resort to more brutal tactics, like having their pilots fly their planes into U.S. ships in suicide attacks, a deadly tactic that not only led to
Based in
immense
Al-Qaeda
damage
build.
to the U.S. Navy, but also had a psychological element,
It
a
sure did.
realization that the enemy was willing to go to great lengths to
It took a long time for the Japanese to shake that stereotype. Took a long fucking time.
Yeah, I mean, I think because remember, so like when I'm first like talking to and educating Jack on like some of the stuff I know about Al Qaeda, you know, I said something like, you know, they're actually ahead of their game. You know, their cruise missiles are just people, right? So I was like, that's literally what it is, though. Like the human bomb, just a fucking cruise missile.
Yeah.
4th generation cruise missile.
to fight back. But even so, Japan's empire continued to shrink. Almost
And
as
like it's
quickly
not
as it
like
had
that was a
expanded.
thing that
But
didn't
the
exist
closer-
before. Like even like you know about the first submarines that existed, and how like they all just fucking sank when they tried to do anything. So like
No.
okay, so do you
As
know
far
what
as
a,
I'm aware, the first one was in the American Civil War.
do you know what a bang stick is?
A stick
It's-
that goes bang.
Well, it's like basically you put a shotgun shell
Dynamite?
on a pointed stick.
Ah, yes.
So, yeah,
yes,
so you
I
can do a
yeah.
pressure plate gun with
Yep.
them. So like that's basically how the submarines functioned, except there was a torpedo on the front.
Mm.
So the submarines crashed into the other boats to try and hit them with the torpedo, which resulted in like all of them like epically sinking and everyone dying on board every time. But they were the first like submarines, you know.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I think they were low. Like I don't know if they were actually under the water.
Yeah,
They might have been surface, but still, it's like I just imagine a narwhal with a fucking
Yeah, yes.
grenade on its beak or its horn.
That the U.S. gets to the mainland, the more brutal the fighting.
Also,
is
you know our
becoming.
torpedoes
For a
didn't work
variety
in World War II? Our torpedoes were completely ineffective.
No, I didn't know that. That's
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were shitty. Just like the bomb sight that we used was fucking garbage too.
Interesting.
And people act like this is. People said like, "Wow, you know the Palestine pier, right?" People were like, "Yeah, see, back in World War II, they would like actually use like expert contractors instead of just making the Army Corps of Engineers do it." It's like we literally, like, our civilian death toll is like 10 times as high as it is because the bomb sight couldn't hit targets.
Yeah.
And they didn't tell soldiers that it couldn't hit targets. Okay,
Classic.
there you go. See, they were very bad early on. Yep. I don't know if they ever fixed the bomb sight.
There's really only one path to invade the mainland. You have to hop along this southern island chain and invade from the south. So the US sets their sights on perhaps the most important island in the Pacific, Okinawa. Japan knows that the US is coming for Okinawa, so they recruit around 40,000 local men, giving some of them only spears to defend themselves. Together with the army, they dig tunnels and caves and trenches and bunkers. The army gives out hand grenades to civilians, telling them to commit suicide instead of surrender, warning them that the Americans will be brutal and violent to anyone they capture. Japan wants this battle to convince the Americans that invading the mainland is a bad idea. It's their last-ditch effort to avoid defeat. The US hits the beach at Okinawa, starting one of the bloodiest battles of the entire war. 82 days of violence that leaves a third of the population dead. A total of around 100,000 Japanese, in addition to 12,000
This battle
American soldiers.
made the Marine Corps. You know what I'm saying?
Midway.
Okinawa made the Marine
Okinawa.
Corps.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the island hopping's fucking crazy.
Well, like even you know how like the Marine Corps, their standard gun coverage is shooting the V, right, with like the two support weapons while the other guys move up. So like they learned that in Okinawa because the Japanese gun emplacements were hammering them nonstop. They were never not under fire when they're going in on the beachhead.
Yeah.
Like
it's pretty fucking crazy.
Like the Germans had to stop and reload the MGs, right? So like the Japanese were able to continually cycle their guns, so they had a constant fire rate on the fucking beachhead.
Yeah.
And then the Marines were like, we
good.
should do this because we didn't even have like a big machine gun. We had the BAR, which was not a machine gun. You know?
Yes, it was not. Yeah, it's a cool gun though.
And like also our tactics in Germany. So like the German tactics are like really stupid at the end of the day. So like they all focused on around the MG42, right? So
yeah,
that meant we could go in with just precision rifles and flank them because they didn't fucking account for that. So like the standard German troop deployment was all based around the MG42.
Yeah, just because it was such a deadly weapon. I mean, it wasn't called Hitler's buzzsaw for no reason. You don't get that kind of name if it wasn't a center point of your tactics.
And the US wins. They now control the most valuable island of them all, the island that will enable them to invade the mainland. But they're also left with
what
the
they say?
horrifying clarity of how serious Japan
Two
is
wrongs
about
don't
not
make a right,
surrendering,
but three
about
lefts
fighting
do.
until the very end. Invading the mainland will be costly. Meanwhile, in Europe, Hitler and his allies have been defeated. The winners get together and issue a statement to Japan. Unconditional surrender or face prompt and utter destruction.
Thanks,
Now that
Stalin, you did
Hitler is
it.
defeated, the Soviet Union is also preparing to join the US to deal the final blow to Japan. But Japan doesn't reply to the demand for surrender, and the Allies see this as a rejection. Back in the US, in the deserts of the Southwest, the US has just successfully tested an atomic bomb. So now they have a decision to make. They either continue their momentum and invade the mainland of Japan and face not only
I want to hear how he
Japanese
sells
soldiers,
this.
but civilian militias of potentially tens of millions of citizens ready to fight. And it would also involve the Soviet Union participating, which means if they won the war with the Soviets' help, they would have to split control and influence over Japan's empire after the war. Or the second option was to use their new powerful bomb to swiftly end the war with no more loss of American lives and much less Soviet influence in post-war Japan. They could do it on their own while also sending a message to the Soviets that they were the most powerful. On August 6, 1945,
Stalin already knew about
they
it.
chose the second plan. They dropped this unfathomably powerful bomb on the city of Hiroshima, releasing a hellfire the world had never seen.
Why is he saying it like
killing
sexy?
What, correct?
How he stopped and he clearly did multiple takes to say Hiroshima
Yeah,
and spliced
it's
it
because
in
he was
there.
trying to say it correctly, and he just said it in a different tone for the
Yeah.
the second
Well, it's
take.
obvious it wasn't the same take. Like he
Yes.
reread it multiple times to get the perfect Hiroshima.
Yeah.
Do you think he taped his eyes like this when he started doing it too?
Forever altering the course of history. 2 days later, the Soviet Union declared war on Japan and began
See, like I
rapidly
don't know,
taking their
like
territory.
you see, like these like fake Nazis that come in here, you know, like you think they would still like some of the jokes we're telling.
You would think.
When Japan still doesn't surrender, the U.S. drops another bomb. This one on the.
But they don't think.
Yeah, this bomb was called the Enola Gay.
The city of Nagasaki. the Soviets continue to rapidly take territory.
I think
and
it was
it's more clear than ever
the other one that was
that
in
it
the
is
middle.
over for Japan.
You know why they?
While
you
some
know why
factions of the Japanese
You know why
armies
they dropped it from a plane called Enola Gay?
No idea.
Because Japan's our bottom.
still don't want to surrender. The emperor goes around them and tells the nation that it's over. Japan is unconditionally surrendering. The Americans moved in, took away Japan's powerful military, prosecuted the war criminals, and sent tens of thousands of troops to the vital island of Okinawa, where the US stayed as the occupying power until the 1970s, and where they still have tens of thousands of troops that serve American interests in Asia, while also being Japan's main source of security. The memory of this war is still in the minds of the people here, especially for those in the cities.
Yeah, they're the only fucking country that's been nuked. No shit.
Wow.
They fucking revel it. They tell people never for it to happen again. They're very, very vocal about it. And then they very much don't talk about their own war crimes.
Well, the Chinese deserved it. They were commies.
That were bombed and the southern islands that were invaded. And as this region becomes tense again, Japan is now expanding its military once again, mostly down here on these vital islands. I traveled here to see what that
They
looks
better
like,
stay away
and to
from
talk to the
Okinawa,
people
that's
about what
ours.
this feels like, what they're worried about. And I'll be sharing that story in an upcoming video.
Oh, is he specifically those islands though? If he's only talking to people on those islands, that's interesting, especially the people around the military base, because they do not like it.
No, they don't. Oh my god, he's actually in fatigues. Jesus.
I told you, bro. The title of the video originally was "I joined the Japanese military" or something.
I'm not meant for war.
Johnny Harris never doesn't exercise regularly. This is gonna be
but like
hilarious.
he's been in combat zones, right?
I don't think so.
I don't know. I think he has been to actual combat zones. I want to say he has.
Okay. Well, benefit of the doubt is on you because I have no clue. I'm going to assume no. I wouldn't expect Vox to send anybody anywhere. That would cost them too much.
Who's coming at me? Who's coming at me? This is me training with the Japanese army. I'm here to get a closer look at Japan's military as they prepare for potential invasion.
Bro, I can't believe it. Japan hired him to do propaganda for him. I can't believe it, bro. Japan is getting propaganda from Johnny Harris now. Not just the United States.
I'm fucking for this. This is great.
It's fucking
Along
so
this
funny.
important island chain that stretches all the way down to Taiwan. As China grows in
Why does it go to Taiwan? What's the history there?
influence, Japan worries that these islands are vulnerable and unprotected.
Where'd they learn that from?
So they're rapidly expanding their military here. I plan to
Good
visit
idea.
these military bases, to train with their soldiers, and to learn if all these bases, weapons, and troops could provoke the very conflict they're trying to
This
prevent.
is literally Japan's like arming its. I guarantee you, all these guys have already been through the boot camp, and they're literally like fucking crisis actors. You know what I'm saying?
hired soldiers.
yeah. This is some straight DPRK shit we're about to see.
This is the
God damn
JSDF.
it. Bro, I don't think I've seen Johnny Harris without a hat either. At least he has different beanies, you know?
Yeah, this is
He
the
did in that.
JSDF
He did
propaganda
take it
department.
off in that "I don't wash my hair" video.
Itself like it never has before.
Japan facing its gravest security threat in decades.
Biggest military buildup since World War II.
Oh, they have hovercrafts. That's badass.
られたんだと思ってます。その日本国の形を守るために。
I feel like I need to really step up to the plate and be a fighter.
You don't actually need to step up to the
I'm not-
plate and be a fighter, actually.
One of Japan's most important military bases, here in Okinawa. This is where I'll start my training. They're doing morning announcements right now, and then they're going to give me my uniform.
This is hilarious. This reeks of those military YouTubers that are like, this is the F-22. Like it's a normal fucking thing.
No,
Today
no,
we're gonna look at
they
the
don't get it.
AC-130.
No,
They're
that's
gonna let
more
it shoot
accurate.
to
They'll see the
105.
AC-130. They're like, I want to see how many fucking mill guys are fucking getting access to that 22.
That would be cool. Maybe when they retire them.
Ah!
There you go.
I've spent the last year preparing for this story.
Jump scare.
And as I get dressed, my nerves are starting to get the best of me.
Can't even put a jacket on.
Wow.
Everything's going smoothly with the uniform.
Cool cosplay.
Until...
Anything bigger? I have a very large head, like abnormally large. So anything you can find that's huge would be great. Thank you. I have a very big head. I'm sorry.
Haha, Asian small hat,
We
not
start the
fit.
day with some warm-ups. I'm doing my best to follow
Wait,
along.
is he the
but
only guy who
struggling.
has to wear the bucket hat? They gave him the idiot dunce cap, bro. No way. They only make the white people wear this.
Oh, hits.
You can't be that dumb. That has to be put on right. You can't be that unco.
Oh, I
don't
mean,
know.
they cut like 3 seconds out of the whole warm up.
Like, surely that was like put on. Surely.
I'm sure he did fine. He's living the weep stream. there needs to be fucking anime big titty fucking instructors too.
I'm learning. I'm getting there.
I told you, these guys literally are not recruits. This is not their first warm-up drill, you know?
Yeah.
These are the we
you
fucking
probably-
entertain the white people guys. To do fucking
Clear about
military
that.
propaganda.
Soon, I'd be yelling more than I knew I ever could.
I can yell a lot. Wow, that was a jam. That was such a bop.
Water break. I mean, I think I need to start working out like these guys. The yelling, the intervals, the intensity of it makes it way more fun.
Why is it so zoomed in?
This is just the beginning, though.
Oh well, you get that close
some
if you want to
point-
have. So like, if you do like documentary stuff, and you want to cut into like a really personal shot, and like specifically if you have like somebody who's there doing a voiceover, like what's the one guy who gets fucked by the parrot?
What?
The David Attenborough. He got I think he gets fucked by a parrot. But
Okay.
like sometimes
Never
he'll be
saw
on the
that.
ground and it will like cut to him and he's like whispering to the camera. It's always going to be a close up like that. Right? It's supposed to like interject like, oh, it's almost like behind the scenes, you know? It's supposed to give that
Right.
feeling like you're
sense.
personalizing.
It makes sense.
Really only a documentary thing.
I have
though.
to.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, you'll see it in the
Thank
office
today's-
even.
Yeah.
Sponsor, so I might as well do that right now.
Oh god.
Oh no. At least I know where it
This
is.
video is sponsored by the Japanese military. This video brought to you by the military of Japan, and then the tagline is like, "Next nukes will be us. This time it's all turn."
Before World War II,
Look, you see their
Japan had a
little
massive
tractor
military
cars?
that was
That
powerful
was
enough
so
to conquer
cute.
a large chunk
They're
of
like
Asia.
little mini Xi Jinpings.
They were able to send planes across the ocean to attack the United States in Hawaii.
Uh-huh.
The US fought back and ended up defeating Japan,
Uh-huh.
requiring them to write a new constitution that would dramatically limit their ability to have a military.
Uh-huh.
The US then sent tens of thousands of troops to occupy Japan, using it as a way to project power and wage conflict in Asia. Japan and the US went from enemies to close allies, and for the last 70 years, Japan has relied on the US presence for their security. This has been the status
Japan
quo.
hated us until
But
the
now
90s.
things are changing. In recent years,
Bro,
China
Yeah,
has
go
risen
map
as
guy.
a global power.
I gotta
and has
so like there's this channel called Moon Channel, right? And he made this like 2.5 hour just on how anime is soft power for Japan, and it's such a good video. It has like so much stuff, like it's basically like refreshing stuff that like we already know, like because like Jack and I say all the time, like Japan has the cultural victory. Like nobody does soft power as well as Japan. Like everyone wants to fucking go there and be anime.
Yeah.
started behaving more aggressively in the region. Coupled with North Korea's unpredictable threats and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Japan is now more worried about its security.
Like seriously, what's the like big cultural difference between Japan and South Korea at the end of the day? Like, why is Japan so fetishized compared to South Korea?
The 90s.
It's because of fucking anime, bro.
Yeah.
Video games as well. They got a really good market on. They
Yeah.
saw video games. This video is all about that though. The soft power shit.
Yeah, Korea just doesn't have that media.
One raped the other more.
Not historically untrue. Look, Korea kind of got stuck between two assholes.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
I mean,
Like,
look at it. I mean, it's just asking to be violated there, like a little dangle. You know, it just looks like a country that you go to molest. Just look at the shape of it hanging down like that, so phallic. Yeah, but like all that shit's very new. But what's crazy is North Korea also is developing some of that stuff too. Where they have their own like music that they're trying to project. It's crazy. Goku owns South America.
That's Commander Kitajima, who we ended up talking to later on the beach.
Oh, he
we'll
got
hear
the dumb
from him
hat
more in a
too.
bit. But the point here is that Japan is building back their military, and they're doing it quickly, focusing on building a chain of new military bases along these southern islands.
How many
this time
times
with
do you
the
need to
support
tell
of
us
the
about the
US.
chain of military bases on the island in one video, bro? Are we fucking serious? We get it.
戦争を未然に防ぐためには国を確実に守り抜く防衛力を持って
Back on the base, the water break is over, and it's time for me to learn how to fight.
One of the basic training that you do for all of their soldiers is
Just hit him with a rifle butt.
martial
Stop talking! Pay attention.
It is a mix of karate and judo and a bunch of other Japanese martial arts that they've been doing for a very long time, mixed with some of the stuff they learned from the U.S.
Hot take. Hot take. Judo is one of the most important things for your soldiers to learn.
Throws.
Well, it's just using the enemy's momentum against them.
Yeah.
It's not just good to learn for defense, but psychologically.
Yes.
The idea and the principle behind judo.
Mm-hmm.
It's a deep part of how they've always trained their soldiers. And he said he is sharing some of the soul of Japan.
Oh, those were his handlers. Did you see them?
And
They were both anime girls.
Good day. Okay, back to it.
Given my extreme lack of martial arts experience, I've been paired up with a buddy to help me out.
What was that?
Even though we don't understand
What was
a word
that?
of each other's language,
Was
I
that a
don't know what I
fucking
would do
fairy
without it.
dust kick? You know, you do that to sprinkle the fairy dust out of your fucking, you know, you got the kitty bells tied around the ankles.
Why
And
are
you do
you
a little
gay?
kick, it goes the fairy dust
He
out.
continued to watch my every move.
Wow,
Oh my God.
awful.
Why are you gay?
Come on, bro. You've never like hit a punching bag before? What was that?
Making me refine every punch, every kick, and I was getting better.
Damn, bro, that's got to be like the gayest shit I've ever heard ever.
Yeah, I'm definitely not ready for combat. But could be.
No way.
A little training.
No
There's
way.
potential here, I think.
No.
Already the exhaustion is starting to
Not
set
even.
in, which is worrying because I have to keep preparing for a real test
Iran's
fight at the
military
end of
drill
all
impresses
this.
me more. Have you seen
That's
the
coming out next.
Iranian, the infamous Iran military drill,
No,
where they epically fail?
I don't think so.
Out here in the Pacific, if war is going to be fought, it's going to be fought on islands.
We
Islands,
know!
islands.
We get it!
日本は非常に多くの島々から成り立っています。その島々は我々が
Here
守
we
り
go.
抜かなければな
Time
ら
for
ない
some
領
time
土
for
です
some Iranian propaganda to counter this Japanese gobbledygook. This is the real country.
ایران در بندر عباس مرکز استان هرمزگان در حال برگزاری است.
Yeah, get him. He felt that one. He did not look like he took it painlessly.
کنیم از همه دلیل
I think the one you're thinking of is the Afghan military where they can't do jumping jacks.
مردان عاشق و
Here
شهیدان
it comes.
سرفراز
Here it comes. This is the best
نیروی
part.
دریایی ارتش جمهوری اسلامی
Now we're gonna see a tornado kick, a super demonstration of a tornado kick, one of the coolest moves in Taekwondo.
ایران.
Here we go.
ناوسروان غلام عباس عفیفه.
All right.
شهید ناوی یکم علی اصغر درستکار.
Hey, who's that guy? Who's this guy right here?
شهید دریادار نصرالله عزیزی. شهید
Nailed it.
ناوسروان
Perfect execution. I don't think it was Soleimani. It just they all look the same. The evil people, I mean.
رونده.
Nailed it. Good job.
شهید دریادار محمد
All right.
ابراهیم همتی و شهید
All right, we'll
ناوسروان
put it
حمید
low.
قهرمانی
Just not getting
و
it in the right
دهها
spot.
شهید و
Boom.
صدها
Okay,
شهید
tornado kick.
سرفراز
You did it.
دیگر که در حراست و حفاظت و پاسداری از آبها و
All right, here we go.
مرزهای
This
دریایی
time we'll
کشور
definitely get it. Oh, we're
عزیزمان
gonna get this guy to come in and do it.
عاشقانه بر
Okay,
قلب
he
رستم
nailed it. I heard his
تاختند.
foot hit it. This guy has literally dust on his ass because he's been on the ground so many times.
و این آرامش و امنیت را
Okay,
به
you got
همه
it.
ما
Yeah.
هدیه
Oh,
دادند.
okay.
یاد و
Spinning back elbow didn't do it. I blame this guy who's holding it at this point. It's fucking pottery, bro.
This is hysterical.
What is happening?
خاطره
You got it.
همه
Nailed
شهیدان
it.
سرفراز
Did you hear his fist hit that fucking thing?
را گرامی می‌داریم.
He's on the ground again. What happened? All right.
Oh my god.
All right. Good. Yep. Awesome. All right. That was it. They gave up. They weren't trying to break the pots. They were just showing their accuracy. I think.
Okay.
They all are going to get executed.
In particular, that is
Oh my
just
God.
100 or so kilometers from Japan's territory, and that China has vowed to make a part of their
They're
country.
showing up how,
even
yeah,
if by
quality.
force.
It's quality craftsmanship.
This is
At least they didn't jump through a burning hoop.
It's
Oh
currently
god,
thought
the
of as the
SDF
most
finally
likely
stopped
place
doing
for
that
conflict
shit.
to break out
Amazing.
between the United States and China.
I think the
If that were to
Peshmerga still does the
happen, these
burning jump
islands
rope
would
shit.
surely be pulled into the conflict, especially because China already claims a group of these disputed islands. And in recent years,
Okay.
Chinese military officials and scholars
cares?
have implied that China actually has an historical claim to much of this island chain.
No.
A similar historical claim narrative that pushed Vladimir Putin to invade Ukraine.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. We
Wow.
can do this. Johnny,
Amazing.
Johnny, what have you done? Why would you do this? Taking psychic damage. I can't believe you.
目の十分な力を持っていない、そう相手に思われてしまうと、実際に侵略を行う国家がこの21世紀にも存在するということです。
So Japan is focusing on beefing up its ability to quickly move its troops from the ocean onto the beach. This is called amphibious warfare.
Yep. この万が一当初に侵攻を許した場合に迅速に
Now let's drown Johnny Harris in a pool.
確保する。それが水陸両
Simulated
弾の
drowning. They don't actually
I'm not
drown
talking
them.
with
Well,
Commander
sometimes guys have
Kitajima, the
died.
head of the amphibious warfare unit in the Japanese military. His job is to defend
His
these
job is to
islands,
drown me.
and today his troops are showing me how they'll do that.
ボート、水陸、
First, we'll
両用車
throw you in the water and
そして
we'll tie your
ヘリ
hands
脚
and
を
legs
用いて
together.
部隊を上陸をさせます。
I didn't know what the commander meant by LCAC.
Amphibious assault vehicle and LCAC. That's a hovercraft.
Whoa. Can I ask about the hovercraft? Can you just describe that? What is that?
エルキャックはランディングクラフトエア
So they're telling me that a hovercraft is vital for amphibious warfare.
Thank God he's
getting
doing just
tanks,
voiceover
troops,
here.
and supplies
Yeah.
onto islands quickly. I couldn't really imagine it, but a few minutes later, I didn't have to.
So this thing might be.
Honestly, the voiceover instead of translation might be a better idea.
Yeah. Well, he did.
Depending on
He
the
did
situation.
subtitles earlier, and I was like, oh,
Yeah.
he should have just done a voiceover.
Behind me is called an LCAC. It's this giant hoverboard. It's actually hovering above the water, and it allows the Japanese army to go from the ocean onto any beach. God, that's loud. You don't really realize how big this thing is until it gets onto the shore.
That's fucking awesome.
I mean, this thing is massive. Look at this.
You can deploy
You see
tanks
that it's
right off
full
that
of
thing.
No. That's what we do.
It's full of a
We
bunch
do
of
that. We put up. We
soldiers.
put
It's
confit.
got
So that's why.
Humvees.
So you know how the Marine Corps is getting rid of the tank?
Sure, okay. I
So
don't know
they're-
why the Marines would have a tank.
Exactly. That's the argument that they're making. Why do we have tanks? So instead, they're putting things that are tank-like, right? So before they basically get a 4-to-1 ratio of armored vehicles now.
Okay.
So for ditching the tank, and they're doing it specifically because when they load them onto hovercrafts, the tanks take so much logistics to move to the shore.
Yeah.
When these modified like landing vehicles that are like they're basically the same thing as tanks. You know, they're like tank hunters and stuff like that.
Yeah, right. Light tanks, basically.
Yeah, basically stuff like that.
But
it's
like the striker sort of thing.
Strikers.
Yeah.
Strikers, I think, is the main thing that they're going into. Is that is like because they can get like 4-on-1 or something.
Yeah, I mean that's a great fucking choice.
Bradley's or stuff like that. I think they're developing, it's a new special type of light armored vehicle that they have.
Yeah.
Marine Corps tank.
The thing's freaking huge, and it allows the Japanese army to come onto an island very quickly. Like you saw how quickly it just like ramped on to this sand. I mean, do you see that tank? That's a giant, like,
not a tank.
Tank that was just on that.
Not a tank.
The U.S. Marines
Not a
train
tank.
with these Japanese soldiers, sharing their wisdom on amphibious warfare to prepare the Japanese army to defend their islands.
それまでは南西諸島はいわば防衛上の空白地域となっていました。南西諸島における部隊配備は我々の、南西諸島を守り抜くという決意の表れです。
So when the Marine
before we
Corps
get
is
back to my
asked, so they modernized in 2020, and so they'd had 452 tanks by December 2020. They had 323 transfers, so that it's like, what are you going to do when you need tanks? They said, we're going to call the army.
That's a fair answer.
I want to take you to one of these islands, one that is crucial to Japan's new strategy.
The army is huge. We have a big army. They win our wars. The Marine Corps doesn't win wars, they win battles.
I took the drone up and I'm looking at
this beautiful forest. Once you see it from the air, you realize just how expansive and green this is. This forest was actually recently deemed a UNESCO World Heritage Site because it's brimming with all of this unique plant and animal life. And yet right here, cut into this forest, is a new military base right on top of this hill. It's actually cause for concern among some of the locals. They let me visit the base on top of this jungly hill, and I was immediately struck with how new
ready?
it all felt.
I got it right here. So the existing Navy landing aircraft cushion, or LCAC, could carry a single tank without upgrades ashore at that weight limit. Okay, so the LCAC's maximum speed is 40 knots with a full roll, while the SSC can run 35 knots faster. So that's a Navy's ship-to-shore connector. So they're not even going to use the LCAC, I guess.
So they're using smaller, faster ones.
Well, I'd have to see what this is. The Navy ship-to-shore connector. It's just their landing craft. You know, it's probably like has a fold-out ramp or something.
Yeah,
it literally is also a hovercraft.
The Marines are the Navy's land force, right? Basically.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's the same thing. It's still a hell, I guess.
Yeah.
最後、今この他に四角い大きな建物があるんですが、あそこ体育館が4月ぐらいにちょっとできる予定で。
I could tell there was a lot of excitement about this new base, but it quickly became apparent why this base is so important.
A HIMARS, baby.
Holy moly. Right now I'm watching these trucks turn into missile launchers. This gives Japan the ability to shoot down aircraft. They have another variation that launches missiles to hit surface ships that come anywhere near this island. And these missiles are now stationed on several islands along this chain.
Fuck yeah.
They're giving me a demo of another one of these missile trucks. This one's a surface-to-ship missile. It allows them to shoot these missiles from here and hit a ship that is somewhere in the ocean. It's once again another big capability for defending these islands, which is Japan's whole purpose for building up their military on this island chain.
What's the range?
Confidential.
They wouldn't tell me the range, but my reporting showed that these missiles have a range of around 200 kilometers, with the newer missile upgrades potentially going up to 1,200 kilometers.
Wow.
This is a massive new capability for the Japanese army.
Why is this capability so important for Japan?
だから、日本って海洋国家なので、必ず敵の侵攻っていうのは海から始まりますので、その船に対する攻撃能力を持つ。
This is a really good point. Like, Japan should have the world's strongest navy, theoretically. Like, all their military money should be in Air Force and Navy. Because if they can stop an invasion of the mainland with a dumping into Air Force and Navy, then theoretically you only need a smaller army or a combined sort of general force. It's a really smart idea to, especially for Japan, defenses and like Navy, Air Force.
Okay, so right now they would be using LAVs 25s, so light armor vehicle 25. Okay, that's what they would use if they need armor. But the Marine Corps is they're going to field them until like 2035, I think I saw. And then they're looking for other things that are different, like different, not just multiple roles, stuff that they can divest into to have multiple things. Replacement, it's 35. So the Marines have aimed their prototypes for the LAV's replacement, dubbed the Armor Resistance Vehicle ARV by 2023. The ARV was initially planned to be a networked family of wheeled vehicles capable of performing various mission sets, with 500 to be procured. So they're still prototyping.
Back at the base, my training is going well. I've been sitting through some lectures, and briefings, visiting Japan's fleet of helicopters, and learning about
the thing is that
China,
if China's invading Taiwan, they could do a preemptive strike on Okinawa, but that's why we have missile batteries there to counter those strikes. I mean, they would need to really do a surprise attack to get some type of damage done. And that's the thing is like after that damage has been done, they're fucked. Like there's no way a salvo could do enough to completely take out the missile systems that Japan has. There's so many contingencies in place, you know?
That's insane.
What?
Oh no, I still had the Zyklon B tab open, and I just tabbed in to read a little bit about it. I didn't realize how many people died at Auschwitz.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus fucking Christ.
You see the fucking canister picture where they're all like all the used canisters and shit?
Uh-huh. That's fucking insane.
See what I mean though? It's like pool chlorine, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Crazy.
The stuff that you use to make the incendiary bombs with.
Yes. Yeah.
The pellets.
Insane.
On some delicious food in the base cafeteria.
Oh, now he's selling the
Now
food.
it's time to begin gun training.
Oh boy. Uh-oh, Liv's got a gun. Liv's got a gun.
Freaking exhausted. I think because this camo is also like incredibly thick.
My friend doesn't really care that I'm exhausted. He believes in me here, and he expects nothing but my best. The precision of his moves. I'm starting to wonder if I'll ever make him proud.
Oh my god, bro.
But then finally, I do.
Feels good. Feels good.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much.
I'm nearly ready for my test fight. But first, I need
What
to
was-
learn one last important skill.
Shoot,
that
you
is
need to be shooting a gun. They just taught you how to fucking hit people with a rifle? Are you fucking kidding me? We need this fucking guy to be shooting the gun. We need the limb to shoot the gun.
unique to this place.
There's still more. They're going to teach him to drop bombs. Nice.
Perhaps the most
They're gonna
important
teach him
of
how to
these
disarm
islands
IEDs.
is Okinawa. Okinawa has two things hidden deep within its soil: the bones of the abandoned bodies that died in a devastating World War II battle, and the bombs from that same battle, the bombs that never went off. I'm learning about how these unexploded bombs are everywhere on this island, and part of my training is to learn how to safely detonate them.
Oh, he is
Today
learning
they're teaching me how to
IEDs.
disarm this 250-pound American bomb, and even though it's just a practice one, I'm still pretty nervous.
Okay, my turn. 1/2. Okay.
After loosening this delicate
bottom,
fuse, I
there's
now
a
have to
word for
slowly
it.
unwind it with my hand. without-
Teaching the honor of kamikaze.
Letting it
Yeah,
touch
how
the
do you
sides.
disarm it? Oh, you
By
blow
hand.
yourself up. You blow yourself up.
One full. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, so.
You think this is a game?
With some practice, I'm getting steadier.
Pull it out. Okay. Oh my god! Wow, that's scary. What you guys do. That is.
War is
Yeah.
not theoretical for the people here.
No, Johnny, this is when we tell you this is actually a real bomb.
The death toll of the Battle of Okinawa is comparable to that of the dropping of the atomic bombs. The horror of those 82 days still lives on here, not only in the memories of the people, but also in this bomb-filled soil. All of this new military buildup is meant to prevent a repeat of this kind of war, to deter it. But deterring conflict by militarizing has a mixed record of actually stopping a war and not provoking it. There is no clear answer, and that tension is now always present down here. I'm surprised to find that my training is actually sticking. It's finally time for the last test, a fight where I'm going to defend myself using all of the skills I've learned.
We're putting on a jockstrap now. I don't know if I signed up for it. Not really sure what that entails. Like, what could this be for?
I'm surrounded by 4 guys who will run at me randomly, and my job is to defend myself using what I've learned.
I feel like I need to like really step up to the plate.
This is going to be
fighter.
hysterical.
First with just my hands and feet, and then a weapon. Let's see how this goes.
Okay, let's see. Let's see if I've done my training. Here we go. Okay. Who's coming at me? Who's coming at me?
Okay. It's sped up. I sped it up because we're running out of time. Just so we're aware.
My training definitely has paid off, but what I didn't expect is how exhausting this is. It's primal,
Oh,
full of adrenaline, and every muscle in my body is firing.
This is so funny.
Do you know how much you're moving right now? What are you how exhausting it would be?
As I fight back.
I'm sitting here thinking I'd throw up if I tried to do this. Maybe because Hassan simps for China. So Japan fucking hates him, and I bet you Hassan is coping the whole time he's watching this. That he's not there.
Always got my back.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
And now with the gun.
Yeah. Okay, here we
go. But now I'm totally out of gas. I have nothing left.
Dead.
That's what I've never been more tired in my entire life.
Dead. Don't you understand, Johnny?
No medal of honor for
dead.
you. No
Dead.
medal of honor for you. Take your fucking plate out and start trying to beat him with that. When does he shoot guns?
Yeah. Thank you. Holy. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Oh my God. I'm not meant for war. That was truly, I don't think I've been so tired in my life. It's exhausting. We have this like primal thing running through you where it's like people are attacking you. So you keep fighting and they're like yelling. That's intense.
Okay, shoot guns now.
That's great. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Thank you. You guys are tough.
Yeah. It was time to go.
After you shoot
So
guns.
after a group photo, I said goodbye to these soldiers who let me train with them.
What a
It was time to
horseshit
head to the towns
propaganda
and
video.
villages to talk
He's
to
going
the
to the maid cafe. He's going to the maid cafe.
I know that Japan is transitioning to being a country that
Japan
once
is
again has its own
trans?
military. It's doubling its defense budget. It's building all of these bases on these islands. And I'm trying to understand from a
Man,
local
I just seeing
perspective
those
how
buildings makes
locals
me
are
want to fight monsters in them.
feeling about the fact that
Frogmen
its army wants
specifically.
them.
It's very.
The frogmen
you know,
are just so
sensitive
fun to
area.
kill, you know? Like, I don't know
Yeah.
how they made it so satisfying to kill the frogmen.
I
Even
think it's 'cause it takes
aliens
so
are
long
too.
to fucking kill them.
No, but I mean, not if you're me, because I
Mm.
just fucking, like, throw bombs on them. I just fucking carpet bomb the frogs.
Yeah.
In March 1945, when the U.S. was closing in on Japan, they had to go through the
Hopefully
island
we'll
of
have,
Okinawa. The Japanese
when
army
the
was
next
losing
one
this
is
war, and in an effort to make it as
localized, we'll
grueling as
have the
possible,
ability to actually stream games.
Mm.
I mean, we haven't
the
checked
Japanese
with your
military armed
gigabit
the civilians on this
connection yet.
island, preparing their soldiers to fight until the very end.
It has to be through the computer, through the PlayStation. I can't do it through the computer.
The gigabit?
End.
Yeah, it's not the internet. It's the hardware. My computer's too.
This turned the people on this island into a kind of wall, a sacrifice that would hopefully keep the Americans from invading the mainland. American troops landed here on April 1st, 1945.
I could probably do it.
My grandfather was 18 years old at the
Maybe.
time and was one of the first Americans to hit the beach before the horror started.
It was Japan's final hour, and in incredibly furious combat, enemy soldiers had to be destroyed cave by cave and one by one.
A quarter of all civilians were killed in this battle. The bloodshed was unimaginable.
What the fuck?
Over 240,000 people dead in total. leading the U.S. to conclude that
I just
dropping
need a
2 atom
RAM
bombs on
upgrade,
Japan was a better
probably.
choice than continuing with
Maybe.
this bloody island warfare.
Because I only have like a small stick in there.
After the war,
I think I
many of
only
the dead
have
on Okinawa
two
will
RAM
never
slots in my PC though,
Mm.
and it's only got one
Covered.
stick in.
Yeah.
It's probably it's a 4 gig.
This is
Because I only have a 1080, and that's definitely not enough.
Mr. Takamatsu. He's a local Okinawan who's dedicated himself to searching the island, looking for bones. The bones of the people who died in the Battle of Okinawa. He tries to get their DNA tested so he can return it to the families of the dead. Today, he's looking for bones in this cave that served as a bomb shelter. There are still burn marks from the flamethrowers used in that battle almost 80 years ago.
What the fuck?
He says the cave was full of the bones of women and children hiding during the fighting.
戦争で亡くなった人のこの骨を家族に返したいと思ってます。
As he searches, he prays for peace.
すみません。沖縄の戦争の被害を世界中に伝えることができると思います。そのため、外国からの記者に皆さんの姿を見せることを許してください。
To Okinawans, the
Just leave
remains
the
of the dead
subtitles?
are sacred.
No, I was reading the comment. And also we cover him,
そのた
so
め、戦争の被害を世界中に伝えることができると思います。そのため、外国からの記者に皆さんの姿を見せることを許してください。
To Okinawans, the remains of the dead are sacred. They still have life. So even here, 80 years later,
It's
this
called
soil is still
Buddhism.
haunted by the horrific realities of war.
まだ戦争の遺骨が
Okinawa is I think they're completely separate from the Japanese people, completely different. So that's what you've also got to understand, I think. Don't quote me, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure because they're called the Ryukyu Islands, which is what there was a kingdom of Ryukyu, I think, if
You're
I'm
a
recalling
Shinto.
correctly. And Japan basically colonized them, I think. Let me double check this.
yeah, fuck them
残っ
Rubik's
てるのに
cubes.
また戦争を始めようとするっていうのはとっても愚かだと思います。今度は私たちが遺骨になってしまいます。それを許すわけにはいきません。
This trauma still remains in this soil.
You already
with-
used the shot.
The oldest evidence of human existence on the Ryukyu Islands is from the Stone Age. Damn.
bombs and the bones, the loss.
そうしたら私たちは生き残ることはできません。自衛隊の命を守りたいと思ってるからです。戦争になったら真っ先に死ぬのは戦争を決めた政治家ではありません。自衛隊の隊員たちです。
Back on the island of Amami Oshima, the community is split about the arrival of the military onto their little pristine island.
安心するっていうか守ってくれそう。
守るという面においてはいいと思います。いいことかなと思います。
どうなんですかね。ちょっと私なんか難しい問題にはなりますよね。それはね。何が安全って言われたらちょっと。
On one hand, this base up on the
Yeah,
hill is
he's
there to
got
protect
the
the people of
minders
Japan.
with him though, bro. Of course. Fucking staged propaganda interviews. I don't believe it.
And against an increasingly aggressive neighbor. Plus, the people here told me that the soldiers are
Is
very
that the
kind,
cove where
in
they
addition
kill
to
all those
providing much
dolphins
needed
for the
economic
school
benefit to local
children?
businesses.
実際それはありましたね、経済効果は。やっぱ来て全然助かってる面もありますけど。
But nearly every local I talked to had pieced together the deadly logic of military calculations like the one Japan is making here.
守られるかな。攻撃されるんじゃないかなと思います。まあ先に攻撃されちゃうんじゃないっていう気持ち。
Yeah, I was right. So the Okinawa was annexed by Japan in 1872. There you go, bit of history for you.
あります本当に。
基地があるなら絶対狙われる前提で多分みんな住んでるし。
視力でもやっぱりね一応基地があるということが一番狙われやすいですよね。その時やっぱり島民が犠牲になるというのはありますよね。
Could this be considered a target for an enemy now that there's missiles here?
で軍事的に考えると、この地域がミサイルで襲われても、地域の住民に対する被害はほとんどないとは思うんですけども。
住んでるんです。捨てないで、捨てない。ちゃんと考えてほしい。国に、もし外国からすれば、必ず狙われます。
We're covering it, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, China will try to aim at the bases, I'm sure, Mr. Military Man, but will they hit them?
Missiles here?
軍事的に考えると、この地域がミサイルで襲われても、地域の住民に対する被害はほとんどないとは思うんですけども、
住んでるんです。うん。捨てないで、捨てないで。ちゃんと考えてほしい。国に、もし外国からすれば、必ず狙われますね。
沖縄は今、再び戦場になろうとしています。
The new base is changing the island, not only because of the threat of war, but also because the base sits atop this hill, surrounded by a UNESCO World Heritage Forest,
And it's stinky.
brimming with unique and endangered plants and animals.
そういうところをこう、なんていうか、すごい、森林破壊しながら、なんか、戦争の準備をするっていうのは、本当に私は許せないっていうか、ありえないですね。
I hiked through this forest with some locals who say that since the base was built, this delicate ecosystem has been damaged.
Just don't film a
adding yet
body.
Another layer.
You mean building a military base on an island disrupts the ecosystem? No way.
But I made a suicide forest joke.
Yes, I heard.
Of resentment towards the military presence.
特に自衛隊に対しても
We cut back and he's got that fucking dumb green alien hat on.
私ここに来てもう1年半経つんです
Johnny, no! Johnny, no!
No, Johnny!
車とかミサイルみたいなのとかと、
I mean, he technically already did film corpses.
見るんですよ、本当に。
Sure.
見るんだけど、その度にやっぱり血が凍りますね。
But people down here live with the memory of what their geography has turned them into, the front line of defense for any invading army.
私たちこんな小さな島に住んで、移動する手段は飛行機と船しかないんですよ。で、そこを一緒にこう、なんていうか、そういう使い方されて、そこが爆撃されたら。
That's actually a fair.
私たちどうやってこの島から。
That is a very, very fair worry for her to have. That because it's an island, the only way to leave is by plane or boat, and if those are militarily occupied, then they're going to be destroyed and they will be stuck. That's a fair fear to have.
Trauma is there. That experience, it stays there. Memory is still there 80 years ago. Doesn't change at all.
昔から沖縄もそうされてきちゃったんですよ。もう一番先に犠牲になっちゃうのはやっぱり南西諸島ですよね。沖縄、その次奄美大島。また同じことの繰り返しなという気がしなくもないですね。仕方ないというのはありますね。
These conversations came with so much internal emotional conflict.
Do you feel safer because of that deterrent?
That one is yes and no.
まあ両方ですよね。守ってもくれるかもしれないけれど
That's so interesting.
も、でもまあこちらの方が攻められるっていう可能性は高いですよね。いいっていうよりは必要っていうことですよね。いいとか悪いとかっていうよりは、あ、お客様、ごめんなさい。あ、いや、ありがとう。
She was saying too much. The minders were like,
It's a very Japanese answer. I'll say that much. It's pretty much what I expected. They yeah. I don't know. Japan is a very weird country.
Racist.
They will put up with what the government does to an extent, but
and
they also
blur their porno.
And then they criticize them, but not outwardly because it's disrespectful, because of their the fascist history of Japan is just that's how they've grown out of it is this way. It's a very interesting country. So those answers were pretty much what I expected of that question of like, do you think it'll help or will it make it worse? It's yes and no. Where in America, if that question was asked, right? So let's say
Americans are irrational.
That's what I'm saying, is that Japan is just much more based in reality and rational when it comes to this sort of stuff because they've come out of that irrational phase, right? That irrational fascist phase is like, they don't want it back. So they're like, they never wanted to expand the military. Now they're expanding the military. You know, call it whatever you want. You can say that America influenced them, which they did, right? It's very American influenced. But also to say that Japan doesn't have their own agency is also kind of dumb.
Well, like a lot of people say that the reason why they are able to be so successful in capitalism is because they weren't military concerned.
Yeah.
And if you look at their soft power, like the reason why they have that is because they didn't.
I mean, an argument can be made. Socially, Japan's kind of fucked. A war in Japan would probably doom the country. So, I understand their fear. It's a very tenuous situation.
I came to these islands to train with the military, to immerse myself in this unique time in Japan's history.
To immerse
But what I
myself in
found
my
when I got here
cosplay
was a much more complicated and emotional story than I had anticipated. Not just because of Japan's complicated relationship with its military, but specifically because how that history has been born.
I
by the
refuse to
people
believe
who
you
live
didn't
on
know
these
exactly
islands.
what you were going to find here.
The human wall that protected
It's almost
the
like
country
you knew exactly who
and
to
might have
talk
do
to,
so
and you
again.
had a year's worth
The people
of
who live among
planning.
the undetonated bombs and the abandoned bones that have little hope of ever being
Oh, whoa,
recognized.
bro, you're showing the corpse
The
again.
people who are
Logan
now caught
Paul.
carrying the psychological weight of wondering if these new bases make them a target, or if without them, they will be left without protection. War and conflict make these questions unknowable. All we can do is wait. Meanwhile, the Japanese military will continue on its course to build a proper military to protect and defend their country,
They have
focusing
one.
on amphibious warfare and hoping
Yeah,
that their
it's
efforts
the
will be
fourth
enough
biggest
to
in the
make
world.
China or any other enemy think twice about acting any more aggressively than they already have. Hoping that all of this doesn't provoke the very war.
I reckon Japan could probably fuck China up without America. It would be pretty, like, they would put up a pretty good fight.
It is trying to deter.
Like, to consider Japan as weak militarily is to underestimate them.
Well, the thing is that, like, would they even need to even land in China? Like,
I
a
wouldn't
purely
think so.
defensive war, just preventing an invasion, is like going to cost so much resources from China.
Oh, yeah. Right, and Japan definitely, if not right now, will be prepared for it. Taiwan's prepared for it. I don't think they would necessarily need to put out any expansionary things, just slap China a little bit and tell them to fucking fuck off. You better fucking watch it, cunt. Don't fuck around is basically all they need to say. It doesn't need to be.
Look at
all
this,
out.
executive producer. Bro, wow. You know, Gamergate here. Someone's clearly sleeping with Johnny Harris to get their producer credit.
All right.
There's that
Well.
one. Well, this one is all his TikTok compilations that he just uploaded.
What? Yeah. So, what are we looking at?
I don't know. You tell me.
You wanted to look at this.
I just said you already looked at it and said, "Hey, I found this video. This video."
That was like the old ones.
Yeah. Let's go see the old ones. See how the channel evolved, huh? Is this copyright music?
It says it's his music, so maybe not.
He probably will kid us with one like, "Hey, don't steal my old ass music that nobody listened to." What else
Yeah,
you got?
look,
Is this
he
all just
used-
his like weird music stuff?
Okay.
What else is it? When does he start getting political in those old videos? When does he give up on his experimental art?
Okay.
Whoa, vagina. A lot of vagina stuff in here.
Yeah. Weird.
A lot of vaginas. A lot of vaginas. Vagugu. Wow, this guy. How often was he releasing?
Here we go.
What? Is that him as like a little baby man?
2 years.
Epic. Still a song.
Okay.
Still a song. When does he get into political stuff? Let's see how long it took him to find his grift. Why are you going this way? It's obviously going to be quicker to go the other way. Or maybe not.
I beg to differ.
Maybe not. Wow, he really kind of started this grift not that long ago when he gave up on his awful music, huh?
Still music. Okay.
This just makes it weirder.
This is weird. Epilepsy warning. Okay. Still weird. 3 years.
1,028 days is all we have.
Weird.
And you're telling me this didn't get views, huh? It's not like we get views, so. Whoa, Erdogan spotted. What do we got there? So many 9/11s. Okay, we're getting to some good shit here. Is this a song about Erdogan? I'm starting to like this guy, maybe.
President Erdogan, he put his hair on with all
Look, Kurdistan.
because when I look at a man, because I know you can't draw the lines like that.
Weird.
Be free.
Hell yeah. Hell
Okay.
yeah.
Point for him.
Okay, let's hear about 9/11 being an inside job. You got a 9/11 song?
Got to build up.
Uh-huh.
This is awful.
Oh my god, was that? Did you jump forward at all? I want to hear all these lyrics, bro.
Okay. We should message him.
No, bro, just please let this song play and then talk over it. I want to read the lyrics.
We should message him and say, can we use this as a backing track to our show?
Watch, he has all this license and he's gonna copy strike the fuck out of us. Whoa! True. Okay, that's not why.
Not true.
No, we didn't.
Oh my god.
He mentioned, okay. Blockade mentioned. I could do this so much better.
I agree.
I could do the same lyrics alone and still do better.
We should do better.
I prefer,
what we should do is take all of this guy's music and do it again.
I don't have the time for it. I just want to hear this silly song. Oh my god, bro.
This is awful.
Okay, I'm over it. We got an Allende. We 9/11 to Allende. I can't believe we went from 9/11 to Allende.
You're back in. You're reinvested.
They stuck 'em in the National Stadium, but they can never fit them Oh, did you expect no
This is
Well,
awesome.
because it was wait, so how is that 9/11 when we did the bombing?
Did you not apply the same moral standards to yourself that you apply to everyone else? Oh, so many nights.
This is like for political music, it's not that bad, but like political music is always bad because they can't rhyme because they have to be like they have to spell out the exact political talking point they want.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like really bad and they can't rhyme it together. Yeah, it did happen on 9/11. That is true. Oh my god. No way. You shouldn't have spoiled that. I can't believe you spoiled that for us. Hey, Gitmo. The Sudan.
The Sudan.
We genocided Afghanis and Filipinos through Agent Orange on the Vietnamese people.
Okay, that's fair.
We invaded Panama and Nicaragua. Haiti and Cuba, it's a long bloody saga. Southern hemispheric domination over the Middle East and Southeast Asia.
Sure.
Oh, you could say it's all.
Hell yeah, and
USA represents the course of history. We know the propaganda well by now. You could call it liberty, you could sing democracy. Guess anybody can add the word if they like. Can you explain our remorselessness for our choices? Well, so many.
I'd like to see any other country do what America does. Noobs, skill issue.
Okay, we get it. Now it's done. We're done.
Yeah.
Terrible.
I forgot.
Okay, well, now
Here we go. We got the first one.
When does he officially? What is the last song he officially abandons music after? Is this a song or like what?
Hold on.
You know,
Okay. Jordan Peterson. No memes. Rap battle?
I don't care. I don't want to see the rap battle. That's the
This
last
might be
thing I
music,
want.
though. Oh my god, it's AI.
Donald Trump, where you at? Fuck off, Joe, you dementia having bitch.
Nope. So that was the last one, I guess. That was the last.
The Erdogan song?
Yeah.
I mean, pretty good one to end on, right?
And then it was just these shitty AI memes, and then it's this one.
Uh-huh.
This comment is absolute brain dead nonsense. First of all, and I know this is going to sound crazy, but not everyone dreams of handing their life over to the profit motive and starting a business so they can accessorize and commoditize their life like the.
Shut up.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
Fucking moron.
Totally out of our common sense.
What a fucking dickhead.
You broke the stream. Where'd it go?
I turned it all off. I'm leaving.
I didn't see only news.
Wait, I want to see his most popular videos, though.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Ooh.
Oh my god.
Is this his most popular?
No, it came up as music when I searched him.
Business. Business. If you're a legal firm, you have no obligation to hire people who support baby murderers.
Actually, Hamas started this whole thing. Remember October 7th? Actually, that's wrong. Before October 7th, Israeli security forces killed 240.
Oh my, it's just Ben Shapiro reacting to him.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
In 1948, today, about the world
displaced.
Can we
What
go
is
to his? He has a TikTok compilation. We could get onto his takes about how we should all quit our jobs. It's like political TikTok compilation, right there. Political satire TikToks. It's the second video at the top.
I can't say it where.
Go to the top. The second video. Political satire TikToks.
This one?
I think so. I can't. I have to wait until you scroll up. No, I saw it there for a second.
I think he's saying shit.
Mm-mm.
You're saying shit.
I saw it. It was probably on his main page. Like it was recommending or something.
Business. If you're a legal firm, you have
Nope, you talking shit.
I saw it, bro. It was there.
We're gonna need more tank ammo. You got it, Jack. No. Let's pull the emergency clause. Look, we need this aid package approved for Israel
These are
right
awful.
now. Now just hang on just a second. Let's have a look at it first. Emergency clause.
Oh, you did the thing again.
Yeah, we did.
Where you invalidate
I'm
all
in
laws
Spain
and
without the
overturn
S.
by invoking the
Emergency clause.
emergency clause, right?
Gavin me harder, daddy.
Yeah, I know, I get it.
I hate this guy.
Yeah, everyone does.
No. No more. Done. Enough.
I gotta go potty.
I got shit to do.
We will continue to be your single source of truth. Dismiss anything else.